All right, good morning, everybody. Always great to see a full room. We're going to be starting the meeting in just a sec. Supervisor Holland had to grab his glasses. Got to blast you.
Sorry. What about these?
Okay. All right, and we'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Again, good morning to everybody in attendance today. This is the March 18th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. So with that, we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to volunteer somebody in the audience. Lisa, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We love to do that to our introverts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we're going to go very quickly over this agenda just so everybody knows what's happening with it. I believe we do have an update from the clerk related to item, is that item 16? Let me see. Item 14, right? Would you be willing to read what the direction is from council?
We're going to actually defer that item with the update on the dispatch for the sheriff's office until April 8th. So
Okay.
that item is not going to be presented today.
Understood. And I know that was meant to come back at this meeting, and definitely want that to come back ASAP.
Yep.
As within the spirit of, I think, what was talked about at that time.
Yes.
So, all right. We have a number of items on consent calendar today. We also are going to have a proclamation. Anybody that has a copy of the agenda, we have them in the back. We also have them online. If you look up our agenda center, you'll see that we have a number of appointments on the calendar. These are 10 a.m.s and 11 a.m.s. These are items that we can't start earlier, so we may bounce around a little bit. There has been a request for the board if we move through consent and some of our proclamations, commendations, to be able to hear the board request earlier within that. So with that, are there any changes to the agenda, any recommendations? All sound good?
Yeah, I want to pull items 5 and 6.
On the consent?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move into that in just a sec. All right, with that, we'll move into oral communications. So this is your time to be able to address the Board of Supervisors on any topic that is not on the agenda. Normally have about 15 minutes set aside for this. We set 3 minutes for anybody who would like to come up and speak. Again, this is for not anything on the agenda for this meeting. So if you'd like to speak, please line up here. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm very concerned about our local economy and how you're going to budget for the shortfall from tourists that are not coming to Yosemite and our national forest. Tourism is Tuolumne County's #1 private sector economic driver. In 2022, travel spending was $250 million. Our grandson's family from Southern California normally come see us and spend a week here and in Yosemite. They normally spend about $1,000. This year, with the park uncertainties, closing, reservations not opening, they're not coming. So you're going to lose that money, and we're going to go visit them, and you'll lose our money also. It's rumored that other countries are now starting to boycott the national park system. Almost 4,000 campsites across California's 18 national forests could close for part or all of the summer. 2 national parks in California just got removed yesterday from the national park system. They are not rehiring workers. Trump administration has asked for a stay of order to rehire fired Interior Department workers. In 2024, there were over 4 million visitors to Yosemite. The county's travel industry supported approximately 2,500 jobs in 2022. That money benefits us twice, when the tourist spends it and then again when the employee spends it. Do not let current administration rhetoric confuse you. The National Park Service is 1/15 of 1% of the national budget, or about $4.7 million. The parks added $56 billion to the economy in 2023 and $415,000. The parks make money. Defending necessary park staff costs us money. We lose revenue. They'll need employment. They need housing. They'll need health care. Lawsuits are ensuing. It does not save us money. It costs us. I'm also very concerned about the direct results of National Park and National Forest Service cuts on our forest health. Zero staffing creates multiple problems. Firefighters depend on trails to contain fires. Poorly maintained trails contribute to lost and injured visitors. Multiple visitor centers are being closed. Bear petting season is going to be wild this year. You're giving up National Park Service and Forest Service money. No thinning, no prescribed burns. Sadly, I bet you're going to vote for the biomass project to make up for that. I'd suggest contacting Tom McClintock as Yosemite, Sequoia, and Kings Canyon are in his district. Perhaps as elected officials, you'll have better luck reaching him than we do. He's canceled all office staff hours. Calls to DC are referred to local offices. Calls to district offices go unanswered. Voicemails aren't returned. It's been 6 weeks. I've been calling every day. It's been 2,950 days since Tom McClintock held a public town hall in Sonora. Tom says the parks are fine, but then he wants to privatize them, log them, mine them, frack them. Golf course, big, beautiful golf course in Tuolumne Meadows. There is a Cree native saying, when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish caught, the last river poisoned, only then will we realize that one cannot eat money. Further cuts are coming. The National Park Service plans to another 30% in payroll cuts. I ask each of you, what are you going to do to protect our communities? Are you going to call Tom McClintock and tell him to fight the administration? Or do you agree that billionaires need more tax breaks? Tell
Thank you.
McClintock to fight for the staff. It's horrifying that we have to fight our own government to save the
thank you.
environment.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I didn't know you were an Olympian.
This is Corbin's medal from Special Olympics. Corbin is my nonverbal, severely autistic son, and his autism was caused by vaccines. Call me names, I don't care. In a world where everyone is convinced we need vaccines for our very survival, I am nothing more than an annoying anecdote. But it's my anecdote. I've been living it for 22 years. I witnessed it. My son, 1 minute normal, speaking, laughing, playing with his brother. The next minute, he would never speak or play with his brother again. I regularly beat myself up over why I come to these meetings. At 2 a.m. before the last meeting, I was winning. I was not going to come. And then I remembered to pray. And God told me that I needed to be here because there was someone that I needed to meet. And so I came. And Ronald Owens and Julie Threet traveled to our small county to speak on their concerns about the COVID vaccine. And while everyone else was thinking about budgets and hate crimes, I was on an emotional roller coaster, and I am so thankful for God for making me come here to meet my new friends, and I will be supporting them in their efforts. I have read so much on this subject, I could talk about it for hours. For now, I'd just like to leave you with a few questions. Is it really safe and effective? Was COVID dangerous for kids? Are we born with an immune system? Is it normal in nature for us to be exposed to polio, meningitis, PCV, diphtheria, pertussis, rotavirus, COVID, hepatitis B, flu, and RSV all in one day? Because that's what one visit to the pediatrician for a 6-month-old is. How many of these are worth the risk? Whatever happened to first do no harm? Did money happen? Should pharmaceutical companies be immune from liability for vaccines? Is it a conflict of interest for so many officials at the FDA and CDC to be stockholders and on boards of pharmaceutical companies? Since Nuremberg, what happened to informed consent? Don't we just have uninformed coercion? Is it the COVID vaccine even a vaccine? Does anyone even know what's in it? When you get your kids vaccinated, were you informed by the doctor what's in them? Or were you just coerced with fear and school attendance? Is 5 COVID vaccines before kindergarten excessive? Are we so afraid of everything that we are willing to inject our kids with anything? Is fear something that could be used against us? Lord, please help us. There must be a better way than what feels like reckless abandon. In Jesus' name I pray this, amen. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Jerry Zeman. I live here in Sonora. I'd like to piggyback on what Eileen said, and I wonder if you know that the city of Truckee has actually issued a proclamation. Jared's bobbing his head. a proclamation to support the National Forest because they realize that their economy is totally dependent on the National Forest lands that surround them. Just like us, the Stanislaus National Forest is linked to our economy. We're talking Pinecrest Lake, Kennedy Meadows, all the immigrant wilderness trails. Just on Monday, I was snowshoeing up at Crabtree Trail, and there was a young man working for the Forest Service, first time seasonal. This is a seasonal who gets no benefits, just comes up for the summer season. He was actually shoveling the snow to get access to the pit toilets so we could use them at the trailhead and cleaning the restrooms. That's what they do. And this summer, we already have a high snowpack. So who's going to go out there, make sure the trails are safe for our visiting public? They have to clear the windfalls. Those are the trees that come down, check the water bars. Then you need people in the visitor centers and the offices to tell the visiting public the safety issues on the trails, where they can and cannot have campfires. If we don't have people manning these visitor centers and people out checking out in the forest, the patrol rangers, then who's going to check on illegal ground fires? And we all know what's going to happen come July, August, September. It's going to dry out. And if there's nobody checking on the fires, illegal fires, one of these fires could take off and burn the forest and perhaps threaten our homes. So the Forest Service provides all these services, plus the economic benefits to our community. These are our friends and neighbors that have grown up here, raised children, and now this administration is just bad-mouthing them. And like Eileen said, our Congressman McClintock he just wants to sell off the Forest Service. Recently, he wrote that the employees in Yosemite that are complaining about the loss of one ecologist because they're just looking at one type of frog. Well, the resource ecologists are there to actually rehab and restore Tuolumne Meadows, Ackerman Meadows, which is going to be a new place where people can go and hike in Yosemite National Park. So there's so much that these federal employees do that we just take for granted. And if we don't support them in our community, then what does that say about us? And I think we're going to rue the day that we don't support them. So I urge you to make a proclamation like the city of Truckee, supporting our local federal workers. And in the 2 seconds I'll have left, I'll mention the Bureau of Land Management and also Lake Maloney's. Those are also federal public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Ruben Shonside from Land and Structure. Recently, the Title 17 zoning ordinance went into place, and it included regulations regarding accessible dwelling units. We've started to work with a few clients on design projects for that, and have run into a bit of an issue with the height regulations that are specified in there, which limits the height to 16 feet for a detached ADU. Which when you put it on a slope property or anything like that is causing a problem. So just wanted to raise that issue and see if the board would take some further action on that with staff.
Great, thank you. And if you don't mind, we have Quincy in the back to be able to see if you can speak with her regarding potentially that. We also have a development working group which provides more detailed feedback. So if you're willing to, is Quincy here? There she is.
Yeah, we had a brief
You did
discussion
already.
with staff, and in order to take action or for the staff to do something about it,
Right.
they need some direction from the board.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll put it on the next board agenda.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Do we have any other public comment? Again, this is for any items that are not currently on the agenda today. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amarai Richards. I'm with Visit Tuolumne County. And as you know, tourism is the largest economic driver in our community and also contributes significantly to the county's general fund. It is always our goal to maximize the positive impact we have on visitation and travel and spending in Tuolumne County, as it truly benefits us all. With that, we are excited to be engaging in a new marketing program called Tourism Exchange. This is an international tour operator platform through Brand USA. Visit California has underwritten the cost for participation for our tourism businesses. Tourism Exchange can be a game changer for our small bookable businesses. A bookable business is one that accepts or requires online bookings. This can be an activity such as escape rooms, golf, wine tasting, local guide services, or vacation rentals, boutique hotels, and bed and breakfasts. This could be, If a business is without a current booking engine, Tourism Exchange has a free booking system to connect to that business. Our businesses participating gives them an opportunity for direct international bookings while leveraging the work that we at BTC are already doing in various international markets. While there is a lot to Tourism Exchange, much more than I can explain in 3 minutes, we are here today to encourage our small bookable businesses to consider this program as a means of elevating their visibility on a global scale. If you know of a business that may be a fit, please let them know about this. They do not need to be one of our partners, and more can be learned on our website at visittuolumne.com/tourism exchange, or they can give us a call at 533-4420 and to ask for me.
Great, thank you. Do we have other public comment? I do want to just remind, we do have one item under here pursuant to government code. It's 54942.2A3, which is a mouthful. During public comment, no action or discussion may be undertaken by the board on any topics that are presented. We can direct you to go talk to staff, but this is meant to be just mostly a listening session. So just to reiterate on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Irana Ross. I am a citizen of Tuolumne County and born and raised in Calaveras County. I'm here regarding the proposed wood pellet facility partnership with Golden State Natural Resources and Drax, a multinational corporation. We are facing a threat, not only to the health and well-being of our citizens with this project, but a serious threat to our economy related to our threat for health and well-being. If you have lived, like I have, in crowded cities so polluted you can't see the sun clearly during the day, you'll understand what I mean. Air quality means healthy people. An article about healthcare costs of the poor air quality in San Joaquin Valley stated that the estimated cost to society in healthcare costs, productivity losses, school absences, and opportunity costs from air pollution, adverse health effects outcome totaled $498 million in emergency department visits and $223.6 million in hospital admissions for their population in 2016. I can imagine that's only gotten worse. Good air quality equals healthy citizens. Healthy citizens are better for our economy. We have a real opportunity in this county, in this rural county, to stand up for the very things which drew so many of us here in the first place. Clean air is an opportunity to live free from the burden of pollution and the noise of urban spaces. This wood pellet plant will bring absolutely no significant benefit to any of us. It only has the possibility of bringing exactly what none of us wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? If I may, do we have, can we do a hand raise real quick of anybody that's planning to do a public comment? Just so we've got two. Okay, great. So after that, we'll close it off. Normally we do 15 minutes, so we'll have 2 more comments. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Hackler. I live on Creekside Drive out in the Bellevue Acres area. My husband and I bought that house 42 years next month, and we have lived there in a forested area. It was beautiful. You could lay down in the front yard and never see a car go by at night. It was, seeing the stars, etc. My neighbor and I, Mike Macon, who has 5 acres across the street, went to help you all vote, or your predecessors, on a little meadow that was behind his creek, on Hidden Valley Road. It was a beautiful meadow with 2 of America's largest valley oak trees on it. They call it Sullivan and Old Sullivan. You could put your whole family arm to arm around these trees. Today, this valley is a beautiful school. We built Sullivan Creek School, an attachment to Curtis Creek School, about 40 years ago. And it thrived with about 90 children. Today, I believe there's over 225 children attending, and it is a farm and garden school in which there is no busing. I have about 500 to 600 car traffics speeding by my house every day. There are children trying to walk to that school, and there are kids that know the back way to go. Everybody knew a shortcut when you were their age. I'm concerned about how much traffic is damaging Creekside Road, and then further Phoenix Lake Road across from Bellevue Road and Fern Lane and Acorn Road. I have to follow very slowly behind many cars during the 2 o'clock hour, the 8:30 hour. I waited in line for 25 cars to pull in and into the school so I could just get around one to get down here this morning. I have been wanting to come down here and talk to you all about it. I will go to the board meeting. I will go to the Curtis Creek board meetings. And yes, I'll be following up on this. But this is a real hazard in our community, and it's killing all the beautiful pine trees along the road because of the traffic. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
And I don't know, Roger, are you able to, could you give her my business card? I'd be happy to talk with you more about that.
Great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Oh, and please into the mic. Thank you.
My
For all
name
the
is
folks at
Farrell
home.
Trent Bates Sr. You all know my family. I'm homeless. The homeless has a problem. Transparency? Where's the money? Where's anything for the homeless? Is there a budget? Is there a committee? Any answers? Could you point me in that direction? That would be fantastic.
I can ask our staff to discuss with you, but the answer would be yes, if that's okay. Either Roger, if Roger can delegate somebody to maybe go over some of it. Oh, do we have Annie here?
Okay.
Yeah, if Annie could maybe step out as our Director of Health and Human Services, sir.
Yeah, we met.
Thank you.
A few other things. I've been pulled over 16 times in 30 days. I've been beat up by 2 sheriffs. Not beat up. They tried to kill me, literally. Grand jury is on them at this point. I'll put this off for next month, okay?
Great, thank you. All right, did we have, okay. We'll do one more. Did you also want to make a public comment there? Oh, you already did, that's right. Check on the line. And then we'll close public comment after this. Thank you, that just helps us be able to time some of the items as well, make sure. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Salazar. I'm a volunteer with many different organizations. I'm a member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, a member of One Pile at a Time, the Homeless Outreach Support Team, and Compassion Outreach. This is the 3rd board that I've spoken to, and I waited to say this for a long time. But I would like to remind you that you work for us. The faces of the board changes, but the politics don't. When the room is packed with people asking you to do something or to not do something, you need to listen to us, or it's obvious that you're here to advance your own agenda. So I'm asking you to please do the job that you were voted to do. After 6 months, you can be recalled, and I will personally make sure to start that petition. So please, when people ask you to do something or not do something, please listen to what we say. Otherwise, I'll make sure that next election I'll be sitting in your seat. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we will close oral communications to the board. We'll move into staff reports. Any members of the staff would like to come up? Okay, can I get a staff hand raise on how many folks have a report? All right, there we go. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members, members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director, and I wanted to just make you and the citizens aware of a pilot project we're starting in a couple of months here called the Citizens Planning Academy. The goal of this effort is to empower community members with the knowledge, tools, and skills needed to actively engage in local planning and decision-making processes, with the hope of fostering a more informed and involved citizenry. We're going to be leading these sessions twice a month in the evening over in the ANF building. There are handouts and applications on the back table. Some of the topics that we're hoping to cover are the general plan and the zoning code, the California Environmental Quality Act, infrastructure planning, agricultural and cultural resources, housing laws, community partnerships. And we also plan to bring in a developer from outside of our area to also kind of give us a developer's perspective on the process that they go through on the other side of the table. So it's going to be an interactive format, lots of learning, lots of discussion. People can contact me if they have any questions, 533-5633. We've already got about 10 applications in, and so we're hoping to fill about 10 more spots. And we're going to be kicking it off on April 23rd. So thank you all for your time and have a wonderful day.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, I don't think there were any other staff reports. Okay, so we'll close that and move into the consent calendar. And first ask, I believe, recommended it was items 5 and 6 being pulled, correct? Do we have any other items that we would like to pull? Okay, so with that, if the clerk can read the consent calendar minus items 5 and 6.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the March 04, 2025 meeting. Item number 2, approving the appointment of Karen Willenberg and Eric Smith to the Historic Preservation Review Commission with terms set to expire on December 31, 2029. Item number 3, adopting Resolution 16-25, approving the receipt of grant funding from the Off-Highway Vehicle Grant through the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation, authorizing the sheriff to submit all application documents and authorizing the county administrator to sign all future related documents. Item number 4, awarding a contract in the amount of $596,721 to the United Pavement Maintenance, Inc. to perform the work as shown in the plan specification and bid book for contract number 1657, Monoway Operational and Safety Project, and authorizing the chair to sign, included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Item number 7, approving the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1627, Lime Kiln Road over Curtis Creek Bridge Replacement Project, contained in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget, and issuing a call for bids to be due on April 18th, 2025 at 2:00 p.m. Item number 8, approving an order form amendment to the OpenGov Procurement Software Services Agreement, adding a 3-year tax and revenue software service and increasing the compensation by an amount not to exceed $111,694, included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Item number 9, adopting Resolution 19-25, rescinding Resolutions 329-90 and 120-02, dissolving the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging, directing the transfer of $10,148 from the county to the Sonora Area Foundation, declaring the funding will be used for a public benefit and therefore is not a gift of public funds, and approving an updated 2025 Local Governing Bodies Handbook. Item number 10, approving an updated 2025 County of Tuolumne Board of Supervisors meeting calendar.
Okay, wonderful. Open it up to any comments by the board. All right, seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment on those items. Again, this is every item on the consent calendar except for items 5 and 6. Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Kathy.
Good. My name is Kathy Peacock, and I'm here representing the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging. The Committee on Aging has served this community for many years in various events, actions, and legal issues affecting primarily our seniors, representation at other senior-related meetings, committees, and services. This has not been a loud committee, but it has been a reliable, integrated, and a sharing committee which is open to the public. However, in the past year, the committee has been stymied by the restrictions of the Brown Act and the restructuring of the Board of Supervisors, in which many committees were not commissions anymore, but rather committees. This has broken down and reduced efforts on our mission and goals accomplishments. The Brown Act, we think, may be a wonderful tool for some groups, but just not for the COA. Therefore, at our general meeting on March 10th, the direction of the COA, Committee on Aging, was discussed. After the pros, cons, and lengthy discussions and vetting some of the nebulous aspects, we concluded it would serve the county better to dissolve this committee as it is now and restructure it to reflect more committee engagement and meet the mission and intent as it was in the original format. Mr. Griefer added a number of aspects, suggestions, directions, and encouragement if this is our desire. All the members agreed. Mr. Griefer stated he will bring this to the board today. So here we are. At this time, we thank the Board of Supervisors members and staff who have taken the time to attend our meetings, support our structure and advisement. We have enjoyed participating in community informational events, and we have learned from reviewing pending legislation a lot. And most of all, we have appreciated the interactions with our senior-related entities, but especially from the wisdom, the humor, and the experiences and open concerns our seniors have shared. So we will have announcements in the media shortly about forming a citizens advisory committee, if you will, and proceed on with the senior items and concerns and share it with the Board of Supervisors on a regular basis. So, but at this time, we also would like to ask Mark Fisher to please come forward.
Well, it's real
Just
quick.
for
This
once.
is a little unusual for a public comment item, but we'll go forward.
Thank you. So, Mark, you have endured our angst and our whining and our complaining. You've advised us, you kept us on track, and you have done it nicely and firmly, but you've kept us going to this point. And so we, as a committee, would like to thank you very much for taking this all on. And it's with great gratitude, appreciation, tenacity, and keeping this committee on the right road through the good, the bad, and yes, the ugly. We loudly applaud you. We wish you well in your new endeavors and know wherever you land, they too will look to you for guidance and advisement. So thank you very much, Mark. We have appreciated you and enjoyed you, even though there's moments that didn't feel like it. So,
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Great.
She makes it sound like it was so mean, and it was nothing like that at all.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do we have any other public comment on these items? Again, consent calendar minus items 5 and 6. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Before we make a motion, Kathy, thank you for what you do. I'm sorry that we got in there and muddied it up for you a few years ago, and I'm glad we can fix it. And we always love to hear what you have to say. So with that being said, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. We'll be going into items 5 and 6. I wanted to, before the clerk reads those items, often we would have multiple commendations that would be on an agenda as a main item. In the interest of trying to speed up board meetings, which was something presented, I think, as the board to make it a little more efficient for the public and everybody up here and our staff. Many of these have been put onto the consent calendar with the direction to have potentially a recognition that would be offsite with one board member. So that's why we've been having one proclamation and one commendation on here. So only to explain the agendizing. If the clerk will read item 5.
Item number 5, adopting resolution 17-25, proclaiming March 16th through March 22nd, 2025 is National Surveyors Week in Tuolumne County.
All right.
Okay, so I pulled both these items, 5 and 6. 6 will come up as well. Not that I have a problem with surveyors. They keep the line straight, keep us where we're supposed to be. They do good work. But it was more just about us doing proclamations. And so after our last meeting, I went back and read our policies about proclamations and kind of what the intent of it was. And it seems like our intents have kind of gotten skewed or offline. And so I don't think we should be doing proclamations all the time. That's just my opinion. And so I think it's something we should bring up at our upcoming workshop in April and have a discussion about it, because we could spend all day bringing proclamations. I could bring 12 a day or 12 a meeting, and we'd get off track and cause nothing but heartache. And so I think we need to refocus what they're for and stick to a strong guideline so it doesn't cause division and problems. And you guys know what has happened after that meeting with people sneaking into our boardroom and putting things on the signs in the office in here, stickers and stuff like that. And so it's disappointing. I commend all the people that came and talked. They took their time, they spoke how they felt, and they weren't sneaky about coming in here and doing vandalism. So anyways, that is why I brought those up. Not that I have a problem with the surveyors or the social workers. They do great work, but for us to have a discussion and get that on the agenda to rediscuss later. So
Okay.
that's it.
With that, would it be friendly to basically have 5 and 6? We could consider them together. It sounds like that's probably the same point. There wasn't another discussion item on it.
Same point.
Okay. So with that, can we read item 6 and have them both considered at the same time? Council, am I going to go to jail? No? Good. All right.
Item number 6, adopting resolution 18-25, proclaiming March 2025 as National Social Worker Month in Tuolumne County.
Wonderful. All right, so we will be considering items 5 and 6 together for discussion, public comment, and for voting, just to clarify on that. All right, do we have any board questions or comments? Okay, with that, open it up to public comment on those 2 items. If any member of the public would like to speak, please step up. You'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right. Oh, wait. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Brandon and members of the board, and thank you, Mike Holland, for making those comments. Well received. I did prepare a speech to talk about the Social Worker Appreciation Month. So I am honored to recognize and celebrate the invaluable contribution of social workers in Tuolumne County. Their dedication and hard work has made a profound impact to the community members of those who we serve. This year's theme is Social Work Compassion plus Action. At the core of social work is compassion. An unwavering commitment within each social worker helps others thrive. But compassion alone isn't enough. It requires action. And those actions includes working closely with the families, community members to create a plan, making countless phone calls to community resources to connect the family with services, and building relationships to turn challenges into opportunities. As we celebrate Social Worker Month, I want to recognize the unwavering commitment, time, and energy that each social worker in Tuolumne County, every day that they come to work, they are making a meaningful difference in the residents that lives in this community that we serve them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any other public comment on these items? No? All right, close public comment and bring it back to the board.
So
if I'm taking the comment was it sounded like we'll be able to discuss this at the workshop. Oh, please silence your cell phones. No worries. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to move that we approve items 5 and 6, and just to say that I think everybody on the board is extremely appreciative of the work that our social workers do. It's one of the hardest jobs that there is, and we depend on the dedication and the personal stake that our social workers take into the work that they do, and it's very clear. And I don't want to know what our community would be like if we didn't have social workers out there kind of catching the people that fall through the cracks and making sure that small problems that families experience don't become big problems. And then surveyors, I've gone out in the field with surveyors enough to know that that's not a job I would ever want to do, traipsing through poison oak and whatnot, and they're some of the smartest, most knowledgeable people about our county and its geography that I've ever met are all surveyors. So it's an extremely rare and valuable skill that surveyors have, and so I think it's appropriate that we do highlight this element for them. So with those two items, I'd move that we approve items 5 and 6.
All right. We have a motion for 5 and 6 to approve by Supervisor Campbell. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I agree with what Ryan says.
All right. We have a second from Supervisor Holland. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right. It passes unanimously. And again, just to reiterate, while we have all the staff who are here as well, in these recognitions, the hope is that there will be off-site type with the teams, with the recognition to be able to happen. So please coordinate with a member of the board and being able to work with that if you so choose to have an event. All right. With that, we are going to be moving into, we have proclamations, commendations, item 11, if the clerk will read, and then we'll go to the board request.
Item number 11, consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Gary Whitson for his years of service to CAL FIRE in Tuolumne County upon his retirement.
Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Brandon, members of the board, county staff. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to formally recognize Unit Forester Gary Whitson for his contributions to Tuolumne County as he nears retirement at the end of the month. Gary has been a strong member of the TCU team in supporting fuels reduction projects, vegetation management, forest practice enforcement, defensible space inspections, and CAL FIRE law enforcement in Tuolumne County. Gary, as he leaves, is leaving a 41 years of participating in forestry, as is written in the packet that you received, going all the way back to 1984. And Gary, I won't say where I was in 1984, but
we were all thinking it.
Are we letting them hide in the audience too? You want to come on up?
It's part of the process. Right?
We got him here. Let's just let him sit for a little bit. We don't
Okay.
So to really explain what the unit forester does, it's a really complex position, but essentially the coordination with stakeholders and cooperators in accomplishing fuel reduction projects, vegetation management projects, grant approvals. Really, Gary is the conduit to all those entities, which would include our fire safe councils, our county OES and administration, other entities like 2Care. And in addition to that, he served not only in that position, but also as a resident in Tuolumne County, really embracing the public service aspect of his position. Gary often is the first one at work and the last one to leave, and anything that he's assigned has never been met with opposition, but with an attitude of how do we get it accomplished. And it's been refreshing and quite humbling to have someone like Gary as part of our team. Gary's work is one that builds off of the people that hold that position before them, much in public service, but as he retires after 41 years, the footprint that he's left and the work he's accomplished will still be there. Most notably, in the time as unit forester, Gary has been a part of over 64 projects in Tuolumne County, including grants, vegetation management, and fuels reduction. Quite a significant number, quite an accomplishment, and that's only one portion of that 41-year career. Of note, those projects provide defensible areas of fuel reduction from a multi-directional threat along the 120 corridor that goes almost from Don Pedro with a few more pieces to establish all the way up to the forest boundary. And then in addition to that, along the 120 or the 108 corridor, specifically with Turnback Creek, southwest of Tuolumne, the Sierra Village, where it transfers into the forest until Pinecrest. Pretty significant. Those projects serve as our ability to have better success in fire suppression should we have an incident. And those projects would not have been accomplished had we not had Gary in that position. When you look at Gary's history going back to 1984 and a Bachelor of Science degree in forestry from Humboldt State, he went into the private industry, which really provided his ability to understand when it comes to forest practice and working with our local timber companies, as it wasn't just theoretical for Gary, it was actual practical application. Gary took on every assignment with the ability to have the most professional interactions with folks, even when conversations were uncomfortable, and to provide the best service to Tuolumne County. And so I appreciate your consideration acknowledging him today for all of his service. And I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly thank Gary's wife, Robin. Without her sacrifice and support in Gary's endeavors in his career, we would not have had the impacts that he had during his time. So thank you.
All right, now get him up. Now you got to get up. You can't hide.
Gary, thank you. Gary, would you like to say a few words?
Clearly not.
The answer might be no, but
Clearly
sorry,
not.
Gary, we'd like you to say a few words.
I mean, we caught him speechless. This is such a rare event.
I've been very blessed with the career that I've had. And for the last 11 years in TCU, you couldn't work with a better group. They've embarrassed me a little bit by a lot of them being here today, but I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I'll kindly remind everybody, too, that this is consideration of approving, so, you know. So with that, we'll bring it back to the board for any comments or questions, and we'll open it up for public comment. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, Gary, I've worked with you a little bit on Natural Resources Committee, and you just come across as a super humble, quiet, just a gentleman. So I'm going to miss you in those committees, but I wish you all the best, and you got a room full of people who obviously love you, so I wish you the best, buddy.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, and Gary, I mean, we worked together on a lot of different projects over the years, and I've grown to have a tremendous amount of respect for your knowledge and your expertise. I don't think there's anybody that has more knowledge. I mean, anybody that I would say could be even close is in this room right now. But it's not an accident that Tuolumne County has become kind of this leader in forest management and a nexus between public lands and the county and private lands, and you're a big reason why. I mean, if I was to describe kind of the way I see you is like you're part firefighter, you're part scientist and part historian, and like all these really sophisticated skills that you have, and I just really appreciated working with you and learning from you and getting guidance from you. And I'm very grateful that we've had you in our corner all these years, because there have been a lot of really positive things that have happened in Tuolumne County because of you. So thank you.
Supervisor Griefer?
We're just going to go right down the line.
Mike.
Sorry. So I've only been working with you since January, but I've kind of been in the same orbit as you on different projects, through whether it's through the Highway Patrol and some of the work that has been done on the road, brushing up on the 120, or it's been within PML, or not even done Don Pedro. So although I haven't worked with you a lot, I've known of you, and you're leaving a great legacy. And like Ryan said, you're kind of the ninja of the Forest Service, doing all the things that you've done. So congratulations, and enjoy your much-deserved retirement.
Supervisor Holland?
I think everything's pretty much been said, but thank you for your service, and congratulations on reaching your parole date. You're finally free.
Great. And I agree completely with my colleagues. Gary, thank you so much for a great career keeping us safe. And as Supervisor Campbell said, it's not by accident. You do the hard work, you and your colleagues on Tuolumne Calaveras Unit, and so many more. So thank you for that. With that, we'll open it up for any public comment. Any members of the public like to come up speak for 3 minutes. We'll also, come up.
Hi.
Good morning.
Chuck Sloan. I'm one of the directors of the Fire Safe Council. Working with Gary has been kind of interesting. I've never heard anyone say so much with so few words.
All right, and do we have other public comment?
Gary, just want to say congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for everything you've done in our partnership with the Forest Service, but also, you know, we talk a lot about an all lands approach. And of course, in Tuolumne County, we have so much public land, but then we have this crucial state lands. And so much of what we do is trying to merge the two. You know, Chief Cashy talked a lot about the fuel breaks that Gary has been instrumental in. And so he's been a critical partner on the stuff that we've done on the forest, on the public land side, really connecting those two. He has been crucial. And such a great, just like team player partner to help us get our work done. And so I just want to thank you for everything you've done for the county, and yeah, we're going to miss you.
And do we have any other public comment? And I'll let folks know we are going to go to the board request, which should be relatively quick. I generally take a little break at 10, and so there will be a moment to further continue embarrassing Gary in the hallway and wall flow. So, Dory?
Yes, good morning. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Service. Also want to congratulate Gary, well-deserved, and the work that we all do in reducing risk. Gary has been huge in that, making sure that we partner and we look strategically at the work that we're going to do in the future, and he definitely has made a mark, and he will be missed. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further public comment with that, we will close public comment on that item and bring it back to the board for a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we approve the certificate of recognition for Gary Whitson for his years of service to CAL FIRE in Tuolumne County upon his retirement.
And I'll second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstaining? All right, it passes unanimously. Gary, congratulations. And we're going to have, hold for 1 sec. We're going to have, as the old guy on the board, we're going to have Supervisor Vice Chair Campbell, who's worked as staff
Not
and
the
as a
oldest
board
person on the board.
7 years and elected. Be able to, seniority old. Yeah, there we go.
You called me the oldest, though.
Be able to present the certificate, and then we'll do a round of applause if that's okay.
All right. Yep, sounds good.
All right. And Roger, as county dad, are you getting photos? Yeah, you got to get photos. Yep. So directed. All right. And one final congratulations, everybody. Right. All right, with that, we're going to move quickly into the board request item number 18. If the clerk can read that item, then we'll take a brief little bio break, roughly around 10 or 10:05 for about 5 minutes, and then we will go into our 10 a.m. hearing. Board clerk will read item 18.
Item number 18, request for board review of priorities and legislative platform as they relate to homelessness. Kirk and Griefer.
All right, and Supervisor Kirk, I believe you're taking lead on this?
Sure. And thank you for bumping it up, Supervisor Brandon. We have a 10 a.m. appointment for CDBG program, and one of the items included homelessness, so I wanted to bump my item up to just start the conversation. Basically, if you read, so just so the public knows, we're not going to have a long, drawn-out conversation or direction today about homelessness. What this item is I'm bringing this before the board, asking the board at a future agenda, perhaps the next or the one after, I would like to have a more in-depth conversation specifically about homelessness. Our prior board, we made some decisions to go after some housing, some grant monies to provide for some of the housing needs, whether it was with those who were potentially drug addicted or for veterans, some transitional housing. During the process, I thought we were going maybe a little too far, so we got the homeless dashboard involved, so we were able to pair numbers with the dashboard with the amount of housing, and our board came to some great agreements, and we purchased what we purchased. The problem right now, though, is we were told that X amount of money would provide X amount of housing for the homeless population. What I'm understanding now is X amount of money is not going to be enough for X amount of housing moving forward. So what I want to do is have that conversation sooner than later. I think it could potentially hit us in the long run, potentially start drawing on county funds. So I want to get ahead of it. I want to have those conversations soon. I'm not trying to break the whole thing down, but we need to make it work financially, and we need to know where we're at pretty quick. So that's what this request is. I'm looking for support to bring this item. Supervisor, my friend right here, Campbell, thank you. I'm getting old. He did bring up yesterday. I didn't do a very good job. I brought up the legislative platform. I'm not looking to change that right now. That's going to be a longer conversation at a later date. I was simply calling out where it is in our policy and where it is in our platform. It is on our past board. It was a hot topic. Not saying that it's not going to be a hot topic for this board, but that's why both of those were called out in the memo. So my request is, can we have that conversation sooner than later, figure out where we are financially, and because that's going to also dictate how we make decisions with this 10 a.m. appointment coming up as well. So that's my request.
And if I may ask staff on that too, so one of the things with board requests is explanation of why this needs to happen outside of a normal process. We haven't yet had the chance to have a legislative platform meeting or the priorities review. I know that's one of the discussions we've had at the workshop. When those two items will be coming up, referenced here in the policy, is that coming up in the near future to discuss both of those?
Yeah, right now, we don't have a date for that. The workshop that we're planning in April is going to be more addressing the future budget issues, process improvements, and just collaboration throughout the county and consolidations and stuff like that.
Okay.
So we will set a date, but we just haven't had the bandwidth to put that forward.
Okay. And then if I can ask another kind of technical question on this too. There's a number of capital projects within this, a number of funding streams, and obviously somewhat of a changing environment. And I haven't heard the same things, but it sounds like there's some projections you may have that are showing that, something had fallen through. I wanted to ask what the time commitment would be needed from staff to basically pull this together, since if it's only reviewing the policy and the ledge platform, those lines, that's not very much, right? That's pretty easy. If we're reviewing all those projects, and which stage, is that going to be something we can accommodate with our current capacity?
Yeah, and I just spoke to Annie shortly this morning, so we haven't put together a plan, but the plan is to come back in April. We will either be here on the 8th or we'll be at the workshop discussing all the homeless efforts that we have going on in the county today.
Okay. So with that, maybe bringing it back, Supervisor Griefer.
Could I make a suggestion?
Can I have Supervisor Griefer speak, and then we'll go right to you?
Yep.
Thank you. So I co-authored this with Supervisor Kirk. My concern is that we have a lot of liability ahead of us. We're obviously struggling to make our budget cuts and things like that. What I don't want to do is continue to spend money on buildings that we're not going to get open on time, and that's been confirmed. We will not be able to hit our target dates, which means we would have to give that money back. So I would rather stop spending on the buildings, reduce any additional liability. So in the event that we do have to pay back the state the $6 million, that we have a game plan in place. That was my portion of this. So I'm not really concerned about the homeless policies and procedures. You guys have that already in place. My concern is that we're committed to these buildings, that if we can't meet our obligations to the state, that we're going to have to pay a lot more down the road.
Supervisor Campbell.
So what I was going to suggest is, and we had talked about this yesterday, Supervisor Kirk and I, and my concern when I read this was that we're going to not do anything for the homeless in the county, that we're going to, stop providing any kind of services that we already are, that are reimbursed. And in talking with you, I understood that that's not where you're coming at. What it sounds like to me, you're looking for is an update on capital projects related to homelessness. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
and that will in effect probably change some of our policy on homelessness moving
Because
forward.
I think it's important that we all have the same information before we start making decisions, because it sounds like you're hearing something that I'm not hearing. And so I was going to make that recommendation that we just, and to me, that seems really appropriate. You know, you guys are new on the board. We've gone down this road with these different capital project investments on different sources of funding. I think it's entirely appropriate that we have an update on, okay, we spent this amount of money on this project, we spent this on this project, we have this amount of money coming in 2 years for this other project, just an all across the board overview of the capital projects related to homelessness. Does that sound?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the whole thing
No.
was to start that discussion so we
Yeah.
can get it on the agenda, so we
Right.
can look at each project as is. And if we're not going to hit our benchmarks, then this board needs to take the
Yeah.
actions to prevent any additional funding
And
liability.
just as a reminder, normally we only have 5 minutes, very limited discussion, up or down on whether we agendize something. So we're trying to figure out what we would agendize and then go to a vote, not to make the decision really today.
So, and then my next question would be to Roger, how long do you feel it would take to prepare something like that?
So my understanding is that we want to have a presentation with an update of all the projects we have going on with homelessness, both capital and just some of the operational things that are happening today.
So it'd be Navigation Center, Hotel, Columbia Way.
Yep. The Camp Justice, everything we have going on related to homelessness. And I will tell you, you asked about a time frame. We will come back in April, whether it's on the 8th or on the 22nd, one of those 2 days.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, be very clear specifically, Griefer and I are very interested in the capital side of it.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I may, on kind of refining that the motion would be to basically recommend that we do place this on an agenda in the near future, according to, I think, what Acting CAO Root said, maybe not as specific as that meeting, but around that time in April, correct?
I think what I'm looking for is the real nuts and bolts, right? So what is the legal ramifications if we can't make our deadlines? What's the, financial impact if we can't make our deadlines? So that would be what I would be looking for.
Sure. I have no issue with that. Only want to request, puts me in a hard spot when we have a board request and we're asking for things that aren't written in there. So in the future, if there's ability to have the capital specific, because I know that's a focus and I agree, that's a good presentation, that would be helpful. But I agree with Supervisor Campbell about any assertions we need to be making need to be on a shared data presented at a board meeting. So I'm in support of it. I'll be looking for, we have to do a public comment on this. All right, so with that, we will open up public comment on this item. If there's any members of the public who'd like to speak, please step up. Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will close. Oh, was there somebody? There we go.
I did a public service, public records request for the homeless service spending and the real estate documents. So far, I've been looking it over. I'm obviously not an accountant, but I have a lot of questions. I feel that needs to be reviewed in this also, how the money has actually been spent. One of the main questions I have is there is an expenditure for $500,000 and $427,000, both out of the opiate settlement money, and they're both expended on the same invoice number. So I have a question about that. Did it come out twice, and was both of those amounts spent? Also, if the opiate money was used for the Navigation Center, it says that it must then house people who are in opiate addiction recovery. But in the paperwork, it says that it may, and I believe that's a requirement. So I think those things also need to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close this. Look for a motion. Again, this would be to, I believe, agendize a basically full breakdown of homeless capital projects and funding and whatnot, correct? It's sometime in the April timeline. So looking for that motion.
And a second.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Griefer, a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. All right, it's 10:05. We'll reconvene back at, let's do 10:12 for the first 10 a.m. appointment. Apologies for the slight delay, but we're pretty on track for what we're doing. So we'll reconvene at 10:12. Real quick, there we go. All right, everybody. So we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 10:13. Again, just in case you didn't get a chance to see the agenda or pick up a thing, we have 3 10 a.m. appointments. The first 2 we expect to probably be relatively quick. Can I get a hand raise real quick who may be here for item 1? This is regarding the Community Development Block Grant. Okay, and for item 2 regarding the General Plan Amendment, Dan Becker? All right, and then item 3, which would be the Valleydale. Most, okay, great. So we'll probably be able to go through items 1 and 2 relatively quick and then move on to item 3. So with that, can the clerk read our first 10 a.m. appointment?
10 a.m. 1, public hearing, review, and provide direction of potential projects for 2025 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, NOFA, and the CDBG Program Income, PI, Program Use, 5 to 20 minutes.
Great, okay. And Mo.
Oh, sure. Hi, Mo Frank, General Services Agency Director.
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's, thank you. And look, you even printed the whole thing up too, and it just got shuffled into the papers. I'm banging the gavel. I'm opening the public meeting.
Great. Thank you, Supervisors. My name again is Maureen Frank. I'm the General Services Agency Director. And with me today is Lori Adams from Adams Ashby Group. She is our CDBG consultant. Before you today is we wanted to provide both the board and the community an overview of the anticipated 2025 CDBG Notice of Funding Availability, or what's called a NOFA. In today's discussion, there are some items, and we apologize ahead of time. They're a little dry, but we're required to talk about them for the grant application. But what we really want to do is go over the application itself, talk about the funding, see and reaffirm some of the projects that in the past we have been looking at for them, talk about some new either programs and services that your board might want to amend into this grant if we go forward with it, and then also talking about the program income grant application before you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lori to talk about some of the specifics.
Thank you, Maureen. Lori Adams, Adams Ashby Group. It's a pleasure to be here in front of the board once again. This is an annual event, I think, that we participate in, as the CDBG funding is available annually to the county, as well as program income, which, just to provide a description of what that is, program income is funds that are received back from previous loans that were made to support the community. In this instance, it was economic development projects that have enhanced the community. When those funds are paid back, the county then can take those funds and put them back out into the community for eligible activities under the CDBG program. So it's a revolving fund in a sense, and the county then gets to determine what those uses are. And prep for the application, there's a few things that I do have to say. One, if you are going to be speaking, we do have a sign-in sheet. We do ask that you please sign in related to that. In addition to that, as a part of the HUD program, which is where CDBG is allocated from congressionally, the Furthering Fair Housing is a component of that program, and so back on the table you will find fair housing information available. So if you are interested in or need those services related to fair housing, there are some items back there for you to review, as well as the presentation that we're going to be discussing today is in a format that you can take and read at another time. In addition to that, we are required to advise the community that the county does have a local housing element, and that is available to the public through the planning agency, or also there is a website provided in the document in the back that gives you a link to that, as it is available online. The next item that I need to make sure I cover is related to anti-displacement and relocation. If you were to select a project that invoked those titles or requirements, that the county does have a plan in place to deal with that, and it is up to date. And also just to hit on that fair housing component in that packet, there is a access to an agency that can assist you with fair housing questions. So with that out of the way, let me get into the nuts and bolts of the CDBG program. So as Maureen had said, we are speaking about the NOFA that is coming up this year. We are anticipating that to be released sometime in the summer, so June, July-ish. And then we also have our program income funding that we're going to need some direction on. There are quite a few rules related to CDBG, and I think I got that limitation on time limit that I need to be aware of, so I'm going to try to run through these pretty quickly. We have what's called over-the-counter projects. Those are your large-scale infrastructure public facilities. We have competitive projects, which are housing services, public services, and planning grants. And then we have combinations of how those can make applications. There are funding limits through the NOFA. Those funding limits are based on $3.6 million total, and that can be split up into $3.3 million maximum for projects, and then you have an additional $300,000 that can be put into public services, or you can apply for less than $3.3 million for a project, and then you can go up to $600,000 for your service component. So there is a pretty healthy amount of money that's available every year. In the past, with the previous board, we had selected projects that we were going to be moving forward, and those were as follows. The Columbia Fire Station, and then the last application we were making included the food bank as well as a transportation program. That was not able to go in, so we weren't able to move forward with that application, so we're coming to the board to see if that's the status that you want to continue with, or if you have other direction. And then for our program income allocation, we also want to backfill some gap financing with our fire station. We're asking for direction to consider a Groveland Community Resource Center shade structure to further enhance that project and location. We're looking for potential support for a transitional housing project, which is your Highway 108 project, which you may want to discuss further based on your last comment. And then we have a potential economic development program in the Groveland Business District, which would utilize then that revolving process that we had spoke about earlier. So those are the projects that we would like to consider for this program. In your handout that I did provide you, we do have that on your desk, and it actually provides an outline of all of the eligible activities that are available through the CDBG program. As you will see as you read through these, it is very broad, and I think that every district could find a way to use this fund. I like to call it CDBG Gold because they do give you a wide breadth of areas that you can use to enhance your community. The only limit that we have that you do need to be mindful of is that you must use these funds to benefit low to moderate income individuals within the county. And depending on the type of activity that you're considering, you have to look at the area. If it's going to have an area impact, then the area needs to qualify for that. If it's an individual program, like a food bank, a Meals on Wheels, a transportation program, then the individual is the one who needs to comply with that low to moderate income definition. So that's where it gets a little tricky. So for example, the Columbia Fire Station, with the 2020 census released, they are now not area eligible. So we are in the middle of doing an income survey to ensure that they still are eligible. We believe that they are still eligible. It's just the census data made that area outline for that census tract much larger than it was previously. So now it has shifted the numbers when the actual service area that we are looking at is likely eligible. So now we do a survey for just that mapped area in order to ensure it still complies. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Maureen. She'll fill in any gaps that I've left and then take any questions.
That's basically our presentation. As we said, as Lori said, I guess let's take it in two components if we can. Is the board interested in applying for the 2025 CDBG application? If so, then staff would like to know what projects that we have. We're also, as part of a requirement for this grant, not only did we have to go through the slides that we did in the beginning, but we do have 3 public meetings coming up. They are real quickly tonight at the Tuolumne CRC Conference Center, conference room, and that is at 5:30 to 7. Then Groveland CRC, again at the conference room there on March 19th from 5:30 to 7. And then the third one's going to be Church of the 49ers in Columbia, and that's on Thursday, the 20th, from 5:30 to 7. And what we're doing is going out and reaching out to the community to see what we need to hear from the public, what their concerns are, where do they want to go in the future, and what kind of programs and services would they be looking at if we were to apply for future CDBG grant funds.
And that is a public participation requirement of the state, so we are meeting their requirement with that outreach that we're doing. And then that information then we would put into a memo and get it back to the board to see what the community reported to us at those meetings.
All right, and thank you for the presentation and for bringing this forward. I had a question to council as well. We've got on here for any ex parte communications. I know we've got for other hearings, more private matters. I want to see if we need to disclose anything related to CDBG.
I don't think so for this. That's more for the other
Figured,
items.
okay. Great, thank you. All right, so how this will proceed, I believe that was the applicant presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Or are we, because we're the applicant?
Correct.
Yeah, great. So we'll go into questions of the board, then public comment, and then any follow-up questions or clarifications and discussion will be afterwards. So we're first going to go just for questions from the board. This is not for comment period. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question regarding the Columbia Fire Station. So there was a presentation by my colleague last week, or last meeting, which clearly that building just needs to continue to be used for the sheriff's training. If we wanted to deviate from a plan to replace that building, would we have to draft a plan to put in a new building there and then go after those funds to build that?
At a later date, yes, because the previous board, I started on this project about 2.5 years ago. In order to be able to come to in front of the board to look at the 2025 grant application, it takes that long to be able to put the required documents together for the grant application. So for example, the HCD needs shovel-ready plans and specifications. They need to be approved and the building permit pulled, which I've done. We also need to do NEPA as far as the environmental review, and that took about 7-8 months to do. So it takes a while to get these applications ready to go. So if your board decided that they didn't want to do the fire station in place that was designed and do something different, we could do it at a future grant application, but it can't be for the 2025. We just don't have enough time to prepare it.
Okay, so what you've prepared now is with the intent that we would do the plans and then get the money and then fix that building up.
That's correct.
If it were to go all the way through.
Right.
Right, so if we wanted to say we don't want to do that and put in a new building on that location, then that would kill this project for this year.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Second question is the shade at the Groveland Community Center. Was that community driven? Because I didn't know where that was going to go. Or
it was community. So the items on here are items that Lori and I are recommending to you are items that the board has previously weighed into indirectly. So for example, a year ago, Eric Aiken and I applied for an extreme heat grant in which the board approved, and that grant was to put up shade structure and a playground at the Groveland CRC. We didn't receive that grant, so there's an opportunity to bring it forward again.
So would this be a shade and the playground or just the shade?
Just the shade structure.
Okay, all right. And then kind of for my own education process, how long do these funds remain available? So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Supervisor,
You-
I
you knew
apologize.
where I was going with this.
Yes, I did. Sorry about that. So upon the grant application gets submitted, it usually takes 3 or 4 months for HCD to review, rank, and get out the notices. And then it takes another 2 or 3 months for the state to get you, we hope, cross your fingers, a contract. Once you get that contract, you have 2 years in order to complete the project or provide the number of services if it's a program type of grant that you're going after. Or if you're going after a planning grant, the study or whatever you're trying to do needs to be completed within the 2-year period.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have other board questions? Supervisor Kirk?
The transition housing on the 108, is that the Miners Hotel?
Yes, it is,
Well, no,
Supervisor.
Just wanted to confirm.
And again, these are only recommendations. If your board wishes to reallocate or do something different with the money, it's up to your board.
But it sounds like we can't because we're out of time.
Well, let me clarify just really quick, sorry. So the program income funds are in-house, so we can allocate those.
How much money is in the program?
So currently, you have approximately, probably close to 600,000 in that fund.
Okay.
The important part with that is we have to get those PI applications in prior to the next NOFA round.
Okay.
Otherwise, they'll require you to put all of that money into the next project. So we want you to have a little bit more flexibility and be able to spread those funds out throughout your community rather than just one project.
So real quickly, just to add on to what Lori said, roughly we get about $20,000 a month for PI. The other thing that you need to know is we've been lucky so far. We've been able to put off, if you will, HCD from coming in and taking the money. If we don't allocate this money, they have every right to come in and take it.
We call it a sweep.
A sweep. So they would just take our money back because they don't like money sitting in the county or city or special districts coffers.
Okay. This is a question I think more for Roger. Roger, with the cuts that we've made, obviously we know Mo's not going to be with us much longer. And who would take these up moving forward if the board approves things to continue?
Well, the items that are on this list would have to be taken by the CEO's office.
Okay.
So,
My last question, and sorry, I wrote it down, but maybe I didn't review it. Could you give me a quick summary on the economic development in Groveland, the $100,000 that's been set aside for? What,
Yeah, that's
like a 20-second summary?
Sure. What I wanted to do is pick up on, in this recommendation, some of the ideas and some of the concepts that Robbie Bergstrom had in regards to looking at economic development in different corridors. And the Groveland corridor was just kind of ripe with everything going on with some of the resorts coming in, some of the other activities, the restoration of the Groveland Community Hall. That's why we're recommending that one. And it's a combination of either, with economic development, 2 items. We can do a facade program, which is working with businesses to help revitalize their buildings, even if they're renting or owning, it doesn't matter. And what we would do is go in and work with them and work with an architect to then, put in new doors and windows, new siding in the front, painting the buildings, if they need a new awning, things like that.
I got it.
And then, right, no, and then I'll switch.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh.
I just want a quick, I get what it's for.
Okay, that's one component of it.
Okay.
The other one is a business revolving loan program. We used to have it years ago. It's something that staff has wanted to be bringing back for a long time. We have finally found someone who would do the underwriting for it. And so this would be looking at those businesses and seeing if they want to expand or they wanted to do, need some new equipment, make some improvements. We could do those kinds of things. And again, that money would then revolve.
I did have just a few more that came to mind while you were talking.
Sure.
I'm not going to get into the details, but there's some things I would like to do up at Pinecrest, but I'm assuming because of the economics in Pinecrest, that wouldn't float. Okay. Same thing with downtown Twin Heart. They've been,
No.
people almost been hit by cars if I wanted to put sidewalks in downtown Twin Heart.
Yeah.
Economically, it's not viable because of the Low income.
yeah,
Okay.
right.
Tuolumne City, downtown Twin Heart, or
we do
downtown
ADA?
Tuolumne Township, that would qualify, I assume?
I'm sorry, there is, even in Twin Heart, you could, okay. So, one correction to that, if we were doing ADA improvements, because that would benefit the disabled,
So sidewalks in
community,
downtown Twin Heart
we
would
could
be
probably
ADA?
do, yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
You're welcome.
All right. Supervisor Campbell, and then Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, I did have one question, but Supervisor Kirk's line of questioning kind of brought up another thing. So we've talked multiple times about Salisburyville and a proposed sidewalks and streets improvements project there. What you've told me is that area is not, doesn't qualify under the economic wing of it, but I don't know if there's any way to look at that or find some kind of adjustment, because, just anybody knows that Salisburyville is an economically depressed area. So I don't know how that's calculated by the census
Yeah,
tract.
well, no,
But,
wouldn't be
or if
along
there's
that.
just one resident there who's, won the lottery or something, that's throwing off the ratio there. But that's an area that desperately needs help. And I don't believe we've had a CDBG project in my district ever. So, that, to me, that would be something to really take a second look at.
So the key in that aspect is the income survey. If we can look at that area and determine if there is an error, a margin error that would throw that into the right location, then we can make that, and we can look at the size of it to see if your actual service area is smaller, and then we can focus an income survey on that.
Okay.
Streets are difficult if it's not an area-wide benefit, but sidewalks, we have the ADA component that we can build into that to help it become qualified and pay for a large part of the improvements if we are focused on an ADA component for the sidewalks.
ADA and school access.
Right, so our recommendation would be for a future grant, because again, you need to have everything designed, and it has to go through NEPA, which is a little bit, and it has to go through HCD NEPA, which is a little more of a struggle. But it's a future grant.
I've read through that quite a bit, and where it's pretty rare in our county that we have large communities that are where there is potential walkability between the community and the school. But our only problem there is it's on the opposite side of Salisburyville Road, and so getting kids across the street safely is an issue. And so that'd be something I'd look at. And in the same area, Station 56 is another fire station where we've tried to find ways to get a barracks out there, so it can truly be a 24-hour fire station providing service, Twain Hart all the way down to Jamestown and everything in between. That's another area where, was there an issue that came up with that for CDBG? The same issue?
I believe it's the income issue.
For a fire station? Why does that?
Yeah,
why would that
fire
matter?
stations as well. So CDBG is a little different. It's unique that it won't build a police department or sheriff's office, but it will build a fire station. But it does have to be an economic disadvantaged area in order to build that fire station.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And the original question I had was about CDBG and the food bank. Food bank basically only exists because we have CDBG grant funding for it. The issue last year was related to our audits, which is part of the reason why this is coming up again. We weren't able to get that money. Food bank is administered through Amador Tuolumne Action Agency. We're using reserves to pay for that.
Right.
Is that still, that's still one of the things we're going to apply for, right?
It's, so what
Because,
Lori,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry, what Lori and I are recommending to your board in the 2025 application is one over-the-counter, so that would be Columbia Fire Station, and one service, one program. And with that, we would ask you to consider, we didn't do a call for project because we did have 2 applicants on the 2024 grant that we weren't able to submit that grant application. One was for the food bank, and the other one was for TCTC's medical, senior and veterans medical care transportation. So the board can ask us to go out for a call for bids. We can
So when you
talk
say
to
you
those
weren't
two
able to submit the application,
because of the single audit.
that's last year, or this, is it that this coming year?
We also need the audits done for this grant.
So when is the drop dead deadline to be able to submit the application for the food bank?
That would be as what we would know once the NOFA is released, and we're thinking the NOFA will come out in, well, June, July. It's HCD, so they've never met a deadline yet in my 30 years doing this. So sometime this summer, they said they hope to release the NOFA, and then once the NOFA is released, we have 30 days to then put together a grant application.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can see why I'm concerned about this, because if you're saying June or July, if we can't submit for CDBG, that, for the most part, that is what funds the food bank, and we have reserves for that for this year, but we don't for next year. So if we can't submit for
Right.
CDBG, then the food bank is going
Right.
to close next year.
We do
we
have
have to
a
plan for that.
2022 grant, CDBG grant application currently open. We're in the middle of that project that is going to the food bank, and it's 275,000.
What was that called?
It's the 2022 CDBG grant.
Oh.
It's a previous grant that we submitted back in 2022 that now we just have, there was a delay in, with HCD, you can't go by even as it says 2022, it was stalled. Again, they don't meet their deadlines. And so it came out much later than that. And so right now we're working with ATCA to go through that grant application funding for the food bank services.
Okay.
Do they need more money? Yes, we've been talking with the ATCA staff and trying to see what we could do for their services.
Okay.
And just to clarify, program income is not eligible for services. Otherwise, we could allocate some of the PI to that, but they don't allow us to utilize our program income, excuse me, for services or planning grants. So.
All right, well, I guess just let us know if it looks like this isn't going to happen, because this board has got we're going to have to do something about the food bank if we don't get a reliable stream of funding coming in.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Holland, and then Supervisor Griefer after. Oh, never mind then. Supervisor Holland.
So we have about 600,000 sitting in this P&I account. Can you give us a quick rundown, since it's sitting here and we can use it, what can we use it on?
Absolutely. So on your handout, the first page is eligible activities under the CDBG program, excuse me. So the housing, the community facilities, and the public improvements on the first page. On the second page, you have your eligible activities for economic development, and that's going to be any grants or loans for businesses, micro businesses, or supporting businesses, your over-the-counter grants that are going to be related to the facilities, the equipment, on-site improvements are both eligible. And the only item there is the planning technical assistance would not be eligible. So it's quite an extensive list.
So I used to sit on the business loan committee back in the day, so I'm a little bit
Okay.
familiar with it.
Good.
So if we have to get this money out the door so HCD doesn't come sweep it, I think that's the term used.
Mhm.
How do people apply for these loans currently to say we have money accessible, and I'm assuming they have to meet certain qualifications?
Correct. Well, we have to create the program first. So you have to allocate the funds from PI to the program through direction of the board, and then we would put the application into the state, submit all of our policies, procedures, guidelines, and then at that point, then we would have our team go out and get the underwriters in check and then send them on their way, and they would market the program and then reach out to the businesses in the area that you define to let them know that this program is there. They would hold meetings with them, community business meetings, chamber meetings, et cetera, to educate them so that they know how to make those applications and what's going to be required around that.
Okay, and by us moving it to that loan
Status.
action, does that then protect it from HCD taking it
Yes.
as we're going through the process?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so
As
that's
soon as
something
we
could do.
open the application, then they know we're moving forward.
Okay.
It is and I think a very useful program, as you've probably seen in your participation for
Yes.
communities to have.
Great. Just a few questions I have. Was there any coordination in trying to make this work with tribal CDBG locally?
They are eligible under the Colonias.
Yeah.
We do have an outreach process, which we have not done this year
Okay.
yet, because we wanted to get direction from the board on what direction they would like us to go in, because we've been not able to apply for this because of the audits.
Right.
We didn't want to take those steps until we knew if you wanted to keep the projects that you had previously in queue and move those forward, or if
Right.
you wanted to start again and do an outreach, et cetera.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask, with the Groveland Economic Development Program, I understand that it's a qualifying thing, but when I think of, issues that are struggling, Twain Harte Shopping Center is definitely one. I know we've had the project and seen that. Jamestown, too, where we've had a number of key businesses close. Groveland, with the resorts and the traffic, I mean, it seems to be doing pretty good right now. It gets quite a bit of business. So would Jamestown be eligible? And why was the Groveland district there kind of two of these four?
Right. It was, where do I begin? Yes, Jamestown does qualify. I think it depends on where the business, we might need to do an income survey again for that area. Yeah, some of it wasn't in the census. Well, anyway, so.
Because generally, it's always in the disadvantaged category.
Right. And so back in 2010, Terry Cox and I, the previous CDBG consultant, did do a facade project down there in that area. And because we were also doing major projects in regards to improvements with Public Works, we decided at this point for the 2025 to hone in and look at Groveland versus Jamestown.
Okay. And last question on this would be if there was board interest in trying to move basically the Capital One into a different project, it basically have to be something that is shovel ready that we're already working on, right?
Right, that is NEPA cleared.
NEPA cleared. And so there's, as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, I think only a few projects that fit that. One of them is Rawhide Bridge, which is as old as me. Would that be something that has the planning documents potentially ready to be able to have the money to deal with the utility easement issue and move along?
I don't know. You would have to ask your Public Works
Okay.
Director. I haven't seen the plans.
Or if we have other kind of capital project things that are at that level that it could switch.
That meet the area benefit.
Right. Okay.
Jen, I got one more question.
Sure. Supervisor Holland?
Back to this loan thing, could we loan the money to the food bank
No.
for something?
No.
Well, for a
Business.
public facility.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you wanted to improve their facilities, that would be an eligible item, but not as a public service for operations or food purchase.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so with that, we'll open it up for public comment. Again, this is on item for CDBG. Any member of the public would like to speak, please come up and you'll have 3 minutes. I got 1 and 2. Good morning.
Morning. Let me introduce myself. I'm Joseph Borse. I'm the Executive Director of Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, also referred to as ATCA. ATCA has been providing social services to Tuolumne County and Amador County for 43 years. I don't know exactly when we started running the food bank, but I think it was about 40 years ago. So I found out in December, so by the way, welcome Supervisor Holland and Griefer to the board. I've been working with the other 3 supervisors for the last 6 years or however long they've been on the board. I found out in December that there was this issue for 2024 CDBG funding, which actually would have funded us into 2025. And I found out that there was an audit issue associated with that. So please keep that in mind as we move forward, because if the audit issue isn't resolved before this NOFA comes out, there may be no funding for 2026. I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you, Supervisor Campbell, for bringing the topic up of the food bank's needs. The 2022 CDBG funding we have will run out in about July. It costs us about $500,000 a year to run the food bank. We fund it half through donations and some other funding that we get, which is very small, called TFAP, which provides food that we can procure. But the other half, roughly $250,000 a year, comes from CDBG. This year, I will be coming forward to the board of ADCA requesting the use of $230,000 of our reserves to fund the food bank through the end of this year. After that, our reserves will be gone for the most part. So I just want to urge, and I loved the question about whether we could use PI to somehow fund it. We don't need facility upgrades. We've got money for that. What we need is funding to support our staff, which are 5 full-time employees who deliver 1.2 million pounds of food a year to 14 pantries, including Interfaith. One other thing in my last 30 seconds is, if there's PI that's available for housing support, ATCA has offered and is working with Annie Hockett to see how we might be able to support housing for Snell Street or Miners Motel. So when the discussion happens in April or whenever, ATCA is willing to support housing services for the county for those kinds of works too, if that works into the PI. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Andy Murphy, your Assistant Fire Chief. I just wanted to come before you this morning to urge your support, continued support of this board, of the board's support of the Columbia Fire Station, also known as the Pereira House, right near the airport. A few points I wanted to make is obviously the staff and including fire department spent significant time and resources or dollars preparing this project to be shovel ready. We believe it's a good project. The strategic location of the Pereira House, close to Maloney's, the Stanislaus National Forest, Columbia State Park, and of course the airport is very important. Also, that facility allows us to have room for expansion and planning for the future as a big building. This grant is a great way to accomplish that project, and it's considerably less than building a new fire station. So again, I just ask you to continue to support this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
So I know everybody here except for Supervisor Griefer, so greetings to you. All of you know that I ran the county CDBG program for 40 years. So I want to give an endorsement. I know that these days there is a train of thought that says government should remain as small as possible. You know, you shouldn't do any extraneous services. You shouldn't build buildings. What I would suggest is that, particularly for a rural county like this one, we would have no infrastructure if there were not grants. And even the CDBG program, and I know Lori's added more since I retired from CDBG a couple years ago, but during that time, we generated over $65 million in projects to the county. And an awful lot of those were either for water, sewer, storm drainage, flood protection out at Standard Park. You know, the list goes on, as well as a whole list of public services, including the food bank and Meals on Wheels and ISIS and shelters, and, you know, it's like 4 pages of projects. So this has continued to be a very important source of funding for the county. Part of why you have been so successful is you never missed an opportunity. So being ready is critical, and these projects take 2 or 3 years to put together, particularly for a capital project, so you don't want to miss those opportunities. In addition to that, you need experienced, competent staff. And this is not just your consultants, this is also the county staff who are fundamental to being able to hit the deadlines, make sure everything goes through, and handing a complicated program off to somebody who is brand new is a recipe for failure. So I know money's tight, time is tight, you maximize your resources. In order to be able to expect to be successful, I would suggest, even though your GSA director is now retired, that you hire her on as an annuitant so you can be sure that this money is obtained and expended in a way where you hit your deadlines and there's no money that has to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have other public comment? All right. Good morning.
Morning, Board. Michael Roberson. I currently work for GSA and for the county. Prior to this position, I was Homeless Services Coordinator who ran point on the development of a strategy to reduce homelessness in Tuolumne County, and a part of that was to increase housing that was specific to meeting the needs, much of what Supervisor Kirk referenced earlier. So just some historical perspective that will be leaving probably with me on Friday when I have my last day of work here is that we found grant monies that we called down to purchase the housing for transitional housing and for permanent supportive housing. So that is not homeless housing, that is housing for people who need housing. So part of the priority was to find the grant funds to do that, which we have done. And at this point, we are on track to complete the development of that. I was never responsible for providing services or operations. That's now up to Annie and her team. But when I moved to the GSA, it was still my responsibility to complete the development on the properties that we acquired so that they could be housing ready and ready for, open to services. And so a part of the priority in the day in finding the grant money, it wasn't just through the Encampment Resolution Funds grant, the big grant that we got, but it was through HAP funding, and it was also intended to be braided with other sources of funding, which the CDBG program income money is a part of that. It's integral to the success of developing housing opportunities that, as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, are a part of the board priorities, or they've been a part of your legislative platform. They're also a part of your housing element to provide transitional and permanent supportive housing. So I urge you to be very cautious about cutting programs and those kinds of things, or diverting the direction that was established back in the day that 3 of the 5 board members supported, because we need those braided funding sources to complete these projects. And so again, we're on track to complete those, and without interruption, they should be done in May of 2026. So I'm not so concerned about us having to turn the money in. I am concerned that if we don't complete it by the completion deadline, then there's an issue. But we are on track for that, and I'm assuming that there is a plan for other leadership to take those. I would also echo Terry's comment. You need competent staff to run point on all of this, and I would recommend that you I would strongly urge you to consider bringing Mo Frank back on as an annuitant. You need her expertise, and you need a staff person who can run point. So you've heard that from me before, though, so that's not new news. Anyway, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. We have other public comment on this. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to close public comment, bring it back for any additional questions of the board and or clarification and follow-up from staff based on the public comment. After that, we'd be going into closing the public hearing and then bring it back for discussion. So do we have any final questions or clarifications or follow-up?
I have a question.
Yep, Supervisor Kirk.
On the $400,000 for the transition housing, was that part of the original master plan for that Miners Hotel, or when did we decide to go after that?
No, it wasn't. It was once Michael and I started working on the design of the facility. We knew there probably might be a funding gap and looking at other resources to fill that gap.
Okay. Did you say we're doing questions or we're doing comments?
Questions.
Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Holland.
Yeah, what exactly is the $400,000 for the hotel? Like what is that supposed to cover? What's that supposed to cover in cost or?
Well, we haven't gone out to bid yet, so we would cover the construction agreement.
The plans?
The plans. So right now, we're currently starting in on construction documents right now. And so I haven't gotten a final cost estimate yet, but the 400,000 would just go towards the contractor to carry out the design and specifications that we put out to bid for that project.
So if we haven't drawn architectural plans, how do we know we have a funding gap if we don't know what the scope of work is or what's
We've been
gonna be?
giving a preliminary estimate for that project.
And what was the preliminary estimate for that project?
I'm sorry, I don't know at this point in time. I can
Guess for me, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million?
I think it was close to 1.1, 1.2, I think,
For everything?
for everything, the house
Including this
and the
400
hotel.
Including the $400,000 in here
No, that's the expense
to do the work?
to do the work.
So on top of the 400,000?
The constructability was
Right.
1 million.
Right.
I mean, when you do a project, it's all cost, not some cost, right?
No,
So,
so
I mean,
it would include any of the soft costs and, right,
that's what I'm asking. Our
right.
total cost.
Right,
What is costing the taxpayers to do this?
right. So it's about, right now, again, it's preliminary 1.1.
Okay, thanks.
No, the fours.
All right,
That's how much it cost.
And I don't see any other questions, clarification on the board. So with that, at 10:58 on this item, we will close the public hearing. And I thought that we'd be going a little faster through this. I want to say everybody that's waiting patiently with it, I appreciate your patience, so thank you so much. With that, we'll bring it back for discussion or deliberation by the board. Only being mindful, we do have, I think, most of the folks in here for the Valley Dale project. I would like to highlight the comment, too, that there's a lot of background that goes into these, so if we're focusing on any alternatives, making sure that we are choosing ones that actually could be implemented with the capacity and time that we're dealing with. Any board comment? Supervisor Griefer.
No, thank you. So regarding the fire station, I understand, and by the way, I'm not going out to the fire station, Andy, yet, sorta. My question is that this is all grant funded, right? So if we say we're gonna start down this road on this building and we don't get this, then what? But we still have that building out there and they still need a fire station, as opposed to.
Right, so that would be something that the CEO's office would need to come up with a plan. Right now, I believe we're currently, so when we took over the the Columbia Fire Protection District, the current station that we were running out of we weren't able to use it. Basically, there's a working bar inside the apparatus bay. We cannot have that as far as our part of our operations, so we needed to find another location. Right now, I believe we're at Columbia College. We already have more than extended our welcome there, and I know they're looking for us to move out of that area. I do not know, maybe our fire chief can tell you if we don't build this, where else they would go. I don't know.
And I understand the concern. I
Yeah.
mean, we saw the video, we saw what the building is. My concern is I don't want to commit us to something that we're going to get halfway through, the funds dry up, and now we're stuck with an
No.
incomplete building or, something like that. And part of that could be my just learning this entire process as we
Yeah.
go through that. But again, I think that.
So the cost estimate, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
ahead.
The cost estimate for this is 3.1. What I'm trying to do with the additional money from PI is make sure that we do not have that situation where someone is asking for, we get halfway through the project and they're asking for any kind of general fund money for this. I have made sure there's plenty of contingency built into this project. So I know money is tight, and I know the last thing that this board wants to do is obligate general fund to a project like this. And so that's what I'm doing here with the PI money, is making sure that there's plenty of money for this project.
And it's shovel ready to go.
Yes, it is. I have the permit in hand.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to hold it up just because of what possibly could be, but I just want to make sure that we're very cognizant of what possibly could be.
Great. And if I may too, I know that there's, Mo's had to explain it, multiple steps often in having kind of a feasibility study, then having architectural design, and then having an engineering one, and then the actual construction, same as the sidewalk projects for, I think, the, Golden, TCTC sidewalk project. My load. Anyway, That it has multiple steps, and that's not, I don't think they almost ever come all the money all at once, so. Anyway, Chief, did you want to add to this? And then we'll go back to board discussion.
Yeah, good morning again. Just to clarify on the current situation in Columbia with the fire station. So the engine that is there that is county funded is located at the Columbia College Fire Station. And it's a collaboration, really a success in the community of them providing the facility through an agreement. And we're able to house the engine there because we didn't have a place to put it in Columbia at the time. However, in good faith with the college, it was never intended to be a long-term, multi-year position. It was designed to get us to where we needed to go, where we could actually get a fire station or a location for that engine outside of that. So I just want to clarify that right now. As far as other places to go in Columbia, we really don't have any place else right now. There is the relocation of the state air attack base, but that's in the preliminary processes, and the amount of years it's going to take for that to actually occur, where the current footprint would then come back to the county, will probably far exceed any of the timelines that would be appropriate for maintaining an engine in Columbia. So I just want to clarify that for folks as you're making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other comment, discussion by the board? Supervisor Holland?
Yeah, so do we have the 3.1 million already for the,
No, that's what we would be applying for in the 2025 grant application is the $3.1 million.
so what's the, so I guess I'm a little confused. We're applying for the 3.1 and 300,000?
Yes. Because that
So
gives,
3.4 million.
right.
Okay, so our paperwork says 300,000. That's why I was confused when you were talking about gap funding. That would mean we already have the
Right.
funding and we're looking for more funding.
The two things with the utilizing the PI money is, one, to give your board discretion and capacity if you wanted to select a public service applicant to go along with this 2025 CDBG application. And it also then fills the gap in just, again, insurance, just in case anything, cost estimate is 3.1, but again, it's a remodel and unforeseen conditions. I just wanted to make sure that we had plenty of money for this project.
That is a concern for me. I mean, I went out there, and if you're here last board meeting, I had a little presentation on
Right.
it. We do need some kind of fire station out there in Columbia, but I just don't know if rehabbing a house in that kind of condition is the smart plan. It seems like there's plenty of room on that land to put up a new building, a new metal building, and build the housing quarters inside of it. I mean, I just think once we get into this, we're going to spend $3.4 million of the taxpayers' money and not have a good product in the end. Like, it's still going to be okay at best. And I that's just my opinion, 1 of 5, that I just don't see it. I mean, coming from a construction world, I just like, this thing should let David keep shooting each other inside of the building. I mean, that thing is just trash. I mean, at this point, I don't see how we don't bulldoze it and start over again. But that's just my opinion.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'll try and be quick. I'm teetering on the thing. You're in the business of development, so I'm going to go with you on the fire thing. As far as the transition housing, I want to scratch that. Economic development, I want to scratch that. Groveland's shade structure, $250,000. Are you pretty sold on that idea, Griefer? Do you know what that entails? Does the community really need that up there?
First I heard of it.
Okay, I would scratch that. So where I would put money towards is, and this is I won't get into that. I'm concerned about the food bank. That needs to continue. Business loan idea has me interested. And then sidewalks in downtown Tweenhart for ADA compliance. I like to put money there. So basically, that is where I stand. Again, the fire thing, I know it sounds like maybe someday we might be out at the Columbia Airport with that. It sounds like between getting this thing built and hopefully getting the grant money, maybe ending up out there might land on the same time frame. I could be off, but again, I'm going to go with Holland on his perspective on building. And that would be it. I did put a note right here. I just want to be clear. I see a common thread happening where, CAOs can get eyed and finger pointed at them. Our board made decisions to make cuts, and our board has a new CAO. So if you have an issue with that, address the board. The CAO works for the board, and he's carrying out our directions, our directives. So Thank you very much. That's my recommendation.
I'm going to jump in with just a few things. One, we have been working a lot on the Columbia Fire Station. I've also toured the facility. It's in rough shape, but almost always renovations end up being a lot cheaper than new construction when it comes to the public projects. And that's something that at least we looked at. But we're not in any position to have to, I mean, we'd have to basically start over a 2-year process in all that design. It would put us substantially behind for a fire station at the same place. So I would only say that I think we should move forward with this. It's very normal that we would have iterations of it, and if it, a delay does happen, we've been very successful with CDBG in being able to figure that out and work on it. Right now, we're kind of at the convenience of the Columbia College, and that's something just to be mindful of, that is not meant to be a permanent thing, as mentioned by the chief. So I would continue being in support of that. There are limited other over-the-counter projects we could do. Some of the new ideas, they're very cool, but like the sidewalk, I mean, that would also have to have a full engineered type plan. We have a few that maybe like Rawhide Bridge as an example, that could shift to maybe the Gold Rush Trail, but what's already engineered at that point where it's shovel ready, there aren't that many. I do agree on a lot of the PI stuff, and so it seems like we basically can have one big amount for the over-the-counter shovel-ready project, and then the rest would be in your options there, 2 program or project implementation competitive grants, right? I think the biggest focus right now has to be 2 things, revenue and cost savings. Looking into that, I think the idea of having more services in Groveland, a business district, that does make sense. I think actually we should expand that, and that should be in all the areas that are eligible right now, Jamestown being one too. That this is the right time with the new resorts opening, with the new Chicken Ranch Resort opening, with the sidewalk project that's happened, and some of these things. We have to get vacant buildings back in circulation. We have to get supportive services where people can be able to go spend their money, the kind of adjacent ones to these resorts. So I would recommend, in line with that kind of project of what we can do for the competitive grants, I think the shade structure is nice, but the Community Resilience Center is kind of the main thing right now. I'm not sure that that's a priority. I think the transitional housing project, I agree. I want to be mindful of not increasing our liability by removing funding for something that we're anticipating. But I do feel like there are other opportunities to backfill that $400,000, that we could put that better into business assistance, economic development, and support there. And I also feel though we should support the NOFA for the over-the-counter funding request for $3.3 million. The $300,000 of program income, I think that's something we might be able to figure out. I would also support that going to some type of business assistance. Infrastructure, rezoning, revolving loans, whatever it is, we need to get more small Main Street businesses started. And I know that was something very successful in Jamestown, where they couldn't access normal financing because they would be mixed-use residential, commercial, and historical, and they didn't have the ability to basically fix that up. I think we also can leverage that with some of our partners, like tribal partners, who may then also apply for CDBG and match that funding. That's a possibility. So if that's open, those 3 things there, I would merge basically into 2 economic programs, and I feel like that's achievable, but maintain the over-the-counter amount. Supervisor Griefer? Oh, actually, Supervisor Campbell hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll go to you.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to decide how to approach this, because it feels a bit like we're getting the cart before the horse with this, because these CDBG funds are in service of projects that we've already decided to go down. And so looking at the funding, to me, comes secondary to whether or not we want to do the project. So I feel like with all 4 of these that are listed here, we needed to have a discussion first about whether we want to stop the project, and then we go to CDBG and say, okay, we're not going to do this project anymore, so these funds that we've allocated toward it, we need to allocate towards something else, and then have a conversation about what they're going to be allocated for. The chief example of that, well, I guess all of these are kind of examples of that, but the chief example to me is the hotel, the Highway 108 housing project. I have some issues with that, and I'll admit I'm not quite sure that that's viable, but we need to look into whether My concern with just pulling the funding right away from that off the top is that, let's say we do that, we reallocate those funds or just decide to not go after those funds, then we find out that we can't, sell that property, we can't just give it back to the state, we end up stuck with it. And so now, not only are we stuck with the property, we also no longer have the funds to rehabilitate it and possibly turn it into something useful, which the county is very good at taking on useless properties. So that's why I have a little bit of a sensitivity to that and a concern that we're going down that road again with the Highway 108 project. And then I kind of see the point. I actually am not. I remember us discussing it, but I don't remember a lot of the details of the Groveland Community Resource Center structure there. Even if we're just talking within Groveland, I could see probably better uses for that kind of funding. I don't know if it can be just transferred over, or is it just, are we talking about, we're just not going to seek these funds anymore? Is that what we're talking about?
That's up to your board. Right now, before you for consideration is, does the board want to apply for the 2025 CDBG application? And if so, then what projects? And then regarding PI, what would you like that money to go towards?
Okay.
So that's up to your discretion.
All right. Well, I don't feel like I'm in a position to say that any of this is wrong right now. I think we need to talk about the projects themselves, and then if we don't want to proceed with these projects, which I, may well agree that we shouldn't, then we look at CDBG funding. I just don't want to pull the funding before we know for sure that we aren't going to either be stuck with properties that are not usable, or that we do indeed want to stop these projects before we know more about it. And then the last thing I would just say is, I've already mentioned it, but the food bank, understanding that, looking at if there are creative ways that maybe we haven't thought of before of using CDBG funds to backfill that, or backfill the reserves that have already been expended there. It's a big concern for me because, if we're talking about we're going to find the NOFA results in June and then we're going to be out of money by July, that to me that's a little bit too close for comfort, and we're kind of gambling on a really important community resource that a lot of people depend on. So to me, that these projects are long-term things that take years, but the food bank is an immediate, right now kind of issue. So that's kind of where my mind is.
Great. I appreciate that as well. Only to jump in real quick, all five of us have had a chance to comment, and those run a little longer than we've anticipated. So as staff had mentioned, it's whether we are applying, I'd say then the big project, the over-the-counter, and then we're kind of discussing these other four items. And so Supervisor Griefer said I'd be able to make a comment. I think if we can kind of pull something together on those three things, then we're going to be able to move this forward. So, Supervisor Griefer.
Well, I think that's kind of the problem, right? We've put the cart before the horse. We're trying to make a decision on something that we're not really sure it's viable, or if we want it or we don't want to do it. So I think that's the first hurdle we have to cross. My two questions I have is, regarding the fire station, how much money are we into that for?
It's roughly probably 280,000. So it's architectural design work. There was a hazmat study that was needed, and then we've done NEPA work on it and paid a consultant to help us through the NEPA process. And then we also have, I'll take that back. We also spent another, is it 10 for the income surveys? It'll be 20,000 for an income survey.
Okay, so I remember when this came up. I wasn't on the board, but I was watching. I remember when this was discussed. You advocated very strongly for this, which I have no issues with. But now we're at 300,000. So if we were to say no, moving on this, we just throw $300,000 out the window, right?
3.6 million.
No. 300,000 is what we already spent. If we don't move forward on doing that, then we still have to come up with a new fire station. We still have to come up with something. So if we're going to be fiscally responsible, we have to look at how much have we already spent to get to this point, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So regarding the 108 hotel, how much is it going to cost do you estimate, and you may have already answered this, to have that thing fully operational and running between now and the 25th of June of next year?
I can't say at this point in time how much. I can't comment on the operational part. That would have to be Annie Hockett to tell you about the operation part of it. As far as the construction portion of it, I still need to get the final cost estimate for it. I mean, I'm shooting to the dark here. I would say it's going to be, and I'm being very careful because I keep getting hit with that your board feels I'm lying to you, and I'm not. So I'm being very careful with my words.
Well, I'm not assuming you're lying or being, not telling the truth at all. I just think it's important that we understand what are we going to be on the hook for? And I would have assumed at some point, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when the county absorbed this property, there would have been a plan on how much is it going to cost for the inspections, how much is it going to cost for filling in the pool, how much is it going to cost for staff, how much is it going to cost for possible asbestos, lead, the roof seems to be falling down. And if we don't have that number, how can we move forward on a project?
Supervisor, if I may interject, there was an architectural study, and I think Supervisor Campbell said it well, is on a lot of these, we're really talking about the financial backing of it. I don't think staff have each of the projects ready to present, but I know with your board request in April, we're going to be having all of that broken out, right? Currently, the direction is we acquired it and we are moving forward until that changes, and I think this is part of that requirement, but we're going to have all the details of that, I presume, in April. So only to intervene with that, I don't think that they're prepared on this item for that, but we didn't direct that as the agenda item.
Well, with that being said, then I make a motion that we table this item until the April meeting so we can have that data.
You are specifically meaning the program income section, item 3.
Yeah, just this, the 10 o'clock appointment.
And not the other ones?
Can I make a counter motion and see how you?
Well,
see
see if there's a second, but I just want to be clear what the motion is.
Well, my motion is that I'm not comfortable voting on this until we have all of the data. If we're going to start talking about funding things, but we're not really sure how this is going to have a larger impact down the road, I would rather wait 2 weeks, have the meeting or have the discussion about these buildings, which we're talking about, and then that would give staff time to put together their program, and we could put them together and have one long discussion about where we want to spend this money.
Well, we won't, well, and I'm just looking for the motion language on
I'll
that.
second
We
it.
won't have the same staff that has been presenting and working on this, obviously.
I understand that.
Can I make a counter motion before you
So
guys
there
vote?
is a motion and a second.
Because I might jump on your ship in just a second, but I want to make my counter motion. So just, Steve, I hear what you're saying. That's, I don't know, I never called Mo a liar. My understanding is our board was presented information at one point in time about certain buildings. It's getting more expensive. I'm done. If I don't have clear information from the get-go as far as the total cost of things, I won't be voting on it moving forward. So my counter motion would be, it looks like we got about $1,050,000, unless I did the math wrong. I just scribbled it real quick. I would put $250,000 towards a food bank to get them back up and running. I would do $500,000 for Tweenheart to do the ADA compliant sidewalks so people aren't almost getting hit during the busy summertime hours. I put $200,000 towards Soulsbyville, kids walking to their school. I've been hearing that for years, and I've been texting Blossom. I'm getting some numbers. And then I put $100,000 towards business loans. I would get this in motion and going, and then we can continue to have the Columbia Fire Station conversation isn't going to go away. $300,000 in the grand scheme of $3.6 million, I think can come up another way at some point in time. So that would be my counter motion.
Okay, and to be clear, those are not plans yet that are developed, right? That I'm aware of.
I'm speaking with staff, and hopefully we can get going on it. 2 to 4 months, we can have plans done.
But I don't think that's going to hit our targets of there.
No, thank you.
Well, we got $600,000 in program income now.
And I'm not trying to pose the idea, I'm only saying that based on the timeline,
When
what
is this
staff
due?
had said is we need to have basically
So-
shovel-ready or defined
When is
projects.
this due?
When is this due?
What date?
It's probably, I don't know yet. The NOFA hasn't been released. So supposedly we're being told in
2 to 4
July.
months? So 2
In
to 4
July.
months. I got enough time to work with Blossom to get some ADA stuff done for our community, make it safe. Ryan, in your district, up in Tweenheart. And we'll also fund the food bank, which serves the community, and we'll start the business loan idea. I say
I
get
don't believe
going
you
on
can,
stuff.
if I'm hearing the murmurs, I don't believe you can do
Yeah,
that.
let me just make a few clarifications. So,
Sure.
I mean, great idea, right? They're always a good idea. I have great ones. So, food bank cannot
they're
be
defined.
funded
We're
out
not
of the
shooting into the
PI.
dark.
Yeah, we can't fund PI with the food bank. So that would have to definitely be under the NOFA, but it is eligible under the NOFA. The ADA is eligible under the PI project. I would need to make sure that we have other funding sources. But if it's not an income eligible area, we can fund the ADA components, but it wouldn't be able to fund everything. So there would be some share costs there. So I would have to look at that. Well, on the PI side of it, those applications do need to go in before the NOFA application goes in. So we're still looking at having those applications done prior to July, because they have to go in prior to the NOFA.
And because it's a motion, just to be clear, you're saying it would
I'm-
have to go in by the NOFA of July, but it couldn't use PI for the food bank, so that part of the
Okay,
motion
so
Correct.
can't be
remove,
made.
remove food bank,
Correct.
but business loans and ADA could stay.
Whoa. So
Well,
for,
it's not a school project. It's along a road that leads to a school.
we would
Kids walk
only
it every day.
be
We wanna
able
make
to
it safe.
fund a portion of it. So as Lori was saying, Supervisor, we could do like the crosswalk sections and the ADA components of it. And on top of that, we'd also have to get NEPA done.
Right. And I want to interrupt because it is a motion. I want to see if there is a second on that motion. Okay. Okay, so there's a second on the motion. I'll add that it won't pay for the sidewalk. It will probably be a feasibility study to identify it, then it needs the engineering study, and then it would be the construction if the Gold Rush Trail is indicative of that. Personally, we've generally prioritized roads over sidewalks unless it can only go to sidewalks, and I would rather, if we're talking infrastructure, it go to roads. So
It can it go to roads or can it go to, no, so it can't go to roads, it can go to sidewalks, ADA, make things
it
safe.
could go to
Okay.
equipment, for example, right? To be able to do pothole pay or chip sealing or some of these others, no?
That's maintenance, then that's not allowed.
So then I would keep my motion with the food bank removed due to those reasons, and that would be it.
I hate to do it. I'm going to add a third motion, which is let's delay this 2 weeks and bring this item back with more discussion. I don't like us going and pulling random things out of our districts that are not planned. And there's obviously some considerations of this. We'll have more info. I'm fine with that. Rather than we go into it, it's gone on for a very long time. So my motion would be, let us table this public hearing. There's noticing requirements that we have to be considerative of, right? What, a month, 30 days notice?
So you can, I believe, adjourn to a later date, this public hearing, and not have to repost, is that correct? Sorry, previous city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be the best way to do it.
Because otherwise, we have to put it back in the paper and do
Correct,
30 more
correct.
days, which limits doing it 2 weeks. So my recommendation, I don't know if then that would be a motion, but a motion to adjourn and put this on 2 weeks so we can have conversations with staff about what is feasible and fits within this. Because we're not gonna make the sausage up here today
Yeah, and
if we're all on different pages.
I'll second, because I agree. Obviously, there's more questions that we need answers to, and I'm in favor of some of the things that you recommended, Supervisor Kirk. In theory, I just don't have enough information to know whether we can use these funds for it. I think we've talked about it quite a bit, and there's more information we need to have, and we have a lot of people waiting to talk about another issue that we have before us, so I think we should table it for later.
So in the order, we've got the motion and a
Point
second,
of order.
and
You've
we'll
al-
open up.
You've already made, you guys made my first motion.
Yeah.
So if you remove his and he reviews his, we're back to my first one.
Yours was specific to transitional housing, was it not?
No, I said table the whole thing.
Okay, so then
motions.
Yeah,
guess
one and
we're
three are the
back
same
in
motions.
there.
Anybody wanna vote with me?
Technically, mine isn't the table, but adjourn as the technicality, but that's
I'm ready to
fine.
roll, man. Blossom's
So-
ready to start engineering these plans right now.
Not today,
that's
not today,
fine.
buddy.
All
Not
right,
today.
we're gonna lose time.
But that means that Supervisor Kirk's motion is still on the table unless you want to withdraw it.
Nah.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion.
right.
His is in order.
No.
If it's the same.
No, yours is first.
Yeah, yours.
Yours was, okay.
Yours
We're
is
going to do
first.
mine.
The third goes first.
Yep.
Yours is first. And
So we're going to vote on the motion to adjourn this public hearing and bring this back in approximately 2 weeks and review with staff with options.
Yes.
And that's seconded by Supervisor Campbell. We're going to it. All those in favor say aye.
Well, it says it has to be an exact date.
Council?
So the next board meeting is April 8th.
There we go. So amended. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstaining? Great. Okay.
I'm sorry, public. I'm sorry. You have to hang out.
4-1-0, we're adjourning the public hearing until April 8th. And please, let's all work with staff, make sure the options are viable when they come back so we can be expeditious.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
for the interest of the public, could we just take the third one next?
that's exactly what I was going to do. So again, the apologies to, I know a lot of folks are waiting on that. I was thinking that would be a faster item. So I would
Nothing's
like.
fast on this vote right now.
I would like to move into our 10 a.m. appointment number 3, which is the Valleydale project. That way we can be able to get you out and make sure we're doing this before lunch. So if the clerk will read the third item, third hearing.
10 a.m. 3, public hearing to consider Valleydale 1, Resolution 22-25 for a general plan amendment to amend the general plan land use designation of the 4.3 plus acre site from public and estate residential to high density residential. 2, adoption of ordinance for zone change to rezone the 4.3 plus acre site from R1, single-family residential, and RE2, residential estate 2 acre minimum, to R3, multiple family residential, under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Number 3, site development permit to allow the development of an apartment complex consisting of 56 residential units and associated amenities. Number 4, approval of the mitigated negative declaration for a general plan amendment, zone change, and site development permit for LUNR-24-2, notice of determination pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
I think you did that all in one breath, which is absolutely incredible. So just a check for everybody. It's 11:30 right now. Traditionally, we'll break at lunch for 12. I know we have a lot of public comment and stuff. What I'd like to request to staff and to the board is that we would basically delay lunch, and maybe we do that at 1 so we can have the public comment presentation. If need be, we're able to then have discussion afterwards. Is that fine with everybody? Yeah? Okay. So that's what we're doing. All right. Thank you for reading that. And staff, ready to present?
Supervisor Brandon, if you could
Yes.
open the public hearing, please.
Oh, that's right. The public meeting's opened, 11:30 a.m. for item 3.
Good morning. Still Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director, joined here by Shady Smith, who's going to be doing a presentation this morning. Oh,
Great. And I did forget there is a third step in this, that we need to, as the board, disclose any ex parte communications that we may have had. Council, can you define that Latin word?
Sure. An ex parte communication would be any communication you've had regarding this project outside of this open public hearing.
Great. And so let's really quick go through that. And it's basically a matter, since we are in a quasi judicial capacity, we need to make sure we're fair and mentioning conflict. So I did tour the site there with a pastor of a local church and discuss some of the things. It was an early meeting to be able to talk about the project. I do feel that I will be able to make a neutral decision on this. So just disclosing.
And I've also visited the site on my own, but I have talked to a number of opponents of the project over the phone, and I also feel I can be impartial.
And I have spoken with opponents of the project as well, and also I went out there with Quincy last week to do a walk around, had some questions, and so yeah, I can definitely do this impartially. Thank you.
I'll get right in line. I went out there on my own. I've talked to members of the property owners as well as people both online and in person regarding this, and I can make an independent, fair judgment.
I've spoken to several people, Coldwell, the Warner family, I think it is. I know the property well, and I can make an impartial judgment. And I attended the planning commission meeting for the last one, sat in the back and listened to everybody.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members of the public. My name is Shady Smith, planner at the Community Development Department. We are before your board to present the Valleydale Housing Project, also identified as project number LUNR 24-2. The applicant and owner is the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority. After this presentation, we will have their team present some of the information as well. All right, so the project is for the following: a resolution for a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation from public and estate residential to high-density residential, an ordinance for a zone change to rezone the site from R1 single-family residential and RE2 residential estate 2-acre minimum to R3, which is multiple family residential. Another component of the project is a site development permit to allow the development of an apartment complex consisting of 56 residential units and associated amenities, and approval of the CEQA document, which is a mitigated negative declaration. The site consists of 6 parcels totaling 4.3 acres at 14562 Peaceful Valley Road in East Sonora. It is situated at the end of Peaceful Valley Road, adjacent to a cul-de-sac. Highway 108 borders the site to the north, while Peaceful Valley Road to the south. Surrounding land uses include residential properties, a church, and commercial business center. In the technical background report of the general plan, it states that the high-density residential, or HDR designation, supports diverse urban housing options, including single-family homes, duplexes, apartments, and townhouses. It aims to efficiently meet housing needs while minimizing environmental impacts and ensuring high-quality living through modern design standards. The HDR areas are typically located near transportation, commercial centers, schools, community services, to promote accessibility and convenience. Here's a map depicting the surrounding general plan land use designations. You can see that the light pink color represents the Highway 108 bypass north of the project site. And then I'm going from the right of the project site. So then we have the yellow color, which represents the low density residential. Then to the next site is orange, which is high-density residential. And down below, we have the general commercial, which represents the red color. And the darker pink is heavy commercial. So there's a mix of land use designations in this area. Again, the project involves a request for a general plan amendment to high-density residential and a zone change to R3, which is the multiple family residential zoning designation, and both are consistent with one another. One back one. All right, here is the site plan for the project. The site consists of 6 parcels. 2 are county-owned easements. The project applicants have submitted an exhibit map requesting a parcel merger and the vacation of county-owned easements. The county surveyor will process the merger following your board's determination on the Valleydale project. The site plan features 4 distinct buildings accommodating a total of 56 residential units, and the breakdown consists of 23 bedroom units, 15 2-bedroom units, 18 1-bedroom units, and 3 studio units. The development also incorporates various amenities, including a community room, community kitchen, maintenance room, laundry facilities, and playground structure. The project proposes a total of 91 parking spaces, which consists of on-site and on-street parking. The on-site parking lots would feature solar carport structures, and there are 16 on-street parking spaces proposed and identified along the project's frontage of Peaceful Valley Road. During the Planning Commission meeting, the applicants highlighted aspects of the project related to funding mechanisms and the tenant selection process. The meeting minutes included in the report packet summarizes their presentation, which covered the applicant's development experience in past projects and tenant eligibility criteria. They outlined income ranges that are permitted under the state low-income housing tax credit program, which span from 30% to 80% of the area median income, and noted that 5 of the 56 units will be designated for veterans. As I mentioned previously, the applicants are here, and they will have another opportunity to present this information to your board as well. As with all projects subject to CEQA, the county must evaluate certain aspects of the project, which include on-site, off-site, cumulative, direct, indirect, and construction, and operational impacts. Following this analysis, staff would then determine whether an impact is potentially significant, less than significant, with mitigation, less than significant, or no impact. If mitigation measures reduce an impact to a less than significant level, the CEQA document must describe these measures and how they address the impact. The environmental review checklist for the project determined that none of the 20 resource areas analyzed in the CEQA document would result in a significant environmental impact. The analysis concluded that with the implementation of proposed mitigation measures, all potential impacts would be reduced to a less than significant level. As a result, an initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared. The staff report highlights key areas of concern raised by stakeholder agencies and the public. As shown on the screen, during the Planning Commission meeting, staff gathered the public feedback and identified 3 primary concerns, which are aesthetics, noise, and transportation. If there are any questions about the other topics listed on the screen, staff will be available to address these concerns after the presentation. Aesthetics. Concern was raised regarding project aesthetics. Mitigation measure AES 1 through 3 have been incorporated to require submittal of a photometric light plan, landscape plan, and building plans to show compliance with the East Sonora Design Guidelines and the Tuolumne County Hillside and Hilltop Development Guidelines. The mitigation measures would reduce impacts to a less than significant level. Majority of concerns stem from project lighting spilling over to nearby properties. Mitigation measure AES 1 ensures that the Planning Division will review a lighting plan before any permanent exterior lighting is installed. The fixtures must be dark sky compliant, shielded downward, and positioned to prevent glare or light spill onto adjacent properties or residences. Noise. Concern was raised regarding the project generating noise. On this screen, there are 2 images. One is a chart from the Department of Transportation Noise Analysis Protocol Manual, and the other is the filled out CEQA checklist question A through C. The checklist acknowledges that the proposed project will generate some noise. To minimize impacts to a less than significant level, mitigation measures were proposed. The chart serves as a reference for comparing the anticipated noise levels of the proposed apartment complex to existing ambient conditions. In Tuolumne County, ambient noise is primarily influenced by highway and county road traffic, commercial and industrial activities, agricultural, road operations or railroad operations, and aircraft. In the project area, motor vehicles are the dominant source of noise. According to the Tuolumne County 2018 General Plan EIR, the section of State Highway 108 adjacent to the project site has a modeled noise level of 71.9 decibels. Per the chart, this is consistent with noise levels generated by heavy traffic at 300 feet from a commercial area, both of which fall around 70 decibels. It is anticipated that with the incorporation of mitigation measures NOI 1 and NOI 2, the proposed project would generate significantly less noise than the existing ambient conditions dominated by traffic from State Highway 108. Operational noise is anticipated to be capped at 50 decibels in the daytime and 45 decibels at night, resulting in a less than significant noise impact after mitigation.
Thanks, Shady. I'm going to go over a little discussion regarding transportation and traffic and some of the concerns that were raised regarding that in the project. So the project had a traffic memo prepared by a traffic engineer that did a that estimated the number of trips that would be generated by the project. And we break those into AM peak hours and PM peak hours. And so the study found that there would be approximately 22 AM peak hour trips and 28 peak hour trips in the afternoon. Then we sit and as professionals, we ask ourselves, okay, which way are those trips going to go? Because there were a lot of concerns about access through the Indian Rock Center, which does have a public access road and utility easement across it. And so we actually have the ability through a consultant that collects cell phone data to do traffic modeling for the county. And we can identify on that specific road how many trips are using Peaceful Valley Road versus could be cutting through Indian Rock Center. And so just as from a baseline perspective, that study found that 62% are using Peaceful Valley Road and 38% would be cutting through. So if you look at the peak hour trips for the proposed project and do the math, divide it up versus 62 versus 38, during the peak hours, you'd be looking at about 8 to 10 trips coming through Indian Rock Center. That's over and above what any trips are there right now. However, a condition of approval, and this was discussed at the Planning Commission, was as a way to further deter cut-through traffic on Indian Rock, that the applicant would need to put additional traffic calming devices in that public road easement. And so that could be likely speed bumps or speed humps or something like that. So staff did a little further research and found some studies done by the Federal Highways Administration that showed that with adding speed bumps to a roadway or thoroughfare has on average a 20% reduction in people wanting to use it. It's more inconvenient to use a driveway with additional traffic calming on it. And so we could take that 20%, and so that 8 to 10 would drop a little bit further. And so we really wanted to have a better understanding of what trips would be going through Indian Rock and what wouldn't. What's not factored into this is that the project will be required to widen and bring Peaceful Valley Road up to standards, which could further motivate individuals to use that road as it's widened to county standards. We also looked at some accident data. That was a concern. Monoway and Peaceful Valley. Public Works keeps that information and found that there was approximately 1 accident a year in that intersection. Just to again hit on a couple of additional concerns that were raised. We talked about the lighting. Shady covered the sequel review. I've heard some mumblings and grumblings about the sequel review, but I haven't heard anything specific about the path that was chosen. We followed the steps for an initial study, mitigated neg deck. There will be a sidewalk required along the project frontage. And then as a part of the road widening project, the 4-foot wide shoulder would be required. We did hear in the Planning Commission a lot of concerns about the types of residents that would be occupying this site, that would be tenants, and that they would be bringing crime and security along with them. And I think you'll hear more from our applicants when they talk about the screening process that they use. But this is not Section 8 housing. There are background checks. There are income requirements that need to be met. Individuals that work at our county, in our county offices would be, qualifying for this type of housing opportunity. And I'm sure we'll be talking more about the on-street parking. That was a concern that was raised by the public. And I've spent time with the applicant looking at ways we can either partially or wholly remove the on-street parking and do all of the parking for the project on site. And they're going to talk a little bit about that, and then we can answer any questions you might have about that. Shady?
Thanks, Quincy. All right, so we had met with the project applicants and also, got feedback from the Planning Commission, and staff kind of posed additional conditions of approval for the project. One being condition 17, which would require constructing a fence between the highway and the project site. Condition 72 would ensure that all parked vehicles are operational and registered. So you'd see, you wouldn't see people just leaving their cars parked there. We would just want to make sure that those measures are in place. Condition 73 would prohibit parking along Peaceful Valley Road frontage and within the turning bulb. This condition and its implementation would depend on the need for on-street parking for the project, and it's up to your board's discretion to incorporate, alter, and remove these conditions or to pose additional conditions as well. Per ordinance code, a general plan amendment, zone change, and site development permit are required to meet specific findings. Evidence and staff's response to each point can be found in the report. Here are the findings for a site development permit. Evidence and staff's response to each point can be found in the report as well. And on February 19th of this year, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommended approval to your board with a 4-3 vote. It is up to your board to decide whether to approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or to send the project back to staff. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you. To council, I believe we then go to the applicant presentation, correct?
Unless your board has any questions of staff at this point,
Okay.
yeah, that would be my
So any questions for staff, then we'll have the applicant present, and then we can do questions to the applicant. Supervisor Griefer?
Is this questions regarding the project as a whole? Because I have like a page and a half.
As the staff presented, maybe anything specific to this, and then the applicant. we
I'll
can
wait till
ask
the
later.
applicant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have any other questions? Oh,
Is this there?
yeah. Okay, great. So with no questions there, we'll move on to the applicant presentation. Can we set the timer for 15 minutes?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Christina Stokes Johnson. I'm with Better Opportunities Builder and AKA Fresno Housing. I'll explain a little bit of that dynamic to you. I want to talk a little bit about our development experience and similar projects that we've done in other areas, as well as some about the tenant selection process that we undergo and the demographic that we would be serving. So this is a partnership between both two housing authorities and the two nonprofits that we created. So the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority oversees 7 different counties, and they created Great Valley Housing Development Corporation as their development arm. And then the Fresno Housing Authority created Better Opportunities Builder, nonprofit affiliate, to do our development arm. So we're kind of all working together as co-developers on this project. We do have, as our architect and development team, we have Mogavero Architects. You may be familiar with some of their work, and Brown Construction has been chosen as a selected contractor for this development. So I'll be showing you some of the previous projects that we have done in partnership with them. Also, we'll be talking about the eligibility requirements for this workforce housing, and specifically some more information about this Valleydale project. So I gave you a small overview of the partnership structure, but again, Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority has created Great Valley Housing Development Corporation as their 501c3 arm, and then Better Opportunities Builder is also a 501c3 of the Fresno Housing Authority. So the roles in the development is that Bob, Better Opportunity Builder, is responsible for all the coordination and planning and design and financing, and we consult with Great Valley Housing Development Corporation on all of these items and get their concurrence before we move forward. So a little more about Better Opportunities Builder. We were founded in 1984, originally called Housing Assistance Corporation. We are a nonprofit 501c3, and the makeup of the board is that they are 1/3 Fresno Housing staff, and then 1/3 community advocates and 1/3 residents from the area. Our mission statement is to provide and assist local government entities to provide and expand both housing and economic opportunities for low to moderate income persons. We did start entering into limited partnerships to acquire and renovate multifamilies using tax credits back in 1998. And since that time, I believe on the next slide, between 98 and 2015, Bob independently did 15 low-income housing tax credit partnerships and was the primary developer on 3 transactions. And then since working directly with the Fresno Housing Development Team, we've done a total of 47 projects since 2008, using like tax credits and a lot of state and federal funding as well. We currently have 3 projects under construction at this time, ending up in over 2,700 units that we have developed. We do pride ourselves on doing a mix of different types of housing. In Fresno County, we have a mix of urban and rural and suburban and infill downtown. So we've done seniors, special needs, multifamily, all types of housing, mixed use with commercial. And so we've kind of crossed the gamut of different types of development in our experience. Next slide. This is to give you an example of some similar projects that we have done in partnership with Mogavero Architects. This first one up here is in Selma, California, which is a very rural area. It's comprised of 48 units. It's very low density. You can see all of the green space. We did provide a community building, lots of on-site amenities, and all of these developments do have an on-site manager that lives there. Next one. There's more of the internal amenities and playground areas there at Cueva de Oso in Selma. Magnolia Commons is another one that we did in Fowler, another rural area. This one is 60 units of large family housing, has many amenities, has a pool, play area, also an on-site manager in a community building, and as you can see, still very well designed and lots of open green space here. So La Vida Commons is one of our newer developments. We finished this one a few years ago in Clovis, California. So 60 units again, large family, lots of amenities. It's been kind of a jewel for the Clovis city there recently. It's doing very well. Here's an example of one of our more urban designs that we did in downtown Fresno, City View at Van Ness. This one was 44 units. On a very small footprint, and we had rooftop amenities on the second floor, and we still had an exercise room and a community area for the tenants, and then also there's commercial space on the ground floor that we lease out for commercial vendors. All right, so on to our Valleydale development. So they did share the unit mix earlier. We are proposing studios through 3 bedrooms. And the targeted income ranges under the tax credit program would be from 30% to 80% of the area median income. And we like to actually show the chart because I think sometimes there's a misconception about how much money people need to make to qualify for these houses. And so the 30% AMI is the deepest targeting. And generally, we only do 10% of the units at that range because that's a TCAC requirement. So that would be about 5 or 6 units out of the totality of the project would be at that range. And then you can see we go up from there on the 40, 50, 60, 80% levels for different size households. And those incomes can go up to, as you can see, for a large family, could go up to $90,000 a year at a 6-person household and still qualify to live in this housing. So we do have some examples of the types of families that work in this area that would qualify for this housing. So the next is the eligibility requirements. So on the left, we have the eligibility for the tax credit program. So they do have to make at least 2.5 times the rent to qualify. They do have to be within the 30 to 80% income limits. Property management does do an extensive credit history check, make sure they don't have any recent evictions, and they can have no felony convictions, and definitely no registered sex offenders are allowed to live on these sites. We do often have to do a lottery process for the applicants. Every time we open one of these developments, we get thousands of applications within just a couple of weeks. And so to make it fair, we do a lottery system to draw those candidates out, and then we perform the background checks on those people that are pulled. We do have quality assurance staff that do the final review to make sure that they qualify for all of the requirements. There is no specific local preference according to the tax credit program. If we have any other funding sources that require a preference, then we would abide by the most strict of those guidelines. On the right, you'll see that we have an example of the requirements for the VASH units. Should we utilize any veterans assistance for this development, we would propose to do it on just 5 specifically veterans units on the development. And so it has a couple of extra layers in that they would be referred by the Veterans Office of Tuolumne County, and we would give that priority to the local veterans first before anyone else. Again, they cannot have any serious criminal history, and if they've ever been a sex offender or produced methamphetamine, they are banned from this housing for life. So here's some typical jobs, I'm turning blank, that people that live in this area would have that could still qualify to live in this housing. So we looked up several positions throughout the region, and we found healthcare providers, we found people who work in restaurants, teachers' assistants, store cashiers, administrative staff, and even forestry technicians that could technically live here under possibly USDA funding would qualify for this housing. So we have a few examples here of the approximate annual incomes for these positions. So it ranged from $37,000 in the healthcare service, about that same amount for the food prep and restaurant workers. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Teaching assistants make about $38,000 a year. Forestry technicians make about $42,000. So all of these are within the income ranges for qualifying for affordable housing. Administrative staff makes an average of $45,000 a year, and clerks about $33,000 a year. So we just want to show that to demonstrate that it's not the deep targeting that some people think, that it's people only on welfare that would live in these developments. It is people who live and work next to you all the time, every day anyway, and they just need a little help out with their rent. And then for the design elements, before I pass it off to our partners at Mogavero Architects, I did want to speak some to the parking concerns. So there was a concern brought about either just the parking that is directly across from the site that is on the road, and then there's been some concerns about just street parking in general. So I just wanted to state that we are very flexible, if we are willing to move the parking either from just one side or all of the street parking onto the site, if that would be the will of the board. I thank you. And I will pass it off to Lisa.
Great. And just a time check, there's approximately 5 minutes left. So.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Halpin with Mogavero Architects. I'm the architect for this project. We've been working with the Housing Authority for over 15 years. Christina graciously highlighted some of our past projects together. And my firm, Mogavero, based in Sacramento, has been doing affordable housing community design for over 30 years. So this particular project, we really wanted to respect the nature of Sonora. And so we broke it into multiple buildings, and we wanted to let those buildings sort of be nestled into the hill. There's quite a bit of slope on the site, and we didn't want it to feel like it was a big urban development like in the city, because it's not. So we broke up the buildings, and we've further broken the foundations so that they're sort of split so that they don't dominate and get too tall over the street. All the buildings are set back from the street as well. And then we wanted to incorporate some more like craftsman architecture styles that we see around town. So the buildings will have sort of a stone base, a solid base, sloping roofs, wood framing, porches and balconies that are typical of what you might see around the county. Some of the other amenities have already been talked about, but we have a community room, which is that pink on the site plan, sort of at the roundabout area to create a front porch for the community. That'll be a prime gathering space for residents. And then that yellow area on the site plan is the playground, which we wanted to keep internal to the space, just for the connection of all the residents, and it also creates a sound barrier. The buildings kind of shield that play space from sound. So I think in the interest of time, we'll leave it at that and respond to any other design questions that you may have.
All right. And is that concluding then the applicant's presentation? I'll bring it back. I think that stops the time. Back to the board. When we have this as questions from us, then we go into public comment, and then we have additional questions as well, or discussion. So any questions from the board? I believe this is in your district, Supervisor Griefer? Oh, it's in yours? Is it District 1 all the way up there? Yeah, I know, it gets weird at Mono. Yep. All right, well, Supervisor Holland, you want to start?
Sure. I do have concern with the parking on the street. I think it needs to be completely removed off of the street, both sides. So that way the new beautiful street that we're talking about to try to get traffic to go that way is clear and open, fire trucks can get in there. I think we can fit it on the side, or you guys can fit it on the side, I should say.
And, yeah, microphone, and just note too, we're on just questions right now. Otherwise, Sarah's going to get mad at me and mad at you too. So we don't want to make Sarah mad.
Okay, so I guess my question is, we can move it off of the street. It sounds like that's a possibility because you have discussed it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Supervisor?
Do you want both of them up the, because I'm going to pepper both?
I think that's fine to be able to question the applicant, right? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm with Supervisor Holland. You're willing to move the street parking?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Bigger concern I have, it's not bigger concern, but a concern that I have is, are you willing to install a fence on the back part of the property that would be between the development and the slope of the highway?
Yes, that was actually brought up at the Planning Commission meeting, and it's being proposed as an additional condition that we're willing to do.
Okay, and would that be a wrought iron fence, a stone fence? Would that be a sound barrier fence? Would that wrap all the way around?
The details of the fence construction have not been determined yet, but we would have to look probably at county guidelines and then cost estimate. Obviously, the best case would be a CMU fence, like a concrete masonry fence for sound protection, but security-wise, a wrought iron fence would be sufficient as well. And then there's something about view corridors as well from the highway that we need to respect. So there's some details we need to look into.
Okay, but it's not impossible. We can still do
Correct.
that. Okay. And then I know that we talked about noise. The study was that it was going to be the sound of just regular traffic in that area. Does that include kids playing outside, which obviously noise travels a lot further at night than it does during the day? So my first question is, just the general ambient noise of the building being used. And then my second question would be, what about at nighttime with someone hosting a party or something like that?
Yeah, so the noise is directed by, there's thresholds in the general plan. And there also was a noise study that was done with the general plan and shows that the existing traffic, and noise is a little tricky because there's hourlies,
Right.
there's peaks, and there's averages.
Yep.
And so that, the hourly, or the average noise generated at that site by the highway is already higher than the thresholds in the general plan, both the daytime and the nighttime. And so the noise associated with residential is lower in volume than the traffic noise. And so qualitatively, we're making a conclusion that if the traffic is the highest, any sort of residential neighborhood noise is lower than that.
Okay. 6 parcels, is that right? This is a total of 6 parcels?
Yes.
And we only need to rezone one of the 6, or do we need to rezone all 6?
There's multiple rezones that are needed. Can you pull the table up, Shady? And it's in the staff report too. There's a variety of zoning districts out there as a result of the bypass project. So
Okay.
you've got R1, RE2s existing, and some that have none because they're the easements.
Right, okay. I would just want to make sure that when I saw
Yep.
that, I want to make sure that we were talking about the same thing. All right.
Yep.
And there's, in this area, going back a couple slides, which you don't need to, it's high density all around it already. So there's the mobile home park to the west of that, to the east of that. So there's a number of already high density already. So it's not like we're just creating a new high density spot.
That's correct.
And then with the Indian Rock pass-through, the property owners and you guys are willing to do something with those speed bumps or speed humps and things like that, because we all know that people are going to find the shortest route and they're going to take it.
People are going to find the shortest route. We're going to take it. It's why we went and looked at the traffic data to sort of get an existing baseline understanding of what that split is. And that's why we went and got additional statistics and data on what does speed calming do to through traffic, how much does it further deter it, and so we think with the additional speed traffic calming devices, that there will be some additional reduction in there.
Okay. I know you spoke about a lottery system. Does that include, or does that give priority to locals? Or is that just a priority, or is that just anybody from anywhere can apply to live in this if they're willing to relocate and move, or is there a way to?
Right, there's no specific local preference to qualify for the housing. And so they would be, when they apply, they'd fill out a pre-application and they'd be pulled in a lottery from that.
Okay. And I understand that under this system, the county will not receive any property tax?
Yeah, Supervisor Griefer, if I could just go back to that. So also what she was saying in her presentation is if along the course of obtaining funding, there were any requirements about local preference that they would need to meet those funding requirements. So right now, there is not a local preference option, let's say, or requirement, but that could come up through the process.
Okay.
Depending on the funding sources. And with the question on property taxes, we did get an estimate of the building value and worked with the assessor's office to estimate that, and that's about $78,000 a year that would come to the county, that if the project was granted the waivers that affordable housing projects are typically granted by the state, that's the difference that would not come to the county.
Speaking of fees, how about emergency services, fire, sheriff, law enforcement?
Yep, so the way that the fee waivers work is that your board has the authority, and it's a may, it's not a shall, but that may waive the building permit fees, and we estimate those fees to be about $73,000. The second fee, there is a site utility permit fee of $5,000 that kind of rolls into that building permit category. The county service fee is a shall waive. The county doesn't have the discretion. If the project meets a certain meets some criteria, which I anticipate that this project would meet, they have to show that at the time of the building permit, and that fee waiver is approximately $235,000.
Okay. All right. But to be fair, that's the same fee waiver we did for Black Oak.
That's correct.
Okay.
We
So
did it
we're
for
just
Black
staying
Oak.
in line with with the shall of our current policies and the law.
Yep,
Okay.
it's a shall waive in the ordinance code.
All right. And then I think that's probably it. Oh, and is it a month to month or is it a year? How long do individuals get to stay there?
They can stay there as long as they like and they qualify.
Okay.
It's a year-to-year lease.
And is it evaluated every year? So
Yes, they have to come in for annual renewals to make sure that they still qualify.
All right. And then the only other thing, which is probably more for Quincy, you and I, is a gentleman spoke earlier about the heights of ADUs. And then obviously, right, that was a maximum of 19 feet or something like that. And I noticed that this project is going to be taller than that. And do we have a means to address any major issues on the third floors or things like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so the building code uses the average plane. It's the average of the bottom floor essentially, but there is a 30-foot height requirement. That's basically the tallest that the eaves can be, so you can lean a ladder on it and get a firefighter on it. And so the project has been designed in order to meet that height requirements, and that's why it's sort of built into the hill as it steps up towards the highest part, is to allow that to happen. It's exactly like how Rush Creek was built in order to meet their height requirement. Part of Rush Creek on the backside is built into a hill.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you. My colleagues, you kind of raised all the questions that I had, just kind of going off the parking. So if we were to remove, I count about 15 or 16 spaces there on Peaceful Oak Drive, Peaceful Valley Drive. If we were to remove those, would there have to be parking added elsewhere, or can you just absorb the loss of those spaces with the existing parking in the site plan?
We would need to add additional spaces on the site, which we've been
Okay.
scoping out where we could add additional spaces.
And Supervisor Campbell, I can express a little bit more about how we would do that. And so right now, your ordinance code does allow parking reductions if it provides justifications, and those are typically done through a licensed traffic engineer. After the Planning Commission meeting, I spent some time looking at what do other rural counties use for their parking standards to compare how Tuolumne County fit into other standards. And so I found that in some of our surrounding counties and others throughout the state, that the 2 and 3 bedroom units are actually parked at 1.5 spaces. We park ours at 2. And so that could be a way that a traffic engineer could kind of rejiggle the requirements using those other established thresholds. Other things can happen, like if a motorcycle space is proposed, then you can get a credit for that. We can also use tandem parking. If parking spaces are assigned to a specific unit, then we can park it in tandem. And so we did spend some time after the Planning Commission meeting looking at the site plan and sort of evaluating, okay, we think we could get a couple more here, a couple more here. So I think in combination, oh, and the last thing is the site plan you have is showing mostly standard spaces, standard size spaces. There's a way that the project could increase the number of compact spaces provided and still be in alignment with our code. And so those are the 3 ways that I feel that we can look at the board and go, yeah, we can get the parking off the street and still have a viable project through a variety of avenues.
Okay. Would that, well, that's still, the question is still, would there need to be an expansion of the site? So if you're saying you can figure out a way to, accommodate some of those 15 spaces elsewhere, would there need to be any spaces added? And if so, where would they be added?
So
the concern that I have is that if we're talking about just kind of making the lines a little bit closer together on the existing parking, that's
one way. One way is to
you're just making the existing site parking spaces smaller, though.
So that is a way in our code that there's a certain number of spaces that can be compact. So that's a tool that hasn't been implemented yet. But site would be.
Is there more available land that they could develop into parking spaces?
Yes, and it would, any changes to the site plan, including additional parking, cannot create any new impacts that we didn't evaluate in our environmental document. So if all of a sudden we're bulldozing the top of the hill and we need to go into the open space in order to get the parking off the street, that's off the table, or we'd have to do additional review and come back. But we think there are spaces that we, through a combination of what I've described as some of tools that we haven't used yet, that we could get those 15 spaces onto the site with minor changes to the site plan.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
I'm hearing the question, so I kind of think I know where things are going. So some of my questions are preferenced on that. Let me see here. You guys, you talked about a lottery system, which I can understand and appreciate, but has it been floated to potentially have like a preference program where, city, county, U.S. Forest Service, teachers, police, people, like 50% of the tenants are reserved for that bracket? Has that been considered by your organization? Because it's not a housing discrimination issue, it's a preferred preference.
The locality, or the jurisdiction, I should say, the housing authority has the ability to select some local preferences, and so we could look at which ones we could use. Veterans is a common one. You could put something in that's a requirement for a local if the jurisdiction chooses to.
Okay.
So we could look at those things.
Thank you. This is just kind of more of just something I experienced. When I lived in Mammoth and they were developing Mammoth, they did a really good job of making a certain feel for it. Like very, the architectural design was beautiful, like Swiss coffee white with wood. It was beautiful. When you drive into it, you feel like it's just an amazing place. The design on this, it looks nice, but has any local input been brought up as far as maybe color scheme or some of that stuff to just, if they want a certain feel in that neighborhood? I get that you guys brought the whole county, but each neighborhood is its own little neighborhood. That's its own little niche. So has that been brought up, and would you guys be open to hearing simple suggestions like a color scheme?
Yes, and definitely say colors are the easiest thing to change. So
Yeah,
it's
that's why I brought
that
up colors,
fall,
like Swiss
all about
coffee. Ask
that.
my wife. That's what she loves. Okay.
And Supervisor Kirk, it was said several times in the Planning Commission, like the project, looks great, wrong location was sort of a comment that we got. We also have the East Sonora Design Guidelines, which were used to evaluate the project. And so there was a set of design criteria unique to East Sonora that the planners used.
I'm not looking to change. I know changing things would be costly, so that's not what I'm saying. It's specific to the color. And then, as far as there was conversation about the speed bumps going out where the businesses are. Was there, Quincy, was there also, I didn't see in the conditions, was there also conversation about widening that road? And the reason why I'm asking is because if this goes through, I actually don't want it to be nicer. I don't want it to be easier. I would rather put in big speed bumps and leave it the way it is so that people don't want to use that route. That's kind of where mine's at.
Yeah, there's a limitation for widening because of the width of the existing easement. So no work would occur outside that existing.
So the current pathway
The
would
current
stay.
pathway, yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much set. And so it would just be adding additional traffic calming in there. And the applicant would be working with Public Works to bring those plans together.
Okay. And then the last one is, I just want to be clear on if we remove parking from the road, there was, I think you said it was number 73, there was signage and striping. I know later we're having a conversation about Pinecrest and an ordinance to increase fees. Would that ordinance also apply here if people were parking on the road illegally? Would those fees be increased if they were doing that?
I'm not familiar with the item that's coming later, but any sort of, so we put this on as an option for the board if their board wanted to have a further deterrent and enforcement ability for any cars that might be parking in that area. It's trying to,
Okay.
however, I would envision it like if there was a violation at Justice Center Drive where we have striping and no parking. So that's sort of how I was envisioning it.
Okay.
I don't know if the Pinecrest situation is enforced differently.
Okay. And then the last thing, this isn't a question, but this is just more for the public out here. When you come before the board and you make your pleas or whatever suggestions you have, what I would love to hear, I didn't attend the other meeting on purpose. If you have suggestions for things that would mitigate it, that would make it more palatable for you, don't be ridiculous. Like, build this thing underground like the Hobbits. Like, give me some good suggestions that you would like to see that would help mitigate it. Like, I'm thinking about the beautiful white farmhouse across the street from this. Like, if this goes through, I want to help it be palatable. So please give me some suggestions when you come before the board. Thank you.
Right. Stole the comments right out of my mouth, too, and I'm not even going to suggest the Hobbit idea. I wanted to ask, okay, so it's a matter of the tax credit and basically funding the units. So there is the ability to give some preference as there's external funding?
Yes, as long as it doesn't contradict whatever program it is that we're applying for.
Okay, and approximately how much is that per, unit?
The tax credits?
Yeah, no, say if a business wanted to, if we were saying a local business first opportunity, and instead of the tax credit, the business was to assist because they want to use that as employee housing. How much would they need to pay approximately to replace that funding? We'll move on from that. So we have the option that we can add a condition, though, as a first preference option to local employers, county employees, and veterans, for example, where it's not exclusive to them, but it's at least offered at whatever rate that would be to sustain the project, correct?
Yes,
so we could add that as a condition.
Yes.
Okay. It had a 24-inch raw water line. That was interesting there. I'm assuming that's all in fine condition. I'll spot with it. But I wanted to ask about the 8-inch sewer and water. So is that going to be adequate, just to this project, but it would have to be expanded? And I guess it's the level of flow. If there was another unit built there, would it then all of a sudden need a 10-inch? Is 8 just exactly what this project needs, or does it have excess capacity?
Okay, you want me? I can answer that. So the final engineering hasn't been done for the project. And so that will be done by a qualified engineer who will ensure that the pipe size is the right size. But we have been working with TUD both on water and sewer and some potential some potential alignments for that to happen. The nice thing about this project is it will gravity flow to TUD, and has an opportunity in the Indian Rock Center where I was talking to Antonio, and there are some issues with private pumps out there and some maintenance issues that if this project puts in lines through Indian Rock, through existing easements, it's an opportunity, they're not required to, but it's an opportunity for owners in Indian Rock to improve their situation.
That's
their
what I was
cost.
kind of
Yeah,
asking. I assume it will be equal to, adequate to what's needed for this project, but if there were other things that came in, either to move on to public water or sewer, is 8-inch done?
Yeah,
I
we're
see
gonna
Mike
look-
shifting, because he's like, I know the answer to this.
We're gonna look at that. The project would not be required to overbuild. It's on what
Okay.
page in your?
Yeah, it's on page 46.
46 in your staff report.
Okay.
They're not being required to overbuild, but in conversations with the TUD, people could take advantage of that gravity line going in.
And is broadband included as a condition, running broadband, dig once type along the sewer and water?
We don't have a requirement for broadband to be provided. I don't know if that's a choice in the area, but certainly they would be, if the dig once policy would be looking at that.
Okay. We could add that as a condition, that this has
Sure.
to have broadband
Well,
access, right?
Not knowing how far away broadband is, I can't tell you that that's a easy requirement to be met, nor I don't know that there's a direct connection to the project that it should have to have broadband. So in order to put a condition on a project, there needs to be an impact or reason for that to occur. So broadband can be a necessity, is also a luxury. And so we can require them to follow the dig once policy, but I don't think that we can require them to provide a specific type of internet access to the units.
Sure, I just mean that they will have internet.
We provided that at all of our developments, either, because some areas don't have access to broadband,
Sure,
but we've gone to
that's all I'm
like
asking.
AT&T or
Okay,
other
sorry, I thought you were
High-speed
being
broadband
specific
internet,
about broadband.
Fiber,
Okay.
beam, whatever it is,
Yes, we
Starlink.
do provide that access.
Okay, that's all. I wanted to ask if, so Edgemont Acres Road, is that a public road? It's the one just on the other side there.
Yeah, I know where it
the
is. I don't
allotment-
know the dedication. I'm going to guess it's a publicly dedicated road, but privately maintained.
Okay, and I was just wondering on the map presentation, it showed like a continuation past the cul-de-sac that looked like there might be, yeah, I think it was the previous one, but that it would be potentially a continuation that could attach to Edgemont Acres as additional like fire egress, and also if there was more into the future. Was that looked at?
It wasn't, but in your break, when we go to public comment, I can pull the Edgemont Acres recorded map up
That'd be
and
great.
look to see how far it goes, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay, and if you can go to the other site map real quick, the more narrowed one, yeah, and see it's got the dotted lines. Looks like that was being kind of explored out.
Yeah,
And it wraps
if-
around. I think there's one rural
go
estate
back to the
property
other
there that's adjacent.
It actually, my understanding was that it was a continuation over to Phoenix Lake Road is where, is what the part that is being requested, the easement to be abandoned, was not a direct connection to Edgemont Acres. It was a connection to Phoenix Lake Road.
Okay, great. And would they be opting into the CFD? You said that we can do that conditionally. We can add that condition that they would opt into a CFD for public safety services.
I don't know that I know the answer to that question. I mean, if there is an impact for you to assess that condition to, then I suppose you could. I don't know that the CFD is ready and in existence.
Okay.
I'm going to have to punt to someone from the CAO's office on that. It's not my project.
All right.
Jaren, I think you guys decided that back in December of last year.
There's been that conflicting direction on it. Yeah.
Okay.
But you're right. It's not, I think, implemented yet. So
Yeah, I refer to Roger Root on that. Sorry, Roger.
Yeah. So with that, if there's no final questions, I think we'll open up to public comment. Right? All right. Thank you. Can I request real quick, folks who are planning to make a public comment, can you raise your hand? Okay, very good. Just check too, I'm going to provide an opportunity to raise your hand if you're in support of the project, and then an opportunity to stand and raise your hand if you are opposed to the project. If there are other comments that are coming up, which are bringing up into Supervisor Kirk's point the exact same thing, that's an opportunity to be recognized. I'm here, you agree with that. But if you multiply the hands by the 3 minutes, that will probably be taking us till about 3 p.m. So you absolutely are encouraged and welcome to speak. You don't have to use the full 3 minutes. I prefer not to reduce the time to keep on agenda. I want to give you the full amount. So all to say. Sheriff, you want to kick us off?
Please. I kind of jammed up here real quick. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. One of the slides in the presentation just kind of caught my eye, and I thought that maybe it'd be good for consideration where it talked about limitations regarding sex offenders. It specifically highlighted lifetime sex offenders. You may already know this, but there are 3 tiers. 1 being the lowest tier, 2 middle, and then 3 being the lifetime qualifiers, which is the most severe of cases. Just want to offer that for your consideration when you're thinking about what renting looks like. Not trying to get into a fair housing issue, but just know that there are the 3 tiers. Lifetime registrants are the most severe. In this county, we have approximately 68 of those, and out of about 145. So you're looking at about 50% of your registrants would fall into that category for lifetime offenders, and the others for 10-year and 20 years in the tier 1 and 2 would fall outside of that realm.
Great.
That's all. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And we're going to intervene real quick. If anybody who is in the room, you are opposed to the project, but maybe don't have a specific condition or thing to bring up, would you please stand if you are opposed to this project? Great, thank you. And provide an opportunity if you can sit down. Please stand if you are in support of this project. Great. All right, thank you. Like I said, just so that you know that we're able to see that you attended, and thank you for your patience with this. So we'll continue with public comment. Any member of the public like to speak on the item, you'll have 3 minutes, and please.
Supervisor Brandon,
yes.
just really quickly, because we are in the middle of an administrative hearing.
Yes.
I think we should just reflect that the majority of the audience present in the chambers stood up in opposition, and I think 2 people stood up in favor of the project. Thank you.
Let's have that recorded in the minutes. So, thank you. Please begin.
Honorable Chairman, Board of Supervisors, my name is Glenn Caldwell. I am Vice President of the Indian Rock Center Association, and I am a property owner at Indian Rock Center. I became aware of the Valleydale project the end of 2022. At that time, I submitted comments to the Community Development Department with our concerns of additional traffic through the Indian Rock Center. Then the thing goes quiet. 2 years later, the initial study was published, and the road easement through Indian Rock Center is not even mentioned. Okay. So that gives us an interpretation that, well, the project doesn't need this road easement, so fine. Okay? A few months later, now it goes to the Planning Commission, and this is when we find out that the road easement through Indian Rock Center has now been integrated into this plan. I don't know how that happened. I don't know when it happened exactly, but I know from one point to another, it wasn't there, and then all of a sudden it became there. Okay? Now, the road easement, excuse me, when the planning commissioners made their decision in February to approve this on a 4-3 vote, they were not dealing with all the information that they needed. The transportation element of this project is flawed. I have evidence that the Monoway right-of-way was not considered under the transportation element. I have evidence of that, okay? When staff gives you information that there'll be 68% going one way and 38% going another way, that information was derived from the study memorandum only last Wednesday. This is information that is past the Planning Commission already, and I can tell you that the packets that you have do not express this information, and you're dealing with the same bad information that the Planning Commission had to.
Glenn, thank you.
I would ask Chairman Brandon for an immediate denial of the project.
Thank you for your comments. All right. And if I may, we've done this with some of the other meetings as well. It does tend to slow it down, and also if we're allowing applause, that means we also are allowing jeers and other speech as well. We only ask that everybody be able to speak and be respected in that too. I know this is a little more one-sided than we've had in the past, but we try to keep that expectation. We don't want folks getting booed, and we do both. We got to do both, so there we go. Sir, welcome.
Appreciate your time, gentlemen, and my name is Jim Day. I live on Peaceful Valley Road. This project is right across the street from my home. My wife and I came here 11 years ago looking for the kind of neighborhood that we have. If I had chosen to have a multi-apartment building, you know, a 56-unit apartment building next door, I would have purchased next door to a 56-unit apartment building. That was never my intent. But be it as it may, I'm not opposed to the project. It's been mentioned. I'm opposed to the location. That's not the right place for it. We understood from the commissioners meeting that I attended that the road was going to be widened to 20 feet. Well, if there's a fire truck on that street and I have my F-150 on that street coming the opposite direction, 20 feet's not wide enough. Now consider a big fire. 91 cars adding to that quiet neighborhood, and there's a fire. And your mitigation report that came out, by the way, only mitigated it for the people that wrote it, not the people that live there. Mentioned the speed bumps in the Indian Rock Center. There's already speed bumps in the Indian Rock Center. They're not changing anything. So I think you need to look at that. By the way, the one accident a year, it happened last week. So I hope we don't have any more, because that report will be flawed also. Again, my main concern is the safety of the neighborhood. If there was a major fire there, how would people get in and out? They would not. And going back to the commissioners' meeting, 3 of the commissioners recognized that and said that that was the wrong place for this project. 4-3 margin. And yes, that's majority, but it's not a majority for the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. I was saying good morning, but Darren, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. I kind of want to talk a little bit about the businesses there and Indian Rock Center. I think I'm not opposed to having housing. We all need it, especially the county, especially people. What things are not being talked about is the destruction you guys are going to be doing for the utility through businesses that are there, the traffic for medical facilities, the traffic for businesses. They're great idea, some traffic mitigation. I really like the Edgemont Acres to subdue going through there, but what compliance do the businesses have more to give? It's not conducive of using Indian Rock. Peaceful Valley widening, that's all good faith stuff, but again, you're talking projections and ideas versus real world. So to get back to it, I would really like to see Edgemont Acres looked more to as a thoroughfare versus going through, and I know there's some property owners and some things in there that need to go, but you could put a frontage road in through there. You could do a bunch of different things. When we look at all the utilities that are gonna go through and the business owners that are gonna have to take that. The parking lots, number one, I looked at some of the in-depth stuff and it's cutting right through their parking lots. So again, please look and see what it's gonna do to these businesses. How long is it gonna be down? What are they gonna do? And I don't wanna take all your time, but rethink that, but come up with it. I'm not opposed to housing. We definitely want housing, but think about some of that stuff.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
My name is Carolyn Travels. I live in Tamron Mobile Home Park. I've been there about 10 years. Oh, and by the way, our manager was here earlier, but she had to leave for a move-in appointment. And also the owners of Tamron Mobile Home Park were not able to be here due to health issues. I was born and raised in the country, in Bishop, in the mountains. Ended up being here for several years, graduating from high school here in Sonora. Left, got stuck in the Bay Area for 43 years. I moved back up here, and by the way, the last 16 years of my time in the Bay Area, I managed apartments. Moved back up here to get out of the city, which I'd hated for every moment of the 43 years being in the city. I came up here because I wanted to be in the country, in a rural area, bought my mobile home. 2 years later, was disabled on a county job due to an unsafe workspace. So I'm kind of stuck here. Our Tamron Mobile Home Park is full of seniors, most of them with health issues or disabilities. Many of them walk their dogs on Peaceful Valley Road. I love the noises I hear there, like the frogs coming out of the creek that runs right alongside Peaceful Valley Road, which I imagine will be destroyed by them working on that road. I love my view, looking up there towards the hills, seeing the trees and the hills. Those apartments, all those pretty pictures, show no mountains behind it, which is totally covered on that way. We are in a valley, as the name of the road implies. All the sound echoes back and forth. Thing I don't like is that the sounds from the highway, the bypass, sometimes I can't even hear my birds chirping in the morning because of all the sound. Those big buildings, talking about sound mitigation, all that's going to do is echo, because that's what happens. I don't want to live next to some big, tall, 3-story apartments. I want to live in a rural area, a country area. I want to be able to look at the pine trees, look at the oak trees, see the hawks flying, hear the doves chirping, hear the frogs from the creek. Did I say many of our people in our park walk their dogs out there, seniors, on that road? And there is nothing stopping all the children, all the trespassers, and our park gets tons of people driving through the park all the time. And around my block, hot rodders driving around 3 or 4 times with strange-looking people eyeing everything. I don't want those there. I came to the country. Please don't do this.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is Jamie Blott. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll try to keep it brief. A lot of things have already been mentioned. One is that road, if the apartments are put in, that easement road through Indian Rock will absolutely be used by a lot of people. If they're gonna go towards the junction, that's the way they're gonna go. If there's speed bumps there or not, if you know the area, there's more than that one straight route out. You know, they will, if there's a few speed bumps and there's a few cars, they're gonna go right and try to go around it and go towards the car wash. They're gonna go cut towards in front of the Army place. And there's kids around that could be running in a parking lot and they get in a hurry to try to get around somebody. Stuff can happen. And I think that should be considered. Also, who maintains that road? There's already speed bumps on it. So is the apartment complex gonna pay for that road to be maintained? Or is it the ones that own the businesses in the Indian Rock Center? Because that's completely unfair and makes no sense. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And just as a time check, so it's about 12:40. We do have to have our staff be able to take a break for lunch, which is normally about an hour. So we've got about 19 minutes left. Can I see maybe a raise of hands of folks who are hoping to make comment in that period of time? Okay, 7. So if we stick to 7, we got just about enough time. So just for, there we go.
Hi, my name's Daniel Perkins, and one of my biggest concerns here, I've been listening, is that there's a lot of unanswered, we'll do it later, we'll have to review that, those type of answers. So a lot of inconclusions about what really is going to take place and how it's going to take place has been presented by these people. No conclusive answers on quite a bit of it. And so one of my other ones that I think everybody missed, they said the parking for the complex. What about all the people that are going to come visit? I mean, that's going to multiply. And so if you're talking about the Indian Rock Center, well, that's a convenient place to go park. So it's going to become another enforcement problem as well for parking. And I think that we just don't have enough information about what they're really trying to do for this project to make it a good project at this point. I think maybe it needs to go back under more scrutiny to the staff or completely abolished. And that's it for my statement. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Morning. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chairman. My name is Janet Pepper. I'm the CEO, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indian Health Center. Tribe recently, over the past 6 months, purchased 2 buildings in the Indian Rock for millions of dollars into this community. Unbeknownst to them and myself, this project was going on. One, I would like you at the very least to delay any decision until you get a proper traffic survey, not a traffic memo, a traffic survey. Totally different things. 2, a solution, move where you're going to put the complex. Easy fix. Thank you.
Thank you. And if folks don't mind standing, it does speed along if you're willing to line up behind the podium. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. Brian Gerdow. A couple things that I wanted to talk about. We did talk to the fire department about the speed bumps. They will not allow, they said the speed bumps will not be allowed there based on what Glenn and I talked to them. So that was something I wanted to maybe check into that a little bit more too through the complex. Being that I have an office building that I own and pay property taxes right there on 108, or right on 108 right there, it gets backed up already there. I mean, people are going to be turning left, they're going to be turning right. There's going to be issues. We already have issues. I mean, shoot, lunch lets out and everybody leaves the office buildings, and we're already backed up there already. And it backs up. People can't even back out of my parking spots right there at times. It's not awful right now. I'm saying that this is going to make it worse. And that's a lot of everything that everybody else said I agree with, but that was one of the things that hit me.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. I don't really have a stance either way on this project. I just would like to give another question or thought. I'm working on a similar, although much smaller project that's almost complete just up the road in Monte Vista. And when I got my permit, I was required to sign a document that stated that I would do my due diligence, every reasonable effort to try to hire local subs and local workers. So I don't know if that's a consideration on this project or not, or if this is going to be this company, Bob, I guess, is the builder. Bob the Builder, it's great. If they're going to be bringing all workers from out of town, or if this is going to be an opportunity for some of the local contractors to get some jobs. And then also, if they are bringing all workers from out of town, are we looking at, what's the distance they'll be traveling from the valley? Are they going to be just coming in and out, daily, or are they going to be spending the night? And is there potential there for some TOT income because they are going to be taking up lodging locally? So that's something that I would think should be considered. And then also, I'm very jealous of the fact that they don't have to pay property taxes. But I understand, because I looked into that for my own project, whether I wanted to go that route or not. So I chose not to for other reasons. But that's another story. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name's Randy Gerhart. I'm a member of Country Cowboy Church, and I help out at the church doing yard work and stuff. But anyway, so we're right across from this project, and anyway, I don't agree with it at all because it's in the wrong spot. I mean, that's all residential, single-family dwellings. They want to bunch it up with high-density property over towards, Mona Way. And these businesses along Mona Way were built off of Mona Way, not off of Peaceful Valley. So they're grouping that with this project to make it look like it should be there. No, it doesn't. So another thing, if they're going to be exempt from property tax or whatever, isn't the county struggling already? And we need all the money that we can get off of any new projects. So I don't think that's right. So I just hope that you vote against it, or at the very least downsize it and amend it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlene Winreed, and I am a member of Country Cowboy Church. But I also have multiple friends who live along Peaceful Valley Road, and I am a lifelong resident of Tuolumne County. My primary concern is the general plan is being asked to be amended. During a general plan, when you're asking to start a new general plan or to revise it, there are multiple opportunities for public input. Changing the zoning from rural to high density is not appropriate in this area. And for anybody that bought property there, or for those that invested in Indian Rock, if they looked at the general plan, they would never have expected high density to go in that area. That goes against the general plan. That makes it leapfrog development, which this county has been against for years. In November 2024, when this went out and the notifications went out, it gave a limited amount to respond to because it was during November. That has multiple holidays. It reduced many of the owners to only about a 14-day window to respond, which is not nearly enough. Currently, the businesses that are high density have a frontage road of Mona Way. We're talking about those properties that have a frontage of Peaceful Valley. And if they widen that road, they will be impacting the setbacks for the private property owners. That is a taking of property, in my opinion, and personal property is important to people. I do think the project looks great. It's in the wrong place. I agree with that. The other thing is it's a taking of property from our tax rolls. We tried to get a property tax through, a sales tax increase. It didn't happen because people are already pushed to their limits. Now you are basically removing, from what I heard, $73,000 from our property tax rolls and a waiving of almost $300,000 in fees. That's not right to those that have to pay those fees that this organization will not have to do. The other thing is they're not contributing their fair share by not paying property tax to the impact on services, fire, EMS, social services. They're not going to contribute to any of that. It sounds great, but it's in the wrong place, and it's changing zoning, which is where my general opposition is. So my primary request would be to deny it outright. If you don't choose to deny it, I do think it should go back to staff to address all of the questions that were brought up in all of the comments. You need to read the comments letters, especially from the church and from the days. They make really good points that need to be addressed. I think staff did a great job. It looks great, but I think we missed many things that need to be addressed in order to approve it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Trish Warner, for those who don't know me. I think most of you do. My husband and I own the property across the street, the little white farmhouse. Most of the things were addressed. I just want to reiterate parking. We obviously saw that that was an issue, and so they've already tried to mitigate at the very last minute. And in order to do that, they've just cut back. That's not a solution. The already minimum 91 units, to cram even more on there is not the solution that needs to happen here. So we obviously, the elephant in the room is it's too big. I'm not saying that it's not the right place. I'm not even saying that. I did it first. I'm not now. It's too big. And these things need to be addressed. Also paying property tax. We've heard all morning how our county is struggling, and yet it's gonna take away thousands of dollars, and yet we have to pay that thousands of dollars ourselves. So that's just a couple issues that, out of the many. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Dan Weidman, and I'm also a member of the church, but I'm also live directly next to this project that you want to do. And a lot of my issues have already been brought up. Parking, noise control, light pollution. We do have wildlife there. My husband and I were park rangers. We moved here because it's country. We lived in city before. And if I wanted to, like I said, where someone else said, if I wanted to move right next to a big unit of housing, apartments and whatnot, that's what we would have done. But this is called Peaceful Valley Road because it is peaceful. When we moved there was only 2 houses on that site. And we thought that was perfect. It's a very country feel, and we thrive in that. I am there now by myself. My husband passed away. And having all this extra activity going on is just going to compound everything. It's going to compound people who do live there, such as myself. I enjoy seeing the wildlife. I enjoy seeing the birds. I enjoy seeing coyotes. I enjoy all that. Put this in there, all that's going to go away. And that's a shame because animals were here way before we were. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Beat me to it.
Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC. First, I want to begin by acknowledging that the traffic and parking concerns raised by those living near the site are understandable. They currently enjoy relative peace and quiet despite living so close to Highway 108, Monoway, and a commercial center. It's understandable that they do not want to see changes in their neighborhood. But speaking just to the project's potential environmental impacts, the site at issue has fragmented habitat, sandwiched between 2 major transportation corridors, effectively cut off from suitable habitats. It would actually be better for wildlife like deer not to be in this area. The project does have a number of positive aspects that are worthy of highlighting. It'll be connected to public water and sewer. It is close to public transit. The site has already been disturbed by prior development, and much needed fuel reduction work will be completed. Further, there is a pressing need for affordable workforce housing in the county. This development can help to alleviate some of that need. To be clear, though, this project alone will not fully address the housing need, but it can be an important piece. Your board has the opportunity today to bolster and support our workforce community, which in turn benefits our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I can say that I'm honestly glad to be standing on this side of the microphone and not on that side of the microphone. But with that, I do think that there are a couple of pieces that are very relevant. You've already heard them, but I would make 3 requests to you, that you send this back to staff and then to actually coordinate with Indian Rock. There has been a lack of communication. There have been a number of assumptions based on traffic memos. And I'm here to tell you, I am a member of the church. And if I'm coming down Mona Way, I'm making a right-hand turn through Indian Rock. Anybody that's going to be traveling west on Mona Way or coming up Mona Way, they're going to go through Indian Rock. And I don't care if you put a couple more speed bumps in there, it's not going to deter it. And I do have a question about speed bumps and fire vehicles because I've heard fire say that they don't want speed bumps. If I'm going to access 108, I'm going to go down Peaceful Valley and I'm going to get on 108. And so they're just simple realities, and there hasn't been a coordinated effort. There's some assumptions on sewer, and I don't think that has been explored adequately. What I'm really concerned about is workforce housing for our local community. I saw a great slide up there. We need workforce housing for this community. We don't need a lottery system that has the potential of the majority of the folks coming out of the valley, and I would disagree with anybody that says that's not a real possibility. Sit down at the Signal in Jamestown and tell me that folks are not commuting to the valley at a given time in the morning or a given time in the afternoon. They simply are, and this will be a cheaper place to live. But with that, they're not going to be spending their tax dollars here. We've heard that there's not going to be revenue generated from the property tax, and you're waiving the fees. You have local builders in this community that do this kind of thing. Habitat is one great example. And so there is the ability to work with folks, send it back, and if it is this entity, great. But make it a project that meets the needs of Tuolumne County, meets the needs of Tuolumne County workforce, meets the needs of the existing community that is already out there, and meets the needs of the financial situation that Tuolumne County currently finds himself in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, a closed public comment. And again, thank you, anybody who shortened their comments there, chose not to speak. Want to make sure that you were recognized for that, but trying to be able to move through on it. I do appreciate cooperation with everybody. So with that, the next step would be bringing this back for questions to the board or clarification, but we have exactly about 3 minutes. What I would recommend is that we would break so our staff can have lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock this item so that we can basically continue discussion. Goodbye, everybody. All right, without objection, so moved. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock after lunch. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody, it's 2 o'clock, 2:01. I think we're missing one supervisor. Come back to the dais, and then we'll get started. Give it maybe another minute. Hey, there he is. All right. All right, so we're coming back. This is, again, our 10 a.m. appointment. It's the third one. This is the public hearing to consider Valleydale. It's a continuation of the public hearing we already began. We did public comment and then closed the public comment. Before we go into additional questions to the board and clarification, staff has requested to be able to address some of the comments that were brought up. And so I'll hand it off to Shady and the Quincy.
Great, thank you so much. So I just wanted to go over a couple of maps. We pulled these recorded maps. Thank you to Warren Smith, our county surveyor, for pivoting on a moment's notice for me and providing Shady and I with this information. We greatly appreciate it. So this is the recorded map for the Edgemont Acres area. And in the lower map in black and white, you can see what then was State Highway 108 and a driveway that moves up to the north and then V's. And if you look at the Google map, you can trace where those driveways are. It goes from Mona Way, what's now called Mona Way, north, and just past where it's written Aladdin Inn, it V's. And so you can sort of get a context of where the road for Edgemont Acres is in comparison to the project site. And what we don't see on this map is an Edgemont Acres road easement that goes further north and wraps around, paralleling, like someone had mentioned, a frontage road and connecting to Peaceful Valley Road. So the absence of a road easement here on Edgemont Acres tells us that Peaceful Valley did not connect to Edgemont Acres. The Edgemont Acres splits into driveways. They're not shown on the map, so they're just unrecorded driveway easements. They are not dedicated public roads. And I've got a little note here that says project site to try to put this in the context of where this project site is. The next map I wanted to show is the Indian Rock Center map. The narrow piece that goes north intersects with Peaceful Valley Road. And this is the public road easement, just as any other road easement exists in the county where there's a public road easement, it's non-exclusive, anyone can cross it, and it's not maintained by the county. Again, project site blocked just for references, and there were some questions earlier about utility easements through the site, and those easements do exist. And so the applicant would be responsible for any utility lines that needed to go in and fixing those to no less than the standard that they were in, the state they were in at the time of the construction. It also was mentioned a little bit about the Indian Rock access, and I just wanted to give your board and the public a little more context for that analysis that was done in reference to CEQA. And so CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, has very specific questions that it asks about transportation. And so the first question that CEQA asks us is, does the project, and the project as a whole, conflict with the program, plan, ordinance, or policy addressing the circulation system, including transit, roadway, bicycle, or pedestrian and facilities? So both the use of Peaceful Valley Road and, over the non-exclusive easement in Indian Rock would not create any conflicts with any adopted plans. All of those roads would be required to be improved to ordinance code standards with the applicable approvals by the county. So we did not identify any inconsistencies there. The next question says, conflict or be inconsistent with CEQA guidelines section 150643.2 subdivision B. And what does that mean? That refers you back to the government code, where the code starts to talk about vehicle miles traveled. This is not a measurement of it's a traffic analysis that's done, and it's not a measurement of how long you wait anymore at a stoplight or a stop sign. It's how many vehicles you need to go to get to your place of work or to do shopping. And the county has adopted thresholds for vehicle miles traveled, and it has a number of exemptions: local serving retail, residential projects of certain sizes, and affordable housing is one of those that the county has screened out from VMT. That affordable housing does not create VMT impacts, and so that one is not an issue. There's only two more questions. One of them is, does the project substantially increase hazards due to a design or an incompatible use? There's no proposed changes that would be happening across Indian Rock that would change its design or its use. It would still operate as a non-exclusive easement. There's no new zigs or zags that are happening that would create a hazard. Same thing on Peaceful Valley Road. And so we didn't find that the project would have any significant impacts related to that. And lastly the question is, does the project result in inadequate emergency access? This is discussed programmatically in our initial study, so I'm just going to limit my comments here to the concerns about the Indian Rock easement. And actually the use of that public non-exclusive easement aids in emergency access and does not decrease it. We do have an application that was submitted by a property owner to vacate that public easement across Indian Rock, and I think it's important for your board to understand that because of the existing high-density residential land use designations that already exist on Peaceful Valley, our staff would be recommending denial of that with or without the Valleydale project. So if the Valleydale project didn't exist and that easement vacation request came for us, it would be our recommendation that it's inconsistent with the general plan. I think the last map I wanted to show, this is of the project site. And again, just kind of speaking to how the connection between Edgemont Acres and Peaceful Valley. And again, just showing that they weren't intended to connect. Peaceful Valley turned into the old Mono Toll Road, which connected into Phoenix Lake Road. And so there was not, at least in the existing recorded maps, an intention that Peaceful Valley would intersect with Edgemont Acres. So that's there was also some concerns regarding the sewer that the project will be required to put in, as again, those will be engineered, if and when the project is approved. Those have to go through utility easements and engineered. So we're not there yet, and they have to meet standards to be approved by TUD. There was also a concern regarding takings of property with the road widening. There is an existing road easement there, and so like in other places, road easements can extend on into front yards for utilities and/or roads. And so any work would be done within that easement, so there wouldn't be any takings of anyone's property. And those were the points that I wanted to make and Shady wanted to make, and we're happy to answer any questions, any other questions you might have.
Great, thank you, and we'll bring it back to the board. Did actually wanted to ask one other thing I think was brought up by the public was the payment of fees in the ordinance, as well as the current ownership of the property. There was some discussion that the $78,000 number, I believe the property is currently Caltrans surplus public, right, which is not paying taxes?
Correct. So actually on all 6 of those properties, we asked the assessor and no taxes are being paid on them.
Okay, so it is the potential if it was private, 78,000.
Yes.
But it's not a loss because it is already public.
Yes, but it was a concern of the public. We wanted the board to understand the magnitude of what it, if this development went in, it was not receiving any waivers, that's plus or minus what it would be.
And the fee waiver is on nonprofit housing that's in our ordinance code adopted, correct?
The county impact service fee waiver is for affordable housing that meets specific criteria that we anticipate this project at the time of construction will meet.
Great. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Holland?
Okay, I got a couple questions. I also went and checked on the property taxes because that came up. According to Kanan, our assessor, there's been no property taxes paid in 25 to 30 years because obviously anyone that's lived for that long knows the bypass got put in and Caltrans bought up that property. So the last time we collected property taxes was that far ago. One of the questions I had was about the speed bumps, and someone mentioned that fire said we couldn't have them, and I see Steve is sitting there in the back. Maybe he will come up and answer that question if we can have speed bumps or not. Well, Steve is the guy.
Gregory, Tolman County Fire. The code is actually silent on speed bumps, so it doesn't take a position, so nor does the ordinance code. So
speed bump away?
Speed bump away.
Okay, thank you. Okay. On the road easement Quincy going up Peaceful Valley, I'm assuming it is wide enough under its current size to accommodate what needs to get achieved. I think maybe that's where the taking of the property people are talking about, is that easement already of sufficient size to accommodate what needs to get done?
The project, if there is any place that the dedication is not wide enough, the applicant would need to acquire that dedication, or an alternative plan would need to be approved by the road department and the fire department if there was going to be a narrowing at any point. So any changes along Peaceful Valley Road, and Ms. Scott-Heim is aware of that. Someone had mentioned that they have a well in their front yard. And so it's not uncommon for there to be things in the right-of-way. Blossom said she would be working with fire and the project to line out that final design. So they might need to acquire some more easement in certain places if needed. Public Works will be running that.
But that is on the applicant to work
That's
out,
correct.
not the county coming to take the
That's
land
correct.
through. Okay, just to clarify that fact. Taxes. Okay, why 56 units? I know this is probably more for the applicant because I think that's one of the questions that come up about size, and which relates then to parking. And so, I mean, obviously, as a builder, I understand you want to maximize the units on the land, but is there a specific reason why 56 units or 55 units or whatever?
Yeah, and I'll let the applicant answer if they have anything else to add, but that's the cap based on the property size with the allowed density. So at 15 dwelling units an acre, and mapping it all out, that's what they would get. At the Planning Commission, they also talked about that being a size that's consistent with other projects they've done that they find manageable, and that they have good history with operating a project that size. And I think there were also some funding thresholds for to have a certain number of units in order to achieve certain funding. So if there's anything I left out.
And just to make sure, for anybody at home, it needs to be in the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, there is a certain economy of scale too. We've seen that if we do fewer units, it costs more per unit because some things just cost the same across the board, and some things you get economies of scale building more units. And so around 50 to 60 units has been kind of the sweet spot for funding acquisitions and applications, and also just to make sure that it's feasible as far as cost per square foot and things like that.
Could it be reduced and still be viable?
By a few, not many, maybe down to 50-ish.
Okay, thank you. Shady, can you pull up the zoning for the whole area, that map? Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, yes, this is the general plan map.
Okay, so down towards the end is residential estate planning. But I keep hearing we have the church down there. So how do we have a church in a residential neighborhood?
The church was built, I believe that property is RE5 actually. The church was built at a time when churches were a permitted land use in the RE5 district. At some point in the past, probably 30 plus years ago, there was a zoning code change, and churches became then a legal non-conforming use in that residential estate zoning district. So if someone was trying to put a church in there today, they would, I think, need a use permit, or it wouldn't be allowed.
Okay, and one last question. If all the high-density residential land, which is across from the mobile home park, if they decided they wanted to put apartments in, would we be sitting in this meeting today, or would they, under our current code, be allowed to start to build and?
They would be reviewed under our objective design standards for design and physical on-site infrastructure, but they would be they'd be going straight to a building permit under the ordinance code, because the zoning and the general plan are consistent for 15 dwelling units an acre.
So we would not have a say-so in that point about
No.
putting in traffic calming measures or whatever else?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I got, I think.
Okay. And how I think would be probably the most efficient to proceed would be if we have any follow-up questions to staff, we go through. And then if we have any changes that we'd like to recommend, I can write them down here and we can quickly go through and say, we like that, we don't like that. Does that sound good? Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
Glenn in the audience had brought up a question about something wasn't in the packet before, it's in there now. I'm sorry, did you already speak to that, or can I get some clarification on that information?
Yeah, there was, initially when the project came in, we didn't identify the Indian Rock as that public road easement. And so it was sometime during the processing that easement was identified. And because of that, then the project was able to meet road and fire standards for access. And so then we went through that project evaluation. Public Works also looked at that. That is in our records that they did look with fire at that easement, identified some improvements that needed to be made there. And so it wasn't specifically in the initial study as an access road, but it's like any other public non-exclusive easement access road that anyone can use. And we don't, and then I just went through a little bit more on that about how we don't feel there's any impact, under the CEQA guidelines, any impacts from that.
Okay. And I don't know if it's appropriate, Chair, but is Glenn still in the audience? I don't know if that suffices what your question was, or if that's the information that you were trying to disclose. Is that thumbs up, thumbs down? Is there more to it from your end? Thumbs down? Okay. There's more.
We'd have to ask counsel.
Yeah, I want to get that cleared up.
Generally, so when we have a public comment open, we're allowed to do that. The applicant, since this is a hearing, I think can be asked for questions, but the public, it's kind of a weird spot. So counsel?
It would be up to your board's discretion if you wanted to reopen public comment, but if you allowed one speaker additional time to speak, I would recommend that you allow additional time to everybody to speak.
Yeah.
So it'd be up to your discretion.
And Supervisor Brandon and Kirk, I'd also just add that under the California Environmental Quality Act, after a document is circulated, as long as there's no new significant information that is new information that causes a significant impact. The state has clear guidelines on when we need to do recirculation, and we don't feel that the use of this public road or public easement meets that threshold.
So my 2 cents are, we're a small community, these are neighbors, it's gonna impact them. I would like to hear what he has to say. If I don't, I'm gonna recommend that we return this back to staff so I can get that information. I don't know if I'll have a full board for support of that. Otherwise, I think it would be great if we could just specifically hear that, and it'd be great if we could maybe do a poll thumb so our board's not worried about doing this for 3 more hours. If you guys are good with just letting Glenn come up here, give his 2 cents, and then end it so we can keep going.
Well, here's the issue.
Otherwise,
If we open
I
it
think-
up for public comment, since he had already spoken, we'd also, correct me if I'm wrong, be opening that up for everybody
Which
who's
is
already
my point.
spoken to do
I was trying to
another.
poll the audience to just see if we're gonna, not, I don't want to call it abuse that time, but I think you get my point, which is hear that issue.
Let's,
Yeah, sure.
can I just discretionarily just say, let's be able to answer or allow the question for one person to be able to get a clarifying?
No, you'd have to allow it for everybody to additional time, but if nobody intends to use that time,
Okay.
then it won't take the additional time, but I wouldn't restrict anybody's ability to provide.
I don't want to
All right,
restrict
so
anybody.
with-
I think our
yeah.
concern is that it would open up a can, so
Without
please be
objection
understanding.
with the board, let's reopen public comment on that. Just ask again, I know we're quite late into the item, and the intent is to kind of get to this specifically, so. But certainly, as council said, folks have the ability to speak.
So I heard what they said, Glenn, about the easement, and there's requirements that we're meeting. So the part that we're missing that you're not hearing, please
Oh.
get us, help
No.
us get there.
One of the parts that's not in your packet, nor was in the commissioner's packet, is my comments about the project from 2022, okay? I thought my comments should have come along with this project as it was developed. So you don't have any idea what Indian Rock Center was saying, please help mitigate this, okay? That was completely excluded, and we didn't even get an opportunity because we were kind of blindsided because we weren't in the initial study. We kind of fell asleep on it, okay? Now, since I started stirring things up a week ago, because I'm back in town to figure out what's going on, okay? I'm the guy who has applied for vacation of that road easement, okay? And the reason is, if I can get control of that easement, okay, I could put a gate across that and give the fire department a key, but at that point, it would be a private road again. Back when I dedicated that road easement 20 years ago, and my agreement with county staff at the time was, oh, that's only gonna be for the 6 houses back there and a couple of more, okay? So that's where we were, okay? Now, all of a sudden, I'm threatened with 56 units coming up across our property, okay? So, the road, the transportation memorandum, okay, came up again just last week, okay? Staff emails the road engineer. Only got 3 minutes. Staff emails the road engineer, and the road engineer says, hey, Indian Rock Center was not part of that study or that memo because the road algorithms looks at it as a parking lot. So when staff tells you that 68% is going to go down to Mona Way by the bank and 38% is going to go through Mona Way, no. The engineer said all of that traffic's going to go down to the bank, and then 38% is going to go down westbound on Mona Way, okay? As a matter of fact, staff is also telling I forget the name of these people, the engineer people, they were expecting that 50% of the traffic was going to go through Indian Rock Center.
Sorry, and that's the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Glenn.
Continue with any further public comment? Going once, going twice? Okay, and we're closing public comment again, so we're bringing it back to the board.
Supervisor Kirk, I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Sure, if you want to respond. Yeah,
Sure,
respond.
great. I lost my train of thought. When
Do you want me to ask my questions and you then come back to it?
Well, when planners look at traffic, we look at worst case scenario, and it seemed prudent to split the trips 50-50. That's what Shady and I talked about. It was just a guess. In an effort to hone that in and see if there was more data for that, we reached out to Wood Rogers. They do the traffic analysis using cell phone data for the county for the traffic area zones. And so they got back to us and said that that they think 62 one way, 38 the other way. And it was more of like, actually the context of the comment, and I'm happy to share that with all of you, was that, hey, this shows, like Mr. Caldwell said, going down to mono and splitting. Why doesn't it show, it's not showing any cut through traffic. And the response was, the model's not that sensitive. And it wasn't that, it was only for that the model wasn't as sensitive to pick up that traffic cutting through on the public easement. Because we've heard from the public that people cut through there all the time. And so if that had been the case, the model would have picked up those trips. And so when it didn't, I asked, it's not showing any of these existing trips that, business owners and members of the church are saying that they cut through. And so it really had just to do with model sensitivity.
Okay.
And the question about the cut through also clearly stemmed from ensuring that your board had all of the information prior to coming to a public hearing that might have been left a little undone at the Planning Commission. We wanted just to make sure that you guys had all the information.
What would be, I keep hearing about a memo versus a traffic study.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference? Why not do a traffic study? Was the memo better than a traffic study?
No, so different levels of projects that have different both peak hour or total trip thresholds. The Department of Public Works has a published guide on what type of traffic review needs to be completed. And because the project did not trigger 50 peak hour trips or more than 500 daily hour trips, a shorter review is done versus a longer review.
So it's policy.
We call that a memo. You could call it a report. It's a semantics.
Is part of that I'm catching up on, is that because it's not labeled as a road but as a parking lot?
No, it has to do with just trips to and from the site. The decision on what level of review was needed was not determined based on the roads or the access roads that got there. It's based on the peak hour trips at 50 and total trips at 500.
Okay. Tracking a little bit. Okay. And then this conversation about Edgemont Acres and Peaceful Valley, I understand it was never created to connect. What would it cost? What would it if we wanted to make that connection, what would need to be done to make that happen? Is there?
I can start and then council can correct me if I miss anything. But essentially, if the county wanted to take private property, you would go through an eminent domain process unless those people sold that property to you.
So those lots are to make that connection, there's homes with.
Yeah, there's homes with driveways and and yards. And so you would either need to have it be sold to you.
Not doing that.
Or take it on eminent domain.
I'm not doing that. Okay. And then, we keep talking about this egress route. I'm just going to, I'm getting to my question, but my point is, this to me does not look like a road to make a connection. It looks like a parking lot. It feels like a parking lot. It smells like a parking lot. So my question is, why do we even need to use that? Is that because of the state forcing those fire regulations that just came down the pipe recently?
Yeah. So it's not necessarily recently, but as a component of that, and Steve Gregory, if I get something wrong, please let me know. But there is a concern from the state about increasing density at the end of cul-de-sacs without having a through road without having another access point or another through road. And so when the project first came in, it was very quickly
That was
identified.
about 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
That we went through this? Yeah.
I was quickly identified that the project exceeded the cul-de-sac length limits. It was too far down the cul-de-sac to be allowed to increase density. While we were processing the project, and truly at the encouragement of board members encouraging staff to find solutions and get to yes, we were able to identify that, hey, there's this driveway that smells like a parking lot and looks like a parking lot is actually dedicated to the public. And we reviewed that with Public Works and Fire. And as long as that is, meets the width requirements, height requirements, things like that, then it would suffice to solve the issue that a cul-de-sac, that the long cul-de-sac presented. So it really was staff looking for a solution and trying, rather than shutting a project down and being able to bring that to your board of this is the solution that we found for the property.
My last question to that would be, is the state firm on those regulations, or is there any way to present it in such a way that we could still move forward with this project but not utilize that for egress?
That's a question that that the Public Works Director and the Fire Chief would most likely answer. I don't know that's appropriate for me, but I could tell you that I think that approving projects that are not consistent with state law would present challenges outside of the.
No, I'm asking if there's like exemptions.
Oh,
like that.
exemptions. I'm not aware of any exemptions. The state went to a one-size-fits-all road standard requirement. Previously, we did have unique road standard requirements for Tuolumne County that were negotiated with CAL FIRE, or the Board of Forestry, not CAL FIRE, the Board of Forestry, and we don't have that anymore.
Like in my mind, I'm thinking like if you could somehow on the back end of this put an on-ramp to 108 to get out of there in a hurry, that would be your escape route versus having to go through a parking lot. Like has that idea been floated?
We did not explore adding an on-ramp. We'd have to go over and under, well, unless you wanted an on-ramp east. That was not an option that was explored, of creating an exit for onto the highway for this property.
Okay. And I think that is it for questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Griefer?
So regarding the parking, I know we've kind of kicked that around. So you had stated earlier that we would reduce the size of said parking stalls. Another option is building other parking stalls, right? So it's not an either or. It's not that we're going to have smaller parking spots or no other additional.
I think that we're going to need all the strategies that I mentioned earlier.
Right, but it wasn't an either or. It's not that we're going to shrink
need
this
all
one
the
and nothing else.
strategies.
Okay, because somebody had brought up earlier, what about, Super Bowl Sunday or the holidays and things like that? Where would all those additional parking vehicles go? And then, although I'm going to ask a question, I don't expect an answer from the gentleman in the back row, but you said 20 years ago when you gave the easement, or you had allowed the easement occur, your intent wasn't to have a 56 home project on the backside of that, right? Okay, that's kind of what I suspected. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. And Supervisor Campbell indicated no questions there. So I had a few, and I think this is where we get into the hard part with it. So generally, I wanted to ask, has the direction of the board been to basically reduce required studies and red tape on a lot of these developments? And that includes above what's required studies, analyses, conditional kind of negotiations over the past 4 years?
So I think if your question is the direction to me and the Community Development Department to do what we can to facilitate growth in housing?
Yeah, and generally streamlining a lot of these
Yes,
policies.
that's been your board direction.
And generally in alignment with our board priorities, it's also been fire safety in planning and land use decisions, right?
Sure.
So it gets hard when it's a specific project, but I wanted to just make sure that some of this stuff, we'll talk a little bit more on it. Wanted to ask about, are we able to add a condition to establish a Firewise community within this as part of the development?
So the project will be required at the time of the building permit it's in a high or very high severity fire zone, so it already will be building to WUI standards with construction on the property. It'd be required to meet 4290 regulations. again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, which is that there needs to be a tie to the project. And Mr. Nesper, is there anything else you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, that was the only thing I was going to raise, just from a legal perspective. Any conditions that your board adds either need to be tied to an identified CEQA impact or a different impact, that's under your planning authority. And there has to be a nexus between that impact and the condition has to be roughly proportionate to the degree of that impact.
And I'm only looking for really a yes or no.
Yeah, I think that there would probably be room for that on the property. I mean, there are, your board has discretion under the findings that are required to be made. And so if there was something to require it for the property, I think that could probably fit, but I'd have to hear your exact language.
Can we, without violating the secondary egress, be able to turn that section into Indian Rock into a one-way out, but not allow traffic in?
I'm going to have to look at the road standards and probably talk with fire and Public Works about that.
Okay.
And I just would note, it's an existing public road easement, so I'm not sure the answer about how to establish a one-way road. There's probably a process that your board would have to go through.
Okay. And those are the only questions that I had. So with that, looking at, before we get to maybe a yes or no, any potential changes to conditions, removals of conditions, or additions of conditions, and then we can do kind of a thumbs up, thumb down. We could probably have full conversations about every single one of them, but just to see where we're at, I think we've had a lot of discussion about some of these issues.
Supervisor Brandon, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt, and I do apologize for interrupting.
That's fine.
But I remember the other thing I was going to mention to Supervisor Kirk. Mr. Caldwell brought up a great point that his comments from early in 2022 weren't in your board packet. What we did, because we had so many comments, is we loaded those packets from the initial review onto the project website, and there's a link in the staff report that refers you to that. And so they were linked in the staff report rather than attached, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that that's always a challenge with us as to how big to make these packets. So it is on our website and linked in the staff report, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries at all. And so, of course, we're in our quasi-judicial thing, and so we are basically agreeing whether this project has met those standards as laid out by staff, or if any additional conditions need to be changed or added to it, but not as much a qualitative decision in this type of role. So, Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, so you're not looking for a motion, you just want recommendations?
We could do a motion. I think if there were additional conditions that we wanted to add to this, I was open to that discussion first, and then maybe we'll give that a little bit and then go to a motion.
I mean, based on discussion from my colleagues and where I'm at, I think that it makes sense to remove the parking on Peaceful Valley Road on the north and south sides of the road, both sides. And, I'm comfortable allowing the applicant to work with CDD to find a way to mitigate that. Then the fencing that I think Supervisor Griefer raised the issue of fencing on the north side of the project. I think that's a good idea. That should be included.
I believe that's already in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the parking too was something that was already. And those were the two big ones from listening to property owners. Oh, and the third was the speed bumps on the pass through to the Indian Rock Commercial Center.
Add?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could briefly interject before anybody makes any motions, before your board makes any motions, we should close the public hearing. If of course you need any more factual information or evidence, I'd recommend keeping the public hearing open, but it seems like we're at that stage where we could close the public hearing.
Right.
Also, I just wanted to note regarding your board's role in this, quasi-judicial setting and whether or not to approve this, it really should be tied to whether or not there is evidence to support the findings that staff is recommending. It's not necessarily whether you like the project, whether you think it's the best use for that particular parcel. It's whether or not the evidence meets the staff's requested findings. So if there are any questions about that, I'm happy to address that more.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holland?
I think Ryan got most of them, the parking. So Quincy, these are going to be added already. They are added, right? 17, 72, and 73.
Yes, so 73, I just wanted to touch on and make sure that this was a staff proposal, again, as a way to have enforcement on the road. So I just want to make sure that we understand moving the parking, and just make sure that we would bring this back as a separate item in the future to do that. What's not in here is a condition that I would write something to the effect of, prior to the issuance of a grading permit, the applicant shall submit a traffic calming plan for the Indian Rock Center that shall be reviewed and approved by Tuolumne County Fire and Public Works. That's what Supervisor Campbell talked about. That is not listed in any of the conditions, so I would add that one onto the project.
Got that on our list, Jared? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so if we got those on the list.
Okay. Supervisor Griefer?
I have none.
Supervisor Kirk?
If it's gonna go through, so we're not making comments, we're just making conditions, correct?
Discussing, I think, sufficiency of the mitigations and any conditions that are needed to expand that.
Okay. Because, I'll make a motion later.
If you have comments, then, but yeah, we have to close the public hearing before we
Okay.
move to a motion, so right
So-
now I'm just writing down ideas.
If it's gonna go through, I would recommend that we do have 50%. So I agree with my colleagues on, let me see, I got remove parking from roads, fencing along 108, speed bumps. 50% would be preferred tenant program. I'm talking about county staff, city staff, U.S. Forest Service, teachers, state park staff, basically have a preferred tenant program for 50% of the housing. That would be a condition I'd like to add to it. And then two other conditions. One would be, because I understand the individual is going to request a vacation of that easement. I don't know why it wasn't explored to have an on-ramp on the 108 on the backside of it, because that would give you a clear drive-in, get you to the apartments, and then if you need to exit, you can just go out the driveway or out the parking lot and on-ramp on the 108. So it would be that we put an on-ramp on the 108 for that exit route so that the other individual can exercise his rights. But to me, it just makes sense. It looks like a parking lot, feels like a parking lot. Let's make it a legit area for cars to come in and leave. And then the other thing is, Quincy, I just emailed you a color scheme. My wife, who's a professional interior designer, we came up with 3 colors that we think would look awesome if it does go up. Swiss coffee, warm gray, and charcoal. I think if you added those color schemes to this, it would look well in that area. So those would be my conditions.
I'm more of a Riverstone fan than a charcoal. But the only one that I wanted to add was broadband according to FCC standard, that would be figured out for the project. So with that, you have one more.
Supervisors,
then-
just with some of these conditions that are being proposed here, the occupancy preferences and broadband preferences, I'm not aware of any evidence in the record of impacts from this project that would justify those types of conditions. So if there's some evidence that you would tie those to that we can explore, certainly open to discussing them. But if we were exploring adding those types of conditions, we would need some time.
And is it okay if we open that up after closing the hearing? There was one more comment, but then in the discussion deliberation section?
That'd be fine, as long as
Okay.
you're not receiving new factual evidence. And if you are, I'd recommend you reopen the public hearing.
Understood.
Although I don't believe you have closed the public hearing at this point still.
No, we have not. No, this is just writing down to make sure. I think that the questions or things coming up are going to be, legal. So there we go. Supervisor Holland?
Can we put signage going into Indian Rock Center that says emergency exit only?
My only concern with that is that wouldn't be factual, because it's a non-exclusive easement, meaning that anyone can use it at any time. You could put please, but that's my concern with signing it. I'm trying to, when we review the plan for traffic calming, I can work with Fire and Public Works on signage as well, if there's any additional deterrence, so not just, traffic calming is much more than a speed bump. I read a whole manual last night on it, and so there's lots of options, and we might find some that are better suited for this project or for this area than just, as someone said, there's already speed bumps in this area. There might be some other solutions. So I wouldn't want to commit to something that is not factual, but we could have the condition to include looking at what signage we can put up.
So maybe I'd want to put the most aggressive speed calming methods we can do, if there's options beyond speed bumps.
And I have traffic calming on here. Okay. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't stray too far away from what our role is here. This is private property. This application, our job is to make sure that the applicant is following the law, that the project is not going to unfairly impact the neighboring community. I just have concerns when we talk about telling them what color to paint the project. I mean, what if it ends up that the paint color doesn't look good, or that the majority of people don't like? Well, I'm just saying, if we're telling them what color to paint it and it doesn't look good, then it's the government's fault that it's an ugly color. So that's why I don't even really want to go into that. What I'm more concerned about is, it sounds like there's pretty broad agreement about the impacts of the parking. I just look at it, how would I feel if I owned that property across the street? Probably wouldn't like to see people parking in front of my property. So
are we doing questions or are we doing comments now?
Well, I'm just saying we're getting into an area that's really not covered by.
And that's why I think I should close the public hearing right now, and that way we can go into discussion, deliberation on these, if that's fine. All right, without objection, 246, close the public hearing on that, bring it back to the board. We'll preface it with, I completely agree with Supervisor Campbell's comments that we're largely determining that this has to be in terms of any types of issues brought up and the adequacy of these mitigations, and not kind of qualitative things that we like. It's much have to be within that. So I've written down those. We could do comments if you would like, and then we can go through these to kind of be efficient and see where we're at. Each one of them needs to, I think, relate to, again, some type of issue. Supervisor Kirk, would you like to start with some comments?
Jeez, okay. First of
Procedural
all,
question.
Sure.
So before we get to all of that, shouldn't we just have a vote on whether or not this is going to move forward or go back to staff? Because if it's not going to move forward, then the following conversation doesn't need to happen. If we want to kick it back to staff with these recommendations, then they can address it. And if it's not going to move forward at all, then we know where we're at.
We do have the capability right now for a motion on the table. So if a motion wanted to be entertained and voted on to table it or approve it or deny it, I think we can do so right now.
I would recommend we just do comments, and then, that way we all have our say, and then have a vote on whether or not we want to add on.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk?
Try to make this quick. High level, I don't like subsidized housing. We live in California, which is the most overregulated state in the union. You want to build a home for less than $300 a square foot right now, good luck. This isn't directed towards anybody in the room or staff. They've done a great job. It's mind-boggling to me that we have to do subsidized housing, and yet we don't address the issue at the state level, which is we are overregulated and it's too expensive to build. And so this is what it looks like because it's too expensive. We have to do projects like this. And on one sense, it's good because it's going to get people into housing. On another sense, it's like, why don't you just go fix the freaking problem, which is it's too expensive. I got to put solar on my house. That's going to jack my price per square foot up by $33 per square foot. So I just think, big picture, I'm one guy in a big state, but we don't address issues in California. We just keep doing madness. So with that being said, yes, Quincy, we do want to get to yes. And I think you guys have done a great job of figuring out how to get to yes. I was pretty much kind of against the project for a variety of reasons until I did a walkthrough with Quincy and I saw this map right here, which you guys saw. Because around the project site is a ton of high density. There's commercial, general commercial, heavy commercial in pink a little farther down the road. So like the big picture is it can absolutely fit on this area. It blends in with the rest of the zoning, parcels around it. It does. So that kind of got me leaning towards a little bit of, okay, we can make this work. I gave my recommendations for what I like to see added as conditions. For me, the biggest holdup, and this is kind of back to the state of California thing. The state comes out 5 years ago and says, if you're in a high fire zone, if you want to build where there's a cul-de-sac, you got to have a ingress egress. And when I look at this, I don't see one. I think we're fudging one. I think we're making something kind of out of thin air with this backyard parking lot. Let's put some speed bumps to figure out to make it work. Yes, we are getting to yes. But again, where the hell is the state in the room? Where are they in the conversation? Where this is what it looks like when you come up with ridiculous requirements that rural areas have to abide by. This is how it starts to unfold to make things work. Where we would have just been fine to put that in there and not have to deal with having a one way in, one way out. So in concept, I support it with the recommendations I made, but I think the biggest one that I really want to see take place is that on-ramp going on to 108. I think that is a true, legit exit route, and I think using the other, I know we're getting to yes, but it just doesn't even, it doesn't sit right with me. So I will support it if we can get that on-ramp on there and the other conditions as I suggested. And to the point, Ryan, and I know we're just joking about if it doesn't look good. It's on 108, so when people are coming up the 108 corridor and they see that, that's going to be one of the only housing developments that they see in that area. So I do want it to look clean, crisp. I do want it to blend in well with the local community, and that color scheme is what works. And if people are going to say we're getting in the weeds, well, excuse me, you guys are asking for a general amendment. So if people are going to come to me and ask me for an amendment, I can give a color scheme, and if that's going to ruffle feathers, and so be it. I'm not saying it's ruffling feathers. I'm saying if you come to me, I'm going to have suggestions. Those are my suggestions. And the preferred tenant, I didn't know what legal was saying, but I did some research on it. We can absolutely, I believe, add preferred tenant because we're not violating any fair housing laws. So I think if we want to build things locally to help our local folks locally who are professionals and also other folks up and coming, I think it's a good blend to keep a good community in that community. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Do we have other board comments before we start going into some of the stuff written down here? Supervisor Griefer.
No, thank you. I totally appreciate get to yes. I really think that the staff has done a ton of load of work to get to yes. But here's my issue is that if that easement wasn't there, this project wouldn't be before us. And I think we're trying to force a square peg into a round hole. Because when you work traffic control or you work a major fire or you work any critical event, the first thing that goes out the window is common sense. And so my concern would be is that that easement is going to actually become a choke point. So vehicles that are trying to get out of the area are going to make a left turn onto that easement, and then all the speed bumps are going to slow them down, and then we're going to have double book, side-by-side parking, so now we can't get fire trucks into that area. I really want this project to go through because I believe we need everything that has been said earlier. We need the housing. We need to be able to take care of our local, people. But I've seen what happens when you have a major fire event and someone brings their fifth wheel and jackknifes the road, and now we have to abandon vehicles and they get burnt up and people get stuck in cars like they did in Paradise and Malibu and Pasadena. So for me, I would 100% support an on-ramp or off-ramp over there as a second, another option out, but I just don't believe that using this easement was never designed for this intent. So my motion would be that we send this back to staff with the suggestions that you've written down and that we've talked about and see if the developer wishes to move forward on how they wish to address that.
Okay, I'll dive in with a couple comments. So I was going to mention this is the hard part. I think generally, we've seen with the project here a move towards more housing, more fire safety, more streamlined, more workforce housing. I think that aligns with our goals, and what's put forward in the mitigations adequately addresses it. I do think there are a few things that we'll go through that make some sense. To me, this will be 56 individuals and families that are able to live in our community, and housing's extremely important to me. So I just want to make sure, while we're criticizing some of the dumb government regulations we also don't end up being that dumb government that is then doing the exact same thing. So with respect to it, I know we'll go through. The 108 on-ramp is financially, like, I would say impossible. I'm not an engineer, but the idea of that sounds absolutely impossible to me. And going and choosing above what the regulations are, when we constantly say get to yes, go to what is required, meet the state codes, and then we go so far as to say not only a different color scheme, but we're going to pick that, or the signage is that's not a change in easement or something. I think we're just getting beyond whether this is solving a problem or you know, it's I don't know. Anyway, so all to say that I think there are a few, yeah. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I agree with that, your sentiment. I can shed some clarity on the idea of an off-ramp on Highway 108. So I was involved with building the Peaceful Oaks interchange, which is right there. I mean, to me, that is the on-ramp and off-ramp for that location. There's actually an on-ramp and off-ramp network very close to this site, which to me is one of the benefits. What you're describing is not possible. The Peaceful Oaks interchange took 10 years and it cost $20 million. So that gives you an example of how much these things cost. I'm going to look to our applicant. Do you have that kind of money to spend? Okay, so they don't. So to me, if we're not in favor of the project, let's just say that, because part of what you were talking about is frustration over the state getting involved with local rules and making it difficult for development. Well, it sounds like that's exactly what we're doing here. We have a private property owner who has followed the law that we have set out in the county to process their application and get their development built. And yet now we're turning around and saying, well, we want you to build interchanges, we want it this color or that color, when they've already gone through the process. And I understand within reason, and I think talking about eliminating parking on Peaceful Valley Road is within reason. Adding a fence is within reason. Some of these other mitigations through the parking lot, I think, are reasonable. But, you know, if we're going to be, I think part of this discussion that's happening right now is why we're viewed negatively by developers who want to build in this county, is because they know they're going to end up in a room like this with the kind of comments that they're hearing from the board. And so why bother? And so I know we're just talking about this project before us, but this type of thing, I think, has hurt us in the past, and it will continue to hurt us in the future.
Can I clarify something that, because I know I use the word on-ramp. Let me clarify. In no way am I talking about building a state-funded on-ramp, but there are hundreds of homes in our community that are connected to 108 that have driveways. So can we put a driveway to get on to 108 if you call it an on-ramp? I don't know. The point is, I asked and staff said that they didn't look into it. So
let's ask staff.
I can help with that. So there's different classifications of the state highway. Some will allow those individual private encroachments onto and off the property, and some do not. And so I'm texting with a few folks here, and that an on-ramp or an off-ramp there is too close to the on-ramp from Hess and to the off-ramp to Peaceful Valley. So either a driveway or an official offer on-ramp, there's not enough sight distance, and that probably would create a very dangerous situation. So
a driveway from that development onto 108, you're getting a text message saying it's not doable.
Yeah, and so like in...
And can I add, I still have this written down, so we will be able to do a vote on it. I think we were expressing comments on this, and Supervisor Holland was the only one that
I just think it's important to clarify a $20 million on-ramp versus the point is, this option hasn't been discovered. We're texting right now to find out. So
In my past life, I would agree with that because we've all seen people who merge on the highway at 12 miles an hour and stacks
Right,
up
get
traffic,
slammed.
and line of sight. So I would wholeheartedly support what she's getting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Holland. Comments, and then we'll move on to these discussions real quick.
Okay, well, this is my district. I know many of you. I'm also a builder and developer, so I get it, right? I've sat in this room before for projects and have to listen to everything. I've wrestled about this because of some of the questions we've talked about. I don't think we're dropping this project in the middle of Phoenix Lake Estates or, Crystal Falls, because when we do look at the overall map, it is going to get built out one day. There's 15 acres right down the street that's, within a stone's throw, that's all high-density residential. There's a mobile home park. There is commercial. How we got this road easement through there is odd to me, but it is there. Why it was required, I still haven't quite understood how this happened. But to our lawyer's point over there, it is a public road easement. And we talk nonstop about we need more housing. Yes, it'd be great to have property taxes off this project. And if they don't meet their requirements, we will get the property taxes if they don't meet them every single year. I'm assuming they will meet their requirements. So I know it's a tough decision, but I think if we're going to stay firm and we talk about housing, that we have to make the tough decisions. That's what we're up here to do. And stand by the fact that we need more housing in our community, which is good for everybody in many ways. I mean, it could possibly make a lot of the properties worth more money one day because they could then change them into something else. So that's just kind of my piece on it. But I think we should try to mitigate some of that because going back to this, if this got built, and correct me if I'm wrong, Quincy, if this got built 8 years ago or something before the fire regs got changed, yeah, we wouldn't be talking about that road easement, but that road easement would still have been there. It wouldn't have changed anything. It wouldn't have, even if we built a driveway onto the highway, it doesn't stop anybody from going that direction. It might give them another option, but that cut through is going to remain no matter what.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Holland, my understanding is that there was an irrevocable dedication made for the public easement, and then somehow the irrevocable dedication was revoked, and then it was put back into place. And that was before my time here.
Great. I want to say that too. We'll go to figuring out whether we want to do this or not. Thank you, everybody, hanging in with us too. Looks like we're going to get to our second 10 a.m. appointment at about 3 p.m. So I just want you to know we do take this seriously, and a lot of it is being able to have good discussion and hear your comments on everything. So I believe the first, as you had recommended, and I was hoping to get kind of a straw poll thing, so we may craft a motion that then will cover majority opinion. The first was a yes or no in general.
Point of order, actually, my position was that we should take a vote on whether or not we want to move forward with it.
That's exactly yes or no. That's what I meant.
No, I don't mean each line item. I mean as a project. I make a motion to send it back to staff
Okay, with any particular,
with the items that have been brought forward.
okay. We would still need to direct whether we wanted to have these or not, because we've only listed them, right?
Or you could just give them the list and let them figure it out and then bring it back. Because
There's not majority direction on most of these, is what I'm saying. We haven't, I brought up broadband, for example.
Right.
I'm the only one that said it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with that, because it's just me. So,
Yeah, and does it necessarily need to be given back? Because it sounds like they can accomplish some of the things that we've asked for without it.
Okay.
With approval contingent on those things that we've asked for.
But I'm willing to entertain a motion basically to do that. I just think it'd be premature before we give direction on these. If the intent is for it to come back with this stuff, we should direct them what we want them to develop with
Right.
it.
And with all due respect to Supervisor Kirk, I don't think we should talk about paint colors. So I think we could scratch that off the list with his blessing, of course.
So shall we go through
I mean,
these and find consensus and then figure out whether we want to direct it back
There's
to
a
staff
reason why
or vote?
Mammoth looks nice.
Wait.
Decision makers make decisions.
Let's move through. So what I heard was consensus pretty much on removed street parking, fencing on the north side, and a traffic calming development plan with Indian Rock Center, correct? Is there any disagreement with those three conditions? All right. So we would have those within it. Please, we're trying to make sure we're moving through. I mean, to be very respectful with it, but we have to be able to move through this item. One other thing that had brought up a couple of times is the idea of a preferred tenant. I would think it was a first option right to public or private employers to basically to go through. It's mentioned that that has to be tied to some type of mitigation. I'd say it's probably related to limited land use, developable land use, and workforce impacts.
I don't see that evidence in the record. I'm not well versed on preferred tenant law, but I do understand that source of income is a protected class and it's not something that we can base preference on.
Right.
So if there is a majority of the board that wants to explore some sort of condition related to tenant preference, I think staff would need some more time to look at that.
Okay. So, does a majority want to do this? My understanding of that would be if they're able to replace what you would be getting in the tax credit, light tech or anything like that, a business would then be able to designate that for workforce housing. And if they're not able to pay for that, it'd go to a tax credit system. It does sound more complicated, and maybe that's something that could be worked on in the future. So is there thumbs up if you want to have something like that?
Well,
which means that we're going to have to develop it and put it back to staff.
Well,
for a
clarification, I believe they said that they could dedicate X number for, right, there was some discussion that you guys could, in your business operational plan, could come up with an X number that would be county or, they can decide who's going to be in those rooms. I don't think we need to tell them who's going to need to be in those rooms. They've already said that they're going to dedicate some of them to the veterans.
Well, the veterans is because it's attached to a funding source.
They're on a lottery system. The research I came up with was you can have preferred tenant programs where, like, we could say a condition is 50% has to be, county employees, city employees, U.S. Forest Service.
And I believe they said they could do that.
Do their lottery on 50%, and then other 50% just give first preference to that. And if you don't have 50% preference, then the rest goes out to lottery.
So how about we add in, sounds like direction that if there is something we can do for preference for local workers, public or private, that we would add that in, if legal.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
If we could hear from the applicant, if it's an easy thing they can do, I'd like to hear what they have to say about it. They know more about it than we do.
Would you like to briefly respond? Yeah. Is this fine with council? Okay. Technical question.
Just to speak to his point that he made, it is a source of income is a protected class. So you can't say you have to have this source of income to qualify. We can give local preferences, we can give veterans preferences, things like that. But we can't say you have to make this kind of income from this source. That's the only thing I want to clarify.
So like we can't say you have to work for the county or
Correct.
Okay.
Can we say local employed though?
You could say, no, you have to say, because that's, again, a source of income.
Okay, understood.
You can say local, you live locally, but not, you have to work.
Okay.
Since we can't do that, then I will pull back my recommendation on that. I don't know if there's a majority that would still like to move forward with discussing that. I don't hear a majority. Okay, so I'm scratching that off. I had broadband. Are there two other people that think it's a good idea? All right, scratching that one off. We're going through it. All right. Supervisor Kirk had mentioned the 108 on-ramp and also the color. Do either of those
sounds like
have?
that's not feasible.
Okay.
We're not
We're
feasible,
scratching those off.
It's a safety issue.
And Supervisor Holland had the signage with Indian Rock. I would say that fits in the traffic calming, if that's fine. Okay.
What's the maintenance plan for the easement if people are going to be driving? Is that still going to be a public easement or is it county? Who's going to be taking care of that?
That would remain a public road easement unless your board
Yeah.
takes some sort of separate action to change, to vacate the easement or change it somehow.
Yeah.
So I would come up with a maintenance agreement. That'd be my recommendation, that the county come up with a maintenance agreement.
Okay. So that would be putting a maintenance agreement for our public easement onto the project. Is that something we legally could do?
If there's sufficient evidence in the record that there would be impact to this easement based on additional traffic, and it sounds like there is evidence that there will be additional traffic on that easement, some sort of agreement to share maintenance, especially maintenance of the improvements that this applicant is going to add, the traffic calming improvements.
Okay. Can we approve that and ask staff then to work with the applicant to come up with a plan? Because I know we're not going to come up with a trip per day type number for how much that would cost.
No, we're just going to add
that
it as a
fine?
condition
Okay.
that we would work on.
I will throw in with that as well. Is there a third person? Okay, there we go. All right, I think we are at
Can you
finally
repeat-
a
can you
whether.
repeat what we were agreeing on?
Yeah, I will. To a yes or no with, I think, the conditions we have agreed here. So I'd be looking for a motion either to, I think you said, send this back with the direction on, it would be removing street parking, the fencing on the north side, a traffic calming plan for Indian Rock Center, and then maintenance plan for the easement, the public easement into Indian Rock.
Nobody wants to make it look good? Three
So,
colors?
so wait, no.
We're five
Nope,
dudes,
we're
we're
not
not
going
women.
back into it. We already settled that. We got those four in addition to the project here. So I'll be looking for a motion either to accept the project with those mitigations, or to give that direction to staff to incorporate them and bring it back at a later date.
I would be happy to make that motion, Chair. Look into staff. Do you need me to approve the findings and all that stuff?
Sorry, before Supervisor Kimber, I just heard bring it back at a later date. And I was typing a condition of approval, so.
It'd be one of the two, so either a motion for, so giving direction that
Okay.
those four be
Okay.
incorporated.
Incorporated.
The motion is whether we approve it with
Got it.
those
Thank
today, or whether we send that as direction to you
Okay.
and bring it back for approval later.
Okay, we've
And
got-
the first motion was made to, I assume, approve with those four conditions.
Yeah, I'll approve with those four conditions. General plan amendment. Do you need me to read it all, or? Because
You
sometimes
can
with
move
these
on staff
public-
You can move on staff recommendation with the additional conditions, the additional conditions outlined by your board.
Okay, because there's a lot here, so I wasn't, the chances of me making a mistake are fairly high. All right, so I would move to approve staff recommendation on this project with the four changes mentioned by Chairman Brandon.
All right. And is there a second? Not. I'll second. Okay. All right, with that, we'll move to a vote. The motion is to approve on staff recommendation alongside the four conditions that we discussed there and agreed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Opposed.
All abstaining? Okay, so it passes 3-2. And staff, do you have the direction you need? All right, great. Well, thank you, everybody, for attending. Really appreciate it. Let's take a little 5-minute bio break, and we'll finally be able to get into our other 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. appointments. So we're going to start then. All right, if the clerk can read the 10 a.m. second appointment.
10 a.m. 2, public hearing to consider Dam Backer 1, Resolution 20-25 for a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation of a 5.17 acre parcel 085-280-007 from rural residential RR to agricultural AG and 5.17 acres of a 61.2 acre parcel 085-050-025 from the agricultural AG to rural residential RR under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code TCOC. 2. Ordinance for zone change LUNR 23-7 to rezone a 5.17 acre parcel from residential estate, 5 acre minimum, RE5 to exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum, AE-37, and 5.17 acres of a 61.2 acre parcel from exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum, AE-37 to residential estate, 5 acre minimum, RE-5 under Title 17 of the TCOC. 3. Resolution 21-25 for agricultural preserve alteration AP 24-001 to amend the boundaries of agricultural preserve 164 with no net change in acreage. Notice of exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
Great. All right, with that, staff ready to present? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board members. Joshua Wazinski, Planner 1 in the Community Development Department. I'm here to present Lunar 23-7, General Plan Amendment, Zone Change, and Ag Preserve Alteration for 2 parcels owned by James and Eileen Dambacker. The proposal before you is a resolution for a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation of a 5.17 acre parcel 085280007 from rural residential RR to agricultural AG and 5.17 acres of a 61.2 acre parcel 085050025 from agricultural to rural residential under Title 17 of the TCOC. Next is an ordinance for a zone change Lunar 23-7 to rezone a 5.17 acre parcel from residential estate 5 acre minimum, RE5, to exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe we did not open the public hearing, so if we could open the public hearing.
Darn it, council, you got me. All right. We're going to reopen the public meeting at 3:19.
Thank you.
Please continue. My apologies.
I'll just restart from number 2. Ordinance for zone change Lunar 23-7 to rezone a 5.17 acre parcel from RE5 to AE37 and 5.17 acres of a 61.2 acre parcel from exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum to residential estate 5 acre minimum, and to add the agricultural preserve AP combining district to the new boundary of APN 085-050-025 under Title 17, and agricultural preserve alteration AP 24001 to amend the boundaries of agricultural preserve 164 with no net change in acreage. This is an overhead look at the project site and the surrounding general plan designations. The site location is at 22394 Lions Bald Mountain Road in Sonora. This project involves 2 parcels, APN 085280007 and APN 085050025. And this project site is surrounded by AE37 and RE5 parcels. Here are the resolution and ordinance maps side by side to help see the project as a whole. At the top left of both maps, you can see that APN 085280007's general plan designation is proposed to be amended to agricultural from rural residential with a corresponding zone change to AE37 AP from RE5. And this is in advance of a lot line adjustment where this property line will be removed and it would combine with the adjacent parcel. And then this proposal also includes amending this 5.17 acre portion of the 61.2 acre parcel from agricultural to rural residential with the corresponding zone change to RE5. And this site is in an ag preserve 164. This map shows the new 5.17 acre residential parcel to be removed from this ag preserve, and this newly proposed 5.17 acre agricultural parcel to be added to ag preserve 164. And this is the exhibit map. We notified 14 property owners surrounding the project site on January 22nd, 2024. No responses or objections were received. Public agencies were given the opportunity to review the project, and no objections or concerns were raised. In accordance with the government code, we are required to consult with local tribes for any general plan amendment projects. Letters were sent to tribes on July 19th, 2024, and again on October 30th, 2024. Chicken Ranch Rancheria stated on December 23rd, 2024, that they were concerned about the area and would like to be consulted before any construction or dirt movement. We responded and assured the tribe that a GPA, rezone, and ag alteration does not involve any construction or dirt movement. staff has made the following findings. The amendment will not adversely impact the existing community. The amendment is consistent with the intent of the vision, goals, and policies of the general plan as a whole. The amendment prescribes controls and standards for affected land uses to promote compatibility with those established lawful uses. The amendment provides for the protection of the general health, safety, and welfare of the community, and amending the general plan land use designation and zone change for the project site is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines. Now your board can approve the project, deny the project, or send it back to staff for further review, and Quincy and I can answer any of your questions.
Great. And we'll first go if any board members have to disclose any ex parte communications. Sounds like it should be ex parte. I don't know. Just anyway. All right. Thank you, staff, for presenting. I don't believe we have an applicant here to present, do we?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With no applicant to present, we'll bring it back to any questions from the board. I believe this is in District 1, correct?
Yes, District 1.
Supervisor?
So Quincy, maybe you can answer this one for me. I know we've had extensive talks about what we were just talking about, road length limits. Is it because we're swapping two parcels that does not create another one which triggers that whole length? Because we talked about Lions Ball Mountain specifically.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Close that. We'll go into public comment. Open up public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on this item, please step up. You'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right. Closing public comment on this item. Bring it back to the board for any additional questions or staff clarification. Anything from the board? Anything from staff? All right. So with that, close the public hearing at 3:25 and bring it back for discussion, deliberation, and a motion.
I'll just make a motion that we approve, where is that? Resolution 2025 and
right.
ordinance zone change and resolution 2125. I got them all?
Well, you're moving on staff recommendation, the entire recommendation.
Correct. Sorry, I missed one.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Holland. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. This is on all the items of the staff recommendation. This is why we end up using that. Some of them are really long to have to say all of it. All right, with that, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? All right, passes 5-0. We're going to be on to our 11 a.m. appointment. While that is being set up, in the interest of time, I'd like to recommend we do have several closed sessions on the agenda. 2 of them are performance evaluations that we would, I believe item 15, conference with labor negotiators, we do need to have today, but the other 2 that we delay those to the next meeting so we're able to get out at a more reasonable time. And so once we have finished the 11 a.m. Item, we would then go immediately into closed session for for item 15, and then be able to table 16 and 17 to the next meeting. Is there any objection?
Not sure how long the 11 a.m. is going to take, but we've had folks in the audience waiting all day for item 13. So is that next?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we also have items, 12, 13, 14. Some reason I was reading that as the consent, so.
I don't know if we could get.
You're right, not 14, but 12 and 13.
I don't know if we could bump 13 up at any.
Sorry, I meant that
Closer
would still
time.
be included, but specifically 16 and 17 we would table to the next meeting. Is that fine?
Might I suggest we have a meeting next Tuesday?
Whoa, hold on. 16 and 17 table to the next meeting?
Yes.
My only concern with that is that that meeting on the 8th is going to be just as long as this meeting, and then the next meeting after that is the workshop. So I'm just concerned about your board being able to conduct these at all, given length of meetings in the upcoming future.
Supervisor Brandon, I know one of them is mine. I'm here for the long haul. I'm anxious to speak with your board, especially regarding performance and things of that nature. So I'm
Of
here
course.
if you guys are willing, I'm willing.
I had assumed this was going to be a long meeting, so.
Okay, then we will continue on.
If I may.
Yeah.
Another option is, some of us are free next Tuesday. Why don't we just have another meeting Tuesday?
I was planning on being here late.
I'm fine with that, but we need a majority, and I think
Well-
we have to amend our calendar. Is that how we're doing it, or are we just calling special meetings?
Just call it.
That could just be a special meeting that doesn't require
I'm
an
open
amendment
to
to a calendar.
us doing an additional special meeting.
Whereas I think we're all dedicated to being here. Just because we're here and it's late doesn't mean we're going to be frosty. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear. I mean, if we can have another meeting, let's have another meeting. That's what we're here for.
Yeah,
If that dies,
Is
it
there,
dies.
is there a third that would like to do a special meeting next Tuesday?
My thoughts on this are we've been, I don't know if we've been postponing it. We need to get evals done across the organization. And if we start punting them off, they're going to start piling up. So I think we
Well,
just.
specific to
Yeah, I'm not
a
punting. I'm
Tuesday
just saying
meeting.
that
Yeah.
next
I'm not going to
Tuesday
be
we-
available next Tuesday. I'm out of town.
Okay. Would Liz be able to? Okay, so
All right, well
we
then,
probably.
with that being said, I understand.
All right, so we're just gonna buckle up and go on through. So with that, we're going into our 11 a.m., correct?
And then could we do 13 after that to get some folks out of the audience who've been hanging around all day for it? That would be my request.
Sure, we'll do 11, and then we'll do 13, and then we'll do 12.
And this one's a public hearing as well.
Thank you.
Means you have to open.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it. All right, can the clerk read the item?
$11 a.m. Public hearing to review, receive comments, and consider approving resolution. As the Air Pollution Control Board. 11 a.m. Public hearing to review, receive comments, and consider approving resolution 23-25, repealing paragraph M of section 2 of Rule 500 and Regulation 6, permit to operate, and subparagraph 12 of paragraph B of section 6. Thank you. Of Rule 500. Excuse me, I'm just going to restart that whole thing because I messed up the number. I apologize. As the Air Pollution Control Board, 11 a.m., public hearing to review, receive comments, and consider approving Resolution 23-25, repealing paragraph M of Section 2 of Rule 500 and Regulation 5, permit to operate, and subparagraph 12 of paragraph B of Section 6 of Rule 500 and Regulation 5, permit to operate in the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Rules and Regulations, and authorizing the Air Pollution Control Officer to submit the updated rules to the California Air Resources Board.
Great. Boy, that's a lot of subsections. All right, with that, we'll open up the public hearing on this item and convene as the Air Pollution Control Board. And first, we'll start. Do we have any communications to report? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the county staff presentation. Mike. Oh, there we go.
I'll try not to repeat too much of that. Hello, Chair Brandon and members of the board. I'm Kent Rasmussen, the Air Pollution Control Specialist with Tuolumne County. With me today is Christina Lankarani, the Ag and Air Admin Tech, and also Catherine Clem with County Council. So a little background intro. The Clean Air Act is the comprehensive federal law that regulates air emissions from stationary and mobile sources. The EPA promulgated permitting regulations applicable to the operation of major and certain other sources of air pollutants under Title V of the Clean Air Act in 1992. These regulations are codified in 40 CFR Parts 70 and 71, which contain the requirements for state operating permit programs, as well as the federal operating permit program, respectively. The Air District's EPA-approved Title V program under 40 CFR Part 70 is incorporated in the Tuolumne County Air District Regulation 5, Permit to Operate. When the EPA finalized its Title V regulations for state operating permit programs in 1992, emergency affirmative defense provisions were included as part of the Title V regulations. These provisions established an affirmative defense that sources could have asserted in enforcement cases brought for noncompliance with technology-based emission limitations in operating permits, provided that the exceedances occurred due to qualifying emergency circumstances.
And sorry to interrupt, just curious, since we have this written and attached to the agenda, are we able to move forward to the recommendations, or do we have to go through? Okay, if we can just summarize then and be able to go to the end would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Catherine Clem, Deputy County Counsel. I just wanted to add some context into what this is and what it's not. We are requesting that your board approve the removal of certain small subsections of Rule 500, and these relate to language that was adopted into our rules pursuant to federal rules that establish certain affirmative defense provisions. What we are doing by pulling these out is not removing the ability of permittees to raise as possible defenses in a hearing what the circumstances were, for example, an emergency, a breakdown, how they responded. This is actually about a debate between the federal courts and the federal agency over whether the courts or the agency has authority to just spell out what the defenses are in the federal rules. And the DC Circuit has told the EPA that the federal agency's creation of these blanket rules infringes on the court's ability to determine whether those defenses are appropriate on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. And this is a required action, correct, and recommended by staff?
And so the only reason we are removing these is because this language is very clearly drawn from the federal rules that have since been repealed, and that repeal also required state programs like ours to remove it. I'm just making this clarification because we did receive a question about why are we removing these provisions and not a separate provision in Rule 516 that addresses breakdowns and allows for certain enforcement discretion if permittees meet certain notification requirements. And the answer is because this removal is a pure legal technicality relating specifically to the affirmative defense, and it doesn't cabin defenses available to permittees, and it doesn't affect agencies' enforcement discretion.
Great.
So that is just my summary that I wanted to get on the record.
Cool. All right. With that, I don't believe we have an applicant to present on this, correct? All right. So we will move into any questions from the board on this item. Looking to my right, looking to my left. All right. With that, we'll move into public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak on this item, you'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right, we are closing public comment. Do we have any additional questions from the board or follow-up from the staff? All right, with that, we will close the public hearing at 3:37 and bring it back for discussion, deliberation, or a motion. I believe the recommendation is that we approve from staff the resolution removing that rule, and so there. So I'm looking for a motion to approve of the staff recommendation.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you so much, member. I only got a popular vote, not a law degree or air pollution specialist, so I trust you. All right, so with that, we're going to close. We're done with our 11 a.m. item and our 10 a.m. item. Supervisor Kirk's request, if there's no opposition to it, we'll move directly into item 13, which is consideration for the Pinecrest Lake parking mitigation. So There you go. Will the clerk read the item?
Item 13, consideration of 1, discussion of Pinecrest Lake parking mitigation actions report, and 2, waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10.24 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase parking fines, and scheduling a second reading of the ordinance for adoption on April 8, 2025.
All right. We ready to present? Wonderful.
Thank you, Board. Sean Hippery, Water and Natural Resource Analyst. We're going to talk about the Pinecrest day use parking situation and recommended actions. Before we begin, I would like to make an acknowledgement. This was a multi-agency collaboration and a multi-department report. I'd like to acknowledge Deputy County Counsel Christopher Schmidt, Sheriff David Vasquez, Assistant Chief Andy Murphy, Assistant Fire Chief Andy Murphy, Assistant Director of Office of Emergency Services Dory Beats, Director of Public Works Blossom Scott Heim, Fire Prevention Officer Steve Gregory, and also Stanislaus National Forest Miwok Summit Ranger District Ranger Sean Winstead. This is a partial list of the collaborators who helped develop these actions and recommendations. So I wanted to, and many of them are available and have been patiently waiting today to answer your questions. So we thank them for their contribution. Just a little bit of background. As many of us already know, for some time there have been challenges due to the inadequate parking at Pinecrest Lake Recreation Area. This has created concerns about public safety for evacuations and first responder access. It has also created environmental concerns from vehicles and trailers being parked in the meadow area and unauthorized locations, along with trash and other related concerns, issues related to facilities for garbage removal and bathrooms, etc. It has also created conflict between cabin permittees and day use lake users. So back in the fall of 2024, a Pinecrest community meeting was held to address the concerns about these problems related to the overutilization of the recreation area, and subsequently there was collaboration between the above noted departments and personnel and other stakeholders to recommend actions to mitigate these problems and identify opportunities. In October of last year, this was discussed at the Board of Supervisors Natural Resource Advisory Committee. At that meeting, multiple actions were identified and will be summarized in the following. In terms of jurisdiction, authority, and responsibility, most of the identified actions do not require board approval, since these already have county ordinance and state codes that govern them. However, one action will require a board decision, and that is the parking fee ordinance amendment. For the rest of the actions, the staff invites your discussion and guidance. The Pinecrest Recreation Area is within the Stanislaus National Forest. However, the county does have maintenance responsibility for most of the road sections pertinent to this discussion. Also, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, has jurisdiction over the waterways for the Spring Gap Stanislaus project, which includes Pinecrest. A FERC traffic circulation parking plan was updated in April of 2015. That plan was referenced for these actions. Next slide. Okay. The parking ordinance, and again, this is the only item that will require board approval. The county designated parking fines have not been updated in several years. The relative fines have fallen far behind the cost identified for state highway jurisdictions. They are currently $35 compared to $100 and $200 for the first and second offense, respectively. The low cost of the fines has not been enough to deter the frequent violations. The proposed ordinance would incentivize compliance and reduce illegal parking. The additional funds derived from the violation penalties could provide for parking enforcement and law enforcement presence in the area. It should be noted that the amendment would be countywide, but would not change parking fines on state route areas or within the city of Sonora limits. This would only affect county-maintained road designated no parking areas such as Pinecrest and areas of Dodge Ridge Road below the ski resort parking area as examples. Staff recommends that, 1, you waive the first reading of the ordinance amendment, Chapter 10, 24 of the Ordinance Code, increasing parking fines, and 2, schedule a second reading on April 8th, 2025. There are additional recommendations for consideration. However, I would like to pause at this point and invite board interaction and questions.
All right, we'll bring it back for any questions from the board. All right, seeing no questions, were you looking for any comments or more to present?
No, we just need public comment for a motion.
So with that, move into public comment before we go back for board discussion. If any members of the public would like to speak, please step up. I'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak at the microphone.
You guys look scared. Heidi Lupo, Pinecrest Lake Resort. Thank you for moving this up on the agenda. Thank you. Pinecrest Lake Resort supports an increase in the parking violation fee for the Pinecrest area. Obviously, we're not discussing these other items on the list as of yet, but there is a subset of comments that will follow those if that is made available today. But we will support an increase in fines. The sheriff knows how I feel about that. I think it's a great move and a very positive mitigation for Pinecrest. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Sheriff, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Just a couple of quick things to add, and also I want to thank Sean. Did an outstanding job, and sometimes when you're trying to do this multi-jurisdictional agency corralling of bringing something to your board, it can be like herding cats. And so good job on that. You thanked everybody else, but I want to make sure that you get thanked as well. I just want to highlight that this is really about safety. Right? So I attended several community meetings, specifically the big one up in Pinecrest, have taken a ton of phone calls, responded to emails all about the issues with parking at Pinecrest. And the number one concern that always comes up, everything comes back to safety. Specifically the safety of vehicles that are parking on both sides of Pinecrest Lake Road, and it basically encroaches on the thoroughfare, makes it difficult for emergency apparatus to get through back and forth, which also causes a lot of concern for if in the event of an emergency ingress and egress, it's the only way in, way out. Essentially, if you're evacuating from the recreation area. So I just wanted to highlight that last year, our deputies issued approximately 165 citations. Specifically, 143 of those were specific to Pinecrest in their efforts, and that was when staffing was not as good as it is now. I imagine that if we have habitual offenders and we're not getting the adherence to the law, that the one thing would be a psychological deterrent, and that is essentially increasing the fine. We are hoping that that increases our ability to keep folks safe in Pinecrest, and that is the number one priority of the sheriff's office, is to make sure that if we have emergencies that we can get in and out successfully, and we have not been able to successfully mitigate the parking problems with the current fine. I'm hoping that the increase will help with those efforts. Thank you.
Great, Sheriff, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, close. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Just as a reminder on this, as mentioned with the staff, we have 2 items here. One is an action item for the waiving of the first reading, which is specific to the ordinance and the change of the fine. The first section of this, though, is general discussion and I think direction, correct? All right. Supervisor Kirk?
Yes, I'll make a motion on staff recommendation to waive first reading.
If it's okay to have discussion first.
Oh, discussion. Sorry, yes.
Did you want to lead?
Sure. I think, awesome. Sorry, I'm trying to get, I know the day's long. Sheriff brought up a good point. Sean, thank you. It's herding cats. Sometimes you're hurting Supervisor Kirk, so thank you for your work on it. And we got a great team of folks who are trying to get some things done up in that area. So thank you guys.
Okay. Supervisor Griefer.
I think it's too low. Make it 250. Because what do we want in law enforcement? We want compliance. We don't want the money, right? Yes, the money's great and everything when it comes from the tickets, but what we want is compliance. If someone's willing to spend or roll the dice on 100 and what do we want to rate as it to?
Is it 1 to 200?
50 for the first offense, 100 for the second, I believe. 100 and then 200.
And I'm all for raising it.
I say you raise it because when someone's gonna make that decision whether or not they're gonna run the risk of getting a parking ticket, there's a big difference between a $100 parking ticket and a $250 parking ticket.
There is a legal issue with that. We're struggling between two statutes that probably bear on this amount of fines. One of them caps it at 1 in 200. So changing that, increasing it above that one statute would require us to go back and research whether or not we could actually do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, again, we want compliance. We want people not parking on the roads. We want the vehicles to be able to get through. We want the resorts not to be impacted by inconsiderate people. I think you make it the pain pressure.
Supervisor Griefer, one option is if your board wants to waive the first reading today and eventually adopt it to get it into place before Memorial Day, we can always do that research later. And if we have the legal authority to increase it higher, we can bring that back to your board.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think you should just charge them more. So I'm good with the increase either way.
I agree with you on that too. At least what I had seen, I think in Merced was $238. So if there's another jurisdiction surrounding us that has a higher rate, I think that makes sense. As mentioned, it's compliance related, especially there's a section above it too about parking in fire lanes. That is not it's the same ordinance we're discussing, but it's not the red line portion. I would say that the same, it should be at the maximum of what is done regionally. So do we have other comments or discussion?
I'll just support. This was the option that we were given. If there's other potentials, then I'm all for it. I completely agree. There's going to be a psychological difference between 1 and 250. So, but Memorial Day is approaching quick, so if we could get at least this going. But I'm firm on if there sounds like there's agreement. If it's not much more to bring it back at a future date to increase it, I absolutely would.
If your board would like to explore that, one thing would be, it would be nice to have direction on the amount. That might bear on the legality of the cap.
I'd say as high as we can go legally.
Okay, we'll come back with a suggestion.
I would agree with whatever is the highest legal of something that's around us probably is somebody's doing it, right?
Well, I mean, if you can get $1,000 ticket for throwing a cigarette butt out the window, I think we can charge $250 for being a jerk and parking in a fire lane, which I would strongly encourage you tow every single one of those cars out of there.
Now, that would be a second recommendation.
That was just me.
No, and I agree.
Throwing up on the table.
I like that we have a cop on the board.
We've got Section 3, which is the snow removal areas and stuff too. So there are other sections in here of other fines. But
your board should also be aware that these are county-wide rates for the penalty. So if right now, I believe the areas are designated by resolution because these have to be signed. There needs to be signage and notice. And I believe the only areas right now are Pinecrest and Dodge Ridge area by resolution. And I don't know if Public Works would reverse me on that, if there may be other areas. But the rate would be countywide, and your board would be able to set zones. If you wanted to set a higher rate for example, Pinecrest, but leave the rest of the county or Dodge Ridge a lower rate, we could come back with other options. But I just want your board to be aware, if you choose $1,000, it would be all areas currently signed for no parking.
I'm not saying $1,000, just for the record. I'm just saying that I think we have to have something where the pain threshold is enough that it deters that bad decision-making. That's what we want.
For his understanding, does it sound like 250 to 350 range?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounded like we're not going to, from what I heard from council and staff, pick the number today. They need to do more research, but we can adopt this today and then have that number come back with the direction of what is a reasonable maximum, basically, correct?
Sounds like we adopt this number today, the 100,
Right.
200, and then we tell them now
to come back
with 250, 350.
Or if it is doable to go.
And I support that. And it sounds like that's pretty good. The other part of this, because we'll have to do a vote on that in a sec, we do have the discussion of the other parking mitigation actions, which I believe is basically 2 through 5 on this list, correct? And so what direction are you looking for? Is this a yes or no, or?
We're looking for a motion to waive the first reading and set the second reading on April 8th, and then your board can move on to the rest.
So let's
Okay.
handle that. So I'll make that motion then.
All right, so moved with the, we'll bring back, I think, the after research too, so.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a first by Supervisor Kirk, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All clear on the staff sign for the motion? There we go. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes 5-0. So now we're on to discussion.
So I should clarify that all the remaining items have existing code and ordinance precedents, so the board does not need to weigh in on those items. If we could discuss them, or in the interest of time, if you want to have this come again under staff report, that would also be possible. Is that correct?
If I may have a recommendation that we are going to be talking at some point on priorities for the board. Some of these look like it will take significant time. I know capacity is an issue right now. So it's only to bring up that I think we should consider this, but I'm not aware that this is on our priorities list right now. Right?
Yeah,
For the further stuff beyond the just the fee amendment thing.
Yeah, so this has been, a lot of these conversations have been in the works for a year, which is why it would be nice to get some board direction on it, especially with fire season coming. So if this isn't a priority, I don't know what would count for one. So I guess I'd be looking to see if there's support to have these conversations right now.
I'm only saying it's not on our priority list. Not that it's not important.
I know there's a lot of things that aren't on our priority list that we're all working on. I've been working on Pinecrest for 6 years, and we're finally got the sheriff up and running. We finally got staff who are able to get some legwork done on it. So that's why it's before us today, to see if you guys will consider a conversation about it.
Yeah, I'm all for designating fire lane discussion and the shuttle service. I think that's
Well, and I think it might be helpful if we have the conversation, because some of this stuff may not happen this year. It's to go through these bullet points really quick,
What's
see where there's
shuttle
consensus.
service about?
Well,
You
it's just
said we've been talking about it for a while. I don't remember.
Yeah.
So it's not, first of all, is there three to just have these conversations?
What,
that we can-
what do you mean by shuttle service? Because there's a ski bus that goes up there.
Right.
There's a potential, depending on, for instance, with fire lanes and with a fee-based park. Well, let's just talk. Let me get to your shuttle service. If we end up doing a fee-based parking structure up there, depending on how crazy we make it, which I don't want to make it, I want to make it as least impactful as possible. But if we were to go the full gamut and make it very restrictive, where there's actually like a toll booth, then there might be a potential conversation for a shuttle service with Dodge Ridge to bring people in if we run out of parking. But the whole point is, we're not there yet. We kind of got to go through these. So if you give me a few minutes, we can kind of unpack this. Because you're asking about a shuttle service,
I don't
but
want to close down a lake.
What's that?
It's a lake.
I know, that's why
federal park,
this is before you guys, so we can have that conversation. So if we want to do that,
So
we can do
there's
it.
already a shuttle service up there. It's the ski bus. So
Okay,
I don't
so-
know that the county should be getting involved in that.
And the FERC licensing and varied ownership. The only thing, and I don't mean this as, because I think the fee-based parking is a good idea. I've said that in the past. But we've had conversations, including comments by both of us, that we want to avoid doing things that are not currently designated on the priority list and adding more stuff as we go to our staff, especially while we're reducing capacity. So I want to highlight that because it only matters when it is something that we think is important but isn't on that priority list, right?
Sure.
So
I brought
this
up-
is something that feels like a shuttle service,
Okay.
the FERC licensing,
Let
the
me speak
fee-based
to it.
parking
I've
could be.
brought up Pinecrest for 6 years. I've had no support from the past boards
I
to
don't
have this
remember you
conversation.
ever
So
bringing any of these things up
if
to
there's
the
two
board before.
folks on the board who would like to support a conversation, let me make
Super.
it very simple.
It's never been brought up for any vote.
Yes, it
When
has.
it's been brought up as an idea, I know that I have supported it. So respectfully, there was never a plan yet. It was, can we continue having the conversations? We're still at that because it's still not yet a plan. I don't know what fee-based parking, where, by who needs to approve it, how does it relate to FERC and
So-
Pinecrest? I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here. This could be simple.
In the
or it
amount
could
of
be
time that we've been
very
discussing, if we
complicated.
want to discuss it, we could have gone through these 4 items and got a pretty clear picture on if we want to move forward with it. So that's what I'm asking for. So is there 2 board members who want to hear out the conversation?
I mean, we did the fee increase for parking.
There are two
What
board
else
members.
is there?
Yes or no?
I would like
I'm
the
seeing two
motion
thumbs.
to end this discussion.
I'm seeing two
and
thumbs.
basically
really
move
sure.
on.
I'm not really sure what we're discussing.
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
think the issue at hand is, I think the issue at hand is that Supervisor Kirk wants to bring back to the table these 4 items for a discussion. Maybe not today, but at a later date. Like, I don't want to keep saying the 8th because it sounds like the 8th will be, but
Yes.
within the next 30 days before, or 45 days before we hit summer, right?
Correct.
So maybe that's,
So if we want to spend 5 minutes hearing about each one of these items, we
So,
can do that real quick.
and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Supervisor Brandon, but I think the concern that he has is one that I have, is that we're shoehorning in what I see as a fairly major issue
It is. It's
into,
been for 6 years. I've been trying to get it.
and again, I
Be a
don't,
conversation starter.
well, if
So I'm looking for
so-
2 votes who'd
No,
like to have.
Supervisor Kirk,
any-
let Supervisor Campbell speak.
any
I know
one
you're
of-
trying to.
any one of the 5 of us, I'm sure, have several issues in their district that they could do the same type of thing, but you're putting this after we've already have a slate of other issues that we're working through.
All right.
So if the direction would be that the concept of it, and then when we redo our priority list, this is something that's brought forward, I would be in support of that. But yes, adding it to the next, if we kind of do this where we do a board request and it's not for something that's very specific and defined, we end up with the priority list won't mean anything anymore because we're going to keep adding more stuff onto it. And I've heard from all of us that that is something that at the workshop we wanted to avoid, we wanted to focus on. It's not saying this isn't good or bad. I know you've been working on it for 6 years. I've heard you bring this up multiple times, but it hasn't been on the priority list. For whatever reason that it was, we will have another opportunity to work on that. So
So I'll make a motion that we have a conversation about these items right now.
I don't believe this is for a motion. I think it's just general direction.
I'm looking for support that we can have a conversation. So we need
So
a majority to have a
there's
conversation.
direction there. It sounds like we have 2 that would not like to would like to have this, I guess, at the priority discussion, if that's correct. Supervisor?
I don't think that's what he's
And then-
saying, if I may. I think what he's saying is he just wants to have a discussion about these things.
No, I mean Supervisor Campbell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That we were saying that it's there's
I
a
mean,
time
I'm
to
good
have
with
this,
having
but
that discussion. I
Yeah.
just don't know if it's today.
Yeah, I
Meaning,
don't even know what we're
just for
talking about.
time-wise, I support Supervisor Kirk. I think if he's been working on designated fire lanes, which goes back to the point of the impacts up in Pinecrest, if it's a shuttle service and we can look at a way of doing that, I have no problem having that conversation. I just don't know if we want to have that today. I'll support him if he does, because that's what we're here for. But
I know, but if we had that, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be in the plan. We're only talking about the concept of these, right? There's not a budget laid out for what it costs and who runs it and how much
Right. It would just
we pay for a shuttle service, right? So we're supporting the concept of telling staff to spend time developing these proposals.
I think what Nye's saying is, you guys said, well, there's no plan. But how do you get to a plan if there's never a pre-conversation about, hey, I have this idea, is there interest to pursue this, or is it just dead on arrival, no reason beyond this? I think that's all he's asking, I think he's right, we would have been done with this conversation 5 minutes ago.
No, because we can say, yes, I want to designate fire lanes, but which roads and where, how much will that cost? All those, so that's going to take a lot of, each one of these looks like something that would take a lot of staff time
Staff
to
has
develop.
already spent time on basically all these ideas.
Right, but it's never been on our priority list. So that's exactly what we were saying we're trying to get away from, right? Is individual board members directing staff to work on these things, especially, again, while we're reducing capacity. Correct me if I'm wrong, that we've been saying
So
that.
Natural Resources Committee, part of our job is to look at issues that are impacting our natural resources and impacting safety and stuff. So that's where these got started.
But fire lanes is a fire issue.
That's
Variable
one of our
messaging signs,
priorities.
that's a
That's one of
fire
our
safety.
priorities.
I
That's
know,
a-
but it's not a natural
priority.
resource committee.
Yeah.
But point being is if it's not on our priorities and a committee is working on it, that is
Okay.
also something we've said we do
Jaron.
not want.
So can I?
So
I'm being
If-
very
so-
is I
Can I
share
say
support
just a
for
few
2.
things? I think if we would have gone through the presentation by now, you would have had all the information that you needed to be able to have this discussion. There is a plan. Money has been budgeted to address some of these items that are on here. So it has been something that the board has approved in the past for us to work on. So, and I do agree.
When?
We would.
When? Yeah.
Well, it had to have happened sometime in the last year because the money to work on some of these initiatives was approved by this board.
Well, and maybe that's the question. So is it on our priority list?
This board has approved many things in the last few years.
It's very
that are not on the
specific, Roger.
priority
Is
list.
it on our priority list? It's a 2-year priority list with all the implementation strategies.
I actually don't know if it's on the priority list. I
Right.
have to go back and look at it.
And
But
if money was allocated, when did we have a discussion to allocate, money? I've been on the board for 4 years. I remember we've talked about it in concept, which is what we're doing today, but I don't remember an item ever brought forward beyond that. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and we'll just go with it.
Supervisor, Kirk, this is why bringing things ahead in this way is confusing. 'Cause
Fire
I had-
safety is our number one priority. That's
Stop,
what this
stop,
is
stop.
about.
This isn't really
So,
about fire
is-
safety nearly as much.
I have a question. Are we still on item 13?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
If
have
you read
two
what's
other board members
agendized-
who want to have this
if you
conversation.
read
Why
what's
are two of you
agendized
upholding
on-
the majority of the board?
If you read what's
This is a
agendized,
There's a
excuse
majority
me,
that would like to have the conversation.
I am talking.
This is
If you
unheard of.
read, excuse me, if you,
There's a
I
majority,
am
Ryan.
speaking.
I know you're not
If
used to
you'll
being
let
on the
me-
minority, but there's a majority.
If you'll let me
And
finish.
we want to have the conversation.
Excuse me, you can stop interrupting me so I
Minority.
can finish my thought.
Does not
Excuse me,
decide the
I would
majority
like
of the
to
board.
finish my thought, sir.
You need to hear that.
Excuse me, I'm going to finish my thought whether you like it or not. If you read what's agendized, it says consideration, discussion of Pinecrest Lake parking mitigation actions, waiving the first reading of an ordinance, amending Chapter 10 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase parking fines and schedule a second reading of the ordinance. There's nothing about anything on this plan. So, and the reason that's important is that, and the reason why we have the Brown Act, if there is someone who would like to speak to this presentation that you're wanting to make, they would have no way of knowing that it was going to be made today because it's not agendized that way.
Sarah,
So
would you
I'm
speak
trying to follow
in
the
on
Brown Act.
the Brown Act? Can we have a conversation? Can the majority have a conversation about these items?
Okay, I wanna, this idea of majority, we have not done a vote. If we want to make that clear, that's fine as far as a 3-2, but I think that type of language is really bad for this
We
type
would have
of
been done
forum.
10 minutes ago now. So,
The problem is you're going about this the wrong way.
Sarah,
In a
is
way
this a
that's-
Brown Act violation?
When I read the agenda language that your board is going to be discussing Pinecrest Lake parking mitigation actions, and those actions relate to that agenda language, I think that you can have the discussion and then
Okay,
provide
thank you.
staff direction.
So
Ryan, you're
let's
incorrect.
maybe, can I ask Supervisor
I'm
Griefer
very
and Supervisor
correct.
Holland to weigh in? This is what I was trying to get to before. If we have majority direction on basically to discuss these, and it sounds like Supervisor Kirk is recommending that these come back within a near future. So-
And I'm good with that.
Supervisor Holland?
You're the
Okay,
president.
so then we will have that discussion, and that's fine.
Okay, so Sean, how do we want to, let me just clear this up really quick, and then you can pick up the pieces if you like. Let's scratch the shuttle service, because that's going to be in the future. So let's scratch that from conversation. I think what we need to go over real quick is the fire lanes, the message, signs, and communication, and then potentially the fee-based parking to offset some of the law enforcement costs. So do you want to start with the fire lanes?
Sure, I'll be brief. So to be clear, the fire lanes have existing code which govern where they are eligible and appropriate. And also, the fire lanes require signs to notice that there is a fire lane present. So those two items would go together. We believe that there are identified budgets to create the fire lanes and that the fire lanes are appropriate locations. So I don't have exact, which exact budgets at hand, but that has been under discussion.
And then specifically for that, it would be Blossom, the sheriff, basically identifying those fire lanes for safety ingress egress.
Yeah,
routes.
we've had some consensus on where the fire lanes would be eligible to go and also where the priorities would be for them to go. And I have a map to illustrate that.
Okay. Sure.
Dave Vasquez, Sheriff. When you talk about sheriff designating fire lanes, vehicle code is very, very specific about the jurisdiction of fire being the ones who are making the determinations as to where, in consultation with law enforcement as well. Vehicle code is very, very specific about that. The designation of those areas and the consultation is closely with fire and secondary for law enforcement, specific to fire lanes.
Okay.
And if I'm missing something on there, the chief's behind me, so.
John Winstead, District Ranger for Mewakin Summit. as far as the fire lanes too, everything that's been planned so far had nothing to do with engineering, widening roads or anything like that. It was just stripes and signage.
Paint and
So
curves.
anything else that goes out there would have to get clearance through our engineer.
So Sean, could you explain this map real quick?
So this map was, I generated some arbitrary zones that made sense to me and sent that out to the forest as well as fire and law, which to the sheriff and the assistant fire chief. And there was a consensus that zones 1, 2, and 3, which is Pinecrest Lake Road, would be the priority. The other areas that are either designated as blue or green are other county responsible roads, and those also should be considered for fire lanes. I should indicate also that the black question mark area at the end past the turnaround circle on the eastern side is not a county maintained road, but was also considered to be significant in terms of public safety, and there could be some consideration of a partnership or additional funding that could designate those roads sections as well.
Okay. Can you go back to the other slide? Trying to go through these real quick. Okay, and then so the designated fire lanes, the signs and communications are kind of lumped into one, scratch and shuttle service. Phase 2, I don't know if this could be done by Memorial Day, but the idea was it could be as impactful as literally putting a toll booth. Spoke with some concerned business owners, some other folks, and the idea was maybe make it much more of a don't go so hard so fast, but more of identify some parking areas, have like a metered, one of those electronic metered parking machines where you park, you get your ticket, you put it there. The idea of that is, again, it would be a revenue generator to help offset some of the costs for law enforcement. So what I would be looking for today from this board would be, yes, move forward on the fire lanes and the message communication, and also looking into the fee-based parking, specifically those metered machines. But then also partner, like I know Heidi's here, partner with some of the locals up there who are boots on the ground all the time, along with the sheriff's department, basically to develop that plan where it makes sense. It doesn't necessarily mean we'll go with one group or the other, but try and make a cohesive plan for how that would look and what parking spaces it would make sense for that to take place. And so those two things right there would be the ask to move forward. The shuttle service, again, that was if we were to go to some crazy block off a road, and bus people in from Dodge Ridge, but we're not going to go there. We're going to start at a low impact usage idea. So that is it. So Sean, the intent of today was to get board direction to see if there's support for those items, correct?
Primarily for the items that didn't require the ordinance approval. That was just for your visibility of what we had been working on and considering, and if there was further board direction, staff would take that under advisement.
Okay. So that's it.
Okay, well, I mean, we have discussion on this. Again, I'll say that I think we're going to have a number of items coming back when it comes to beyond cuts, what we're doing on a revenue and other strategies at the county. I think the fee-based parking, and I want to be very clear, I've supported that idea and said so. In my idea, I had it see Supervisor Kirk's idea for one of those. We just have to have that. I don't want us to be doing this one at a time. So as far as that, I think we should have that discussion. It's just when we're working on it.
So because of fire season, it's our number one priority, which is safety. My recommendation would be we act on this now before the current fire season, otherwise we lose another year. This is specific to safety and security of Pinecrest, the 108 corridor, and then I've come up with a way to mitigate the cost, to offset. So whatever the sheriff's doing to go up there and do patrol, we're going to offset it with the cost to do the fee-based parking. So I'm providing a mechanism to also pay for it.
Yeah.
My only concern is the shuttle service in phase 2 is going to be just too aggressive for this year.
Yeah, that's
I say we give direction if the board agrees that we designate the fire lanes and we get the signs up, and that coupled with the new fees for illegal parking might deter or cut down a lot of that issue that you're suffering up there as well.
And no to the parking meters?
For this year. I just don't think we have enough time. given everything that's going on with we've dumped a ton load of stuff on staff. I think let's pump the brakes on that. Let's take the little bite and then put the other two in there.
Do you have something to say?
And I'll let the sheriff say something.
I'm just real quick because the language really matters to me is that what I spoke to earlier was based on a fine associated with penalty for parking. And I just want to make sure that there's a clear differentiation, which is a big portion of why the county administrator's office is presenting this today, is because based on some of the changes to budget, it's a high likelihood that I will be collecting some of those fines associated with the parking citations. And I just want the public to be very, very clear on that what I spoke to earlier was specific to a fine, a penalty tied to a citation being issued by my deputies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to talk about phase 2 as well for that fee-based parking. It's very multi-jurisdictional there. There's a lot of separate parking lots. It's debatable whether the county maintains them or not. So I think that process is actually going to take a long time to get if we want to expand where that fee-based parking is. That'd be quite a project for us.
So, Sean, if we don't have time before Memorial Day weekend, how long do you think that process would take?
Even if we were discussing it and trying to get those things approved, and you're talking through the next year.
So if we wait until next season to give direction, that'll kick us into another,
It would go
basically
into
2
next
years.
season, and that's even that.
So if we want to get up,
that's a proposal and discussion. So like designated fire lanes, that variable message and signs, I think that's a really easy win.
Yeah.
And as long as the parking fees go up and stuff, fines go up as well.
But if we want to have permitted fees for the following summer, we would need to give direction pretty quick to get going on that.
That would, yes, but it would take quite a bit of time to get approved.
So then that would, my recommendation would be still continue to work on that if we know it's going to be a year-long process, not a quick blitz. But
And perhaps I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted these in place, ready to go.
oh no, I did. But based on what he's saying,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
I think the hybrid there is, we all agree, sounds like, on the fire lanes and the signs, and then instruct staff or ask them to come up with a game plan for a potential shuttle service with your information of how to fund it and the fee-based parking.
I would scratch the shuttle-based service
Oh, okay,
altogether
sorry.
and
Well,
just have them start the process on the fee-based parking, but not with the rush of this summer.
But on what you're saying, though, which is we're asking a lot already of our staff and the capacity, whether it's implemented sooner or later, if it's X amount of work, I mean, it's going to be later because you're saying it's actually more work, multi-jurisdictional, technology kind of concerns, financial sharing issues, that there's a lot. Saying we're going to direct this to be worked on for the next 2 years it's the same argument, I would say. Doing that and saying, well, it's okay that we're going to do it to be worked on, but I don't want to put it on staff if we'll do it quicker, to me doesn't make sense. It's still a very complicated thing. It will take up a lot of time. And the main concern for this is not fire, it is parking and business related, which is not a bad thing. It's a revenue generator, it's recreation and business related, but it's not under that. We should be considering these all together. You know, one issue as an example, the Jamestown, fire housing habitat kind of shelter, brought that up before, would love to just bring a board request up. Maybe we're okay with that. To my knowledge, that is not on our priority list. There are some of these reasons why that got $10,000 to go repaint the inside. It would save money, it fits under fire. But, and like Supervisor Campbell said, we all have 2 or 3 or 4 of these things we could bring up. It can be a very inefficient way if we start doing this.
Jaron, I'm pushing back a little bit because we have a dedicated staff member, Sean, to work on these issues. You guys created a TPPA position who does 20 hours of work, and you create a full-time position to go after some of your ideas. We already have a dedicated staff person to do this stuff. It's not asking much for him to work on it for 2 years to come up with a simple plan.
The TPPA item
I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm saying
you can justify
it is
your
on our
things, but you can't support safety in a way to pay for it.
Because that one is on our priority list of exploring renewable.
TPPA is?
Yes, renewable energy,
So is
basically
safety.
development.
So is fire safety.
Let's just
It's not
vote and
a
move on
party.
with this. We got other stuff to do.
Well,
Thank you.
I just don't
So I'll make a
understand
motion
what-
to.
What's the purpose
I'm going to make a
for-
motion. I'm going to make
Hold
a
on,
motion
let me finish speaking.
to work
What is
on
the purpose
designated fire
for
lanes,
why you were
the
being so
message
sneaky about
signs,
this?
and the fee-based
Because
parking over 2 years.
you shoehorn this in with another issue related
just
to
made
the
a motion.
parking, and I'm still speaking though.
There's no motion needed on this.
I'm
Right?
continuing.
There's no action item for this.
What I want to understand is why was this shoehorned in with another issue with no forethought about
I made
it?
a motion, Supervisor Campbell.
There's no
Because-
motion for this because there's no action item.
Because how it's agendized, it says discussion.
So my motion was to.
It doesn't say
To have
discussion
staff
and
continue
action.
work on fire lanes, the message signs and communication, and then also the fee-based parking, but the
And
fee-based
you're
parking
trying
is
to
not
force
to a
these
timeline.
things through. You're doing a disservice to your community that you represent.
It says discussion, it doesn't say discussion
It
and
says
direction,
discussion.
and it doesn't say
So- Okay.
a vote, right?
So
That's
what
what
do
I'm
we,
saying.
what do we
It's
need
not
since
an
there's a majority to
The
move forward
substance
on
of
those
what you're
three
saying
items?
isn't the problem, it's how you're going about it.
I
don't
know you're
why
not used to being a
understanding.
minority, Ryan, but get used to it, okay?
Oh, I am used to being a minority.
That's not what this is about.
And the fact that you think in those
You
terms
guys,
is part of the problem.
This is so simple.
We have to follow
There's a
the rules of the
majority-
governance manual, which I'm
There is
sure
a
you've never
majority,
read.
there's a majority
The
that wants to
problem
move
is you
forward.
don't understand the rules,
All
and
right.
that's why you can't follow them.
Let's recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 4:25, and then does staff have kind of direction on, I guess, these items? I did hear, it sounded like 3 to look at the fire lanes, message signs and communication, and I think at some level be considering the
Wait,
fee-based
are we
parking.
taking a pause or because I made a motion and Sarah said it's legit.
Board-
So
on-
you can't
on
just
this
pause
type of
Wait,
item-
emotions
we're
on the
asking
floor.
council,
On this
but I
type
can
of
recess at
item-
any time.
It says discussion.
On this
Sarah?
type of item, you can direct staff to work on something to bring back. You are not actually implementing any of these items today. You're just giving direction to staff to work on something and come back. So I think that you can do it by consensus. I think you can do it by motion if you want. We've definitely allowed it both ways in the past, so you have options. It's
Right.
just about making sure that there's a majority giving direction to staff.
And Supervisor Kirk, I was recessing for 5 minutes, but was mentioning that I heard that there was a majority opinion, I was trying to restate that, of doing the fire lanes and the variable message signs and communication and bringing that back, and at some level continuing to work on the fee-based parking,
Perfect, there's consensus. We're
which
done
is
with
what
the
I
item.
was saying. And so with that, do you have the direction that you need?
I do.
Okay, we're going to recess for 5 minutes.
Holy crap.
To correct me if I'm wrong, item 12? All right. So if the clerk
I'm
can
sorry,
read item
Supervisor
12.
Brandon,
Yes.
did we finish item 13? Just want to make, yes.
I
it
believe
has
the
been-
staff indicated they had adequate direction, and we did the vote on the second section,
Great,
correct?
thank you.
And, yeah, we did do public comment on all that, too. All right, so if the clerk can read item 12.
Item 12, consideration of approving fiscal year 24-25 updated mid-year adjustments and the modified attachment A, 4/5 approval required. One moment. Yep, that's it.
All right.
Okay, good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. Okay, so on March 4th, a couple weeks ago, we presented to your board the mid-year budget adjustments. There was an attachment A, which listed all of the specific adjustments that we were requesting your board approve. There was some issues with when we pulled the data from our finance system and imported it into our budget system, where we identified there was, well, some issues with the data. So we had to make some manual adjustments to that data. Those manual adjustments got included into that attachment A, which made all of the adjustments made the budget out of balance. Fortunately, the Auditor Controller's Office identified that. Then when we were discussing further, we noticed that there were, seven other lines that also there was some discrepancy between the data that was pulled out of the finance system and put into the budget system. So there was an additional $38,000, $38,671 identified that made the budget out of balance to the positive. And so today I am here requesting your board make some approve an updated attachment A of all of those mid-year budget adjustments that we talked about 2 weeks ago, with an increase of $38,671 going to general fund contingencies to account for that adjustment, making sure that the budget is indeed balanced, the attachment A is indeed balanced, and that our budget moving forward is indeed balanced. And just so you know, one, I apologize for the error, and for two, we have set some protocols in place to make sure that this kind of thing does not happen again.
Thank you. And just to be clear, this is basically a cleanup action on what we had already approved and mostly administrative, just
It is, yes.
Okay,
I mean,
great.
really, it was an error, and I'm here to own it.
bring it back to the board for any questions. All right, seeing no questions, we'll open it up for any public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please indicate so. Sheriff?
Thank you. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I just want to say thank you for the level of transparency that we're seeing here today. It's okay to make mistakes. I think that the fact that it came back and there was an explanation, open, honest, shows a lot of character, shows a lot of leadership, and I recognize that and I am appreciative of it. So thank you to the board and county administration.
Great, thank you. All right, any more public comment? With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board for any additional questions, discussion, deliberation, or a motion to move on staff recommendation.
I'll make a motion that we move on staff recommendation.
I have a couple comments before we.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, with respect to the sheriff, I have to disagree. I feel this is the least open and transparent budget I've ever been a part of. I think we're forcing through changes without knowing the full downstream results of them. And I made more in-depth comments at the last meeting about this, but it doesn't surprise me that there are some mistakes and issues with the budget. Those kind of things are bound to happen when we move through that so quickly and without real consideration about how it's going to affect other connected departments. So I think in the long term, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, and that's why now as before, I don't support this budget.
Okay. All right, we do have a motion on the table by Supervisor Holland. Do we have any more comment or a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Holland. We have a second by Supervisor Griefer. Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
All abstaining? All right, it passes 4-1-0 with Supervisor Campbell voting no. Okay, so with that, I believe we only have left closed session 15, 16, and 17. Is that correct?
I got a staff report.
We also need to recall number 9.
Supervisor report, I guess.
Oh, that's right. We do have one item that we needed to do one adjustment in. So if there's no objection, we'll move back and reopen item 9, which was approved initially on the consent calendar. Staff?
We just needed to update the dollar amount, and I didn't bring my glasses, so I hope I get this right. The original dollar amount was $10,148 that was going to be transferred out of the county for that, for the disbanding of the COA. The actual amount is $9,850.11.
Okay.
So I need the board to approve that dollar amount for that item.
Great. This is the same item as we had earlier. We've already done public comment, correct, council? We don't need to reopen and.
I'd reopen just for this one item.
Okay. We'll reopen public comment on item 9. If there's any members of the public who'd like to speak. Going once, going twice. All right, closing public comment on it. We're bringing back item 9 to reconsider at the board for an amended amount according to staff recommendation. Any discussion, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the change in the dollar amount, what Roger stated.
Moved by Supervisor Holland.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstaining? All right, unanimous. Also make sure everybody, when we do the yes and no's, do the yes and no's so we can make sure we get on record. All right, now I believe we're going to be moving into closed section, right? 15, 16, and 17?
We're going to do the, I think.
Oh, and
Supervisor
reports. Thank you. Sorry, I know, I keep trying to skip you on that.
No, it's okay.
All right, we'll first move into reports and then we'll have the closed session. So Supervisor Holland, if you want to begin.
Yeah, hold on. Heather's got a little slideshow, because I know we like slideshows. Okay. So I kind of felt like it wasn't fair for me to complain about changing the Building and Development Department without getting data and facts to support the statements. As a contractor for more than 20 years, I've had a very long interaction with the Community Development Department, as we call it today. Although it's gone through many names throughout time, I have personally done projects outside of our county, and timeframes and requirements to get these permits approved are vastly different than what goes on here. So I reached out to several counties, and today I'm going to talk about Amador County. since they're our closest neighbor to the counties I spoke to. So I spoke with the community development director, and his name is Chuck Beatty. Chuck also oversees Public Works Department as well. I asked him if he had time to sit down and walk through their process. He agreed, so I went over there and I met with him and their chief building official. They spent all afternoon with me in their offices going over different types of projects and how they treat them and how they get things done. So I wanted to share just a couple highlights, just a few things I talked to them about, and hopefully we can change the way business is done here and incorporate this philosophy and ability to get things done, to help better serve our citizens, to help projects get built faster, which will increase the tax revenue, which will help fund everything from the parks, the libraries, the sheriffs, firefighters, paving roads, and everything else we do. Okay, next slide. Okay, decks, they do not require them to be engineered. In fact, they will help people replace their decks that are getting their decks replaced. They will help them size out the beams and issue the permits on the spot that day. Next slide. They do not require an engineer to sign every page of a commercial project. Next slide. Like Tuolumne County, they do online permitting as well as in person. Most permits are issued the same day or next day. Single-family homes are usually done in less than a week. Next slide. I asked him, what do you mean by get them done? Are you talking about the first review, like on a new home? And they said, no, we do not send out correction letters. We expect contractors to know how to build a house and are responsible to know the code. Anything that does need to get fixed on the plans, we redline it on the plans and we approve them. Next slide. I asked them about their overall timeframes, and they were nice enough to go back and do all the research for me and said, when they average out all the permits for commercial, houses, solar, over the county, everything they do, and this also includes waiting for people to show up and actually pay and pick the permits up from the county building department, it averages out to 9 total days. I asked them about zone changes and larger projects like the one we discussed today, that it would need to what we call like a site development permit or approval from the Board of Supervisors. They told me that they typically have these projects completed from the time that somebody applies to the time they literally have a building permit is 120 days is what they strive for, and they usually meet that time frame. And most of the time they're waiting for the planning commission or a supervisor's meeting. Next slide. And part of how they get this done is they work on the builder permits while waiting for approval for the project from the board. Next slide. So I said, okay, well, how do you get all this stuff done? Let's talk about staffing levels. I asked them how many plan checkers they had, and to be able to accomplish things so fast, they told me the answer was 0, that their building inspectors and their chief and 1 permit tech does all of this. The entire building department is made up of 5 individuals total. I then asked them about the planning department. It is also made up of 5 individuals total. They have 3 planners, 1 like administrative assistant, and a community development director, which is this Chuck Beatty, the person I spoke about earlier, which is also the public works director. Next slide. They stated that I asked them about the outside plan checks. You know, like, are you guys using an outside company to help get this done? They state they do not use outside plan check company. Here in our county, we have spent $100,000 last year in the 23-24 budget and approximately $67,000 this year on an outside agency, and we have 3 full-time plan checkers. Now, I do not say all this to criticize our staff or the way that things have been done, but so maybe it's time to take a look at things differently. We know that there's a problem and maybe things can be done better. My very last slide is a cost comparison with the number of staff, approximate number of permits, single-family homes, and I think the biggest difference is when you look at the last slide. Go ahead. Oh, Heather got it. Okay. When you look at the last slide, you can see that Amador over the past 5 years, that their expense on their general fund has only been $963,000, just under $1 million. Here in Tuolumne County, over the past 5 years, we've had close to $11 million draw on our general fund. So just think about the fact if we had had $10 million more today in our general fund, maybe we wouldn't have been taking the budget cuts actions that we're doing today. And one last point, they're open to the public Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And that's it. Thanks for listening.
All right, do we have any other board reports? I'll remind the board too that with reports, we're not able to give direction or direct any action according to the Brown Act, so.
Yeah.
Been through, Supervisor Burke?
Yeah, it's not a report like Holland is, but a member of the public brought to my attention that they've been watching via Access Tuolumne the board meetings, and they've noticed that since the new board has been seated, there's multiple board meetings where like a member from the public will get up and speak, or a staff member, or somebody else. But during that time, they're focusing the cameras specifically on Mike, Steve, and myself, and specifically they zoom in on us when we're on our phones or our computers. So I thought that was interesting, so I went back and watched some of the videos, and yeah, it was happening. And then I noticed on Facebook, a lot of people, like specifically the LGBTQ conversation, people were posting photos of us on our phones. So I kind of put the two and two together. We're getting more attention on the three of us during board meetings when we're, like I said, we're on our computers, phones. And then that information is obviously known to the public, and they're posting that. So a question or something I'd like to see Jerry Day address is communicate with his staff what the appropriate etiquette is for board meetings, how we want to be videotaping them, how we want to be focusing on potentially the people who are speaking, and not intentionally calling out three board members and focusing in on them to highlight, I guess, when we're working, because it just looks to me like there's some communication going on to make that happen on purpose. So, Day, I know you couldn't be here today, but if you could address that with your staff, I would appreciate it.
Do we have any, I guess, comment on, I know we're not supposed to direct anything on here, but.
I have a report. It's just,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
sad.
Supervisor Campbell?
It's sad to see that, this, I felt our county was operating at a fairly high level for a long time, well-respected amongst other 58 counties in the state of California. And to see, reports become this, issues related to what staff's doing, that there's no way for me to verify that information, that we feel that, we're getting too much or not enough screen time on Access Tuolumne. To me, these are, I just hope we can rise above these kind of issues and not care so much about our own personal image, and can care more about the image of our county as a whole. Because I'm not here to promote a social media brand or my real estate company or any of these other things. I'm just here to see that every day we can make this county a little bit better than when I found it, when I became a supervisor. And, I don't know how, but if we can get some of these things out of the public sphere and just, talk to your dog about it or something, I think laying out all this dirty laundry in public it's negative. It doesn't make anything better. And it just makes people respect the county and our role as supervisor less. So that's my concern.
Thank you.
I did have other reports to make, but I don't feel like making them right now.
Okay. Only report that I have was related to being able to travel up with CSAC to Chico and be able to see some of their recovery efforts in Paradise. And it was very helpful. I had seen what had happened in 2019. It was pretty shortly after the aftermath, and seeing how they've been able to rebuild some of their best practices in dealing with infrastructure that is not only damaged, but then continues to be damaged in the reconstruction, the labor shortages, the housing shortages. Is really important. So only encouragement that as we have RCRC, NACO, and CSAC events, I know we have obviously representation there, but some of these, they're really worth going out of the way to try and attend because they're great learning experiences, and they are very easily, Tuolumne County could have been Butte County. And it's partly leadership, but it's partly luck. And we got to appreciate that they've got lessons learned just like we've had lessons learned. All right, with that, we will close out reports. We have items 15, 16, and 17. Do we expect to report out on any of those?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, with that, we will adjourn into closed session at 4. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, if the clerk can read items 15, 16, and 17.
Item number 15, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, Acting County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, and Deb Schuman, Human Resources Manager. Authority Government Code, Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 16, closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. Authority Government Code, Section 54957B1, Title, County Council. Item number 17, closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Authority Government Code, Section 54957B1, Title, Director, Community Development Department.
All right, with that, we'll open up public comment on items 15, 16, and 17. And public comment, going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment on those, and now we will adjourn into closed session at 4:45. Getting the head nod from legal. Thank you, everybody.